This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 418 Highly Efficient Means. As soon as Chenming finished speaking, the metal sky curtain rose from the void, sealing all the planets in the two core galaxies in his hands. It also locked the Minister of Psychic Power on the city planet. The Minister of Psychic Power himself had no experience in fighting Leviathan, and seeing Chenming's firm attitude, he did not say much. He just told Chenming to call him if he needed anything. Chenming nodded and boarded the super body again, passed through the sky, and came to the universe, and the psychic fluctuations on his body were stained with a touch of blood. When he met several Leviathans before, he had been using external forces, that is, forces that were not under his own control, including the Queen of Zerg, the Zerg fleet, and various strange weapons. Only when these methods were ineffective would he use some of his own abilities. Now is the time. Dozens of Leviathans, and 30 more following behind, are definitely not something that can be easily solved by any external force. Any idea of using external force to solve the problem should not exist in his mind for half a second. He must do it himself. Chenming opened the star map. All nearby galaxies were displayed on the star map, and all the galaxies within the scope of a medium-sized star field with a wormhole, as the core on the star map, were marked with Chenming's own mark. This is not a mark that Chenming drew directly after he went there. All the places that can be marked are galaxies that have been completely controlled by Chenming, and all of them are the areas covered by the star fields that he actually controls. Chenming himself certainly does not have the extra energy to expand and build planets, but he found a way to help him share the task some time ago. He went to the Yuwei star field once and moved away all the resources and Yuwei cores of the entire Yuwei star field. Although some of the cores were arranged to replace some missing positions in the Empire, the rest were enough to redevelop a complete star field in the universe behind the wormhole. Chenming had always delegated this matter to Brilliance and the top dozen or so Yuwei among the original Yuwei, so he didn't put much thought into it. He needed to quietly accept the benefits of expanding in this star field to support his two core star fields. Then, at the necessary moment, such as now, it would be enough to protect this star field. At this moment, Chenming saw that there were more than 70 red dots evenly distributed on the edge of his star field on the star map. It seemed that the survivors were planning to destroy his foundation first, and then come to trouble him. He planned the direction a little bit, disappeared in the cabin of the super body, and personally went to the nearest galaxy with a red dot. The super body suspended in the universe also turned into a white stream of light at the moment Chenming left, and disappeared at the same place. The early warning system of the galaxy with a red dot on the star map was desperately sending evacuation alerts. It was sent to the afterglow cores here to unload from their respective equipment and go to the deep underground of the planet for evacuation, and also to Chenming to come to support as soon as possible. When the alarm was turned off, it also meant that Chenming had arrived here. The Leviathan that was rampaging in this galaxy was the largest giant creature Chenming had ever seen. Larger than all the Leviathans he had seen combined. It was like a moving colloid, without a fixed shape, and was slowly wrapping a planet in the galaxy with its entire body. The liquid secreted from its body was extremely corrosive, and both the industrial buildings on the surface of the planet and the planet itself were being rapidly corroded by the liquid, and assimilated by the liquid that seemed to have strong viscosity. It won't be long before the entire planet merges with this slime-like thing, making its size rise to another level. The longer it takes, the more difficult it will be to deal with this Leviathan. But Chenming also knows that the more anxious he is, the more likely it is that something will go wrong when dealing with the Leviathan. Chenming observed in space for a while. He wanted to release his mental power several times to perceive the entire Leviathan's body in detail. But when he thought of the hundreds of Leviathans behind him, he had to think carefully about the plan for using his mental power. Chenming's saving at this time was not meaningless. Soon he noticed a very small, lump-like object at most the size of an ordinary person inside the huge body of the slime Leviathan. Some subtle, unique and powerful bioelectric currents were spreading from this lump-like object to the surrounding jelly-like objects. This seemed to be the core of this Leviathan. Chenming observed the efficiency of the jelly-like object spreading on the planet, analyzed the strength of the jelly-like object and its properties for a few seconds, and suddenly disappeared into the galaxy. It seemed that it had given up the idea of attacking Leviathan. But then a white shadow came from the sky and rushed towards Leviathan. The unprecedented huge body became the best target for the super body. Under the acceleration of the time flow core, Leviathan was instantly cut madly by the super body's space psychic device. A large amount of translucent colloid sprayed out from the cut wound, and the super body rushed into the body of Leviathan along the gap. Its time flow core and space device were still working continuously, constantly cutting, chopping the colloid. However, the efficiency of the super body rushing towards the core of the slime leviathan is still slow. Compared with the size of the leviathan that can almost swallow a planet, the speed that the super body is proud of is not enough at this time. Although the strength of these colloids is not high, the adhesion and recovery efficiency are terrifyingly high. Even if the super body wants to enter the interior of this colloid, it is difficult. If Qinming chooses to deal with this leviathan personally, it will probably be delayed for a long time. That's why Qinming left this star system and handed the leviathan over to the super body. Just when the super body's progress was somewhat stagnant due to the physical properties of the leviathan, the super body's space equipment suddenly became effective again and released a series of induction air mines in the direction of its movement. The pink energy wave burst out instantly, and a channel was blasted open in the body of the leviathan in an instant. The super body does not only have the space cutting as a means of attack, although this channel only exists for a short moment. The channel will be repaired immediately by those gel bodies. But in this short moment, a cavity appeared in the body of Leviathan. The unprecedented speed returned to the super body again. The super body's rapid penetration directly shattered the core of the slime Leviathan, and the whole body of Leviathan collapsed at this moment. It was then wrapped in the metal liquid spreading from the colony, and dragged away from the planet with the hissing sound of metal corrosion. After solving the first Leviathan, some rust marks appeared on the surface of the super body, but it was immediately repaired by Qinming's psychic power. At the same time, it showed no sign of stopping, and continued to move towards other galaxies. Qinming, who had just left that galaxy, certainly could not waste time. He went directly to the nearest galaxy where Leviathan attacked. The Leviathan in the galaxy he was heading to was a creature that looked like a combination of a dragon fruit and a pine cone. Of course, it was just similar in style. In fact, it was an egg-shaped creature with a rocky scale skin. All the scales grew and protruded from the round end to the sharp end, and then closed at the tip. Only when the scales were open could we see clearly what kind of existence this creature was. This makes its overall appearance look like a dragon fruit, and also like some kind of sharp drill. When Qinming came to this galaxy, this Leviathan was using its drill-like tip to drill into the crust of Qinming's planet, as if it wanted to go deep into the center of the planet. Qinming certainly wouldn't give him this opportunity. The scarlet rift in his consciousness space opened, and the scarlet power was gathered in his hands. This time, there would be no scarlet eyes to interfere with him, and the only thing that could prevent him from using the scarlet power was his own will. Without any unnecessary movements or fancy moves, Qinming was like a blood-red meteor, striking directly at the rock scales that were still mostly exposed on the planet. The scarlet power gathered in his hand exploded in front of the fist, piercing through the scales and penetrating into the body of the Leviathan. Qinming glanced at the Leviathan, did not do anything more, did not stay any longer, and disappeared in the galaxy in a blink of an eye. The movement of the Leviathan drilling into the rock layer of the planet froze for a moment, and a large amount of purple-red blood suddenly overflowed from between the stone scales. It struggled to crawl out from the ground, and the scales on its body surface opened like a pine cone, exposing the biological structure inside that was also petrified, but looked softer. However, the characteristics of these biological structures were quickly transformed into a messy structure of broken machinery and flesh and blood under the infection of scarlet. This was the external manifestation of the scarlet power belonging to Qinming. Scarlet was expanding wildly in the body of this Leviathan, and death almost instantly fell on its head. At the moment when the Leviathan died, the remaining scarlet was extracted by Qinming. Only a body with flesh and blood inside was left. Using scarlet is the simplest, most dangerous, but also the most energy-saving and efficient way to deal with Leviathan. In the past, when dealing with Leviathan, Qinming had to consider using multiple methods to test Leviathan. Judge Leviathan's direct combat power. Try to test Leviathan's various abilities in battle, its own characteristics, and facilitate subsequent research. But now there are still 70 plus 30 Leviathans waiting for Qinming to deal with. He can't waste too much energy on a single or a few Leviathans. What he has to do now is to pursue the ultimate efficiency. So after Qinming left and wiped out the impact of his scarlet, Qinming temporarily left this creature that would not have a major impact on the planet after its death, and did not pick it up immediately like the slime. Instead, he planned to wait until he had dealt with all the Leviathans before considering the problem of handling. Qinming continued to head to the next galaxy. He kept his eyes on the next place he was going to. Leviathans with obvious biomass can be dealt with by the Scarlet Power. Even some Leviathans that are not affected by physical damage will also be affected by the Scarlet Power. Those without biomass, those that will not be affected by the Scarlet, and those with obvious weaknesses will all be dealt with by the Super Body. The Super Body will definitely not have any problem facing most Leviathans in terms of combat power. Just like Qinming said before. Even if facing the strongest Leviathan plane nightmare that Qinming has seen so far, Super Body has the strength to fight. The remaining Leviathans depend on the situation. Although Qinming only has 3 basic abilities, the various abilities derived from his basic abilities are far more than 3. And he can always find the right means to deal with these Leviathans. At worst, he still has the last 2 means of destroying everything. It took Qinming just over a minute to deal with the first 2 Leviathans. But it was difficult to maintain such efficiency for the subsequent 70 or more Leviathans, and the 30 or more Leviathans that came later. However, it was barely possible to deal with one in about 2 minutes. When the Shining Civilization designed and manufactured Leviathans, it seemed that it particularly liked to use various biological technologies. As a result, most Leviathans had some biological characteristics, and biological enemies were simply the second easiest enemies for Qinming to deal with. Even though Qinming's mental power was declining drastically as he dealt with more and more Leviathans, he could still maintain the efficiency of dealing with Leviathan. The most difficult one to deal with was a pure psychic entity Leviathan that Qinming encountered. Almost all of its abilities, including basic weapons, spatial abilities, and even Scarlet Power, were difficult to work. It forced Qinming to drag it into the phase space and tear the channel to the Scarlet Dimension in the phase space, minimizing the impact of the Scarlet Dimension on the normal universe. Qinming's own Scarlet Power could not penetrate the defensive ability of the psychic entity. But when this psychic entity was dragged into the Scarlet Dimension by Qinming, the rest was no longer important. The psychic entity that originally looked like a ball of light was instantly dyed scarlet, and then was dragged into the field that Qinming was more proficient in, and completely killed. At the beginning, Scarlet Eye wanted to kill Qinming in the Scarlet Dimension. Now Scarlet Eye is dead, but Qinming also learned a little bit of doing things from it. Qinming spent 3 hours and 24 minutes to kill a total of 116 Leviathans. Kill all the Leviathans printed on the bottom wall of the Shining Civilization Cultural Memorial Hall. It's a pity that it took so long to kill all the Leviathans. Some of the planets and galaxies attacked by Leviathans have suffered irreparable losses. Fortunately, there are basically only afterglow cores on the outer planets. And the afterglow cores are connected to Qinming's psychic energy. If there is a problem, he can take these cores away immediately. As long as the cores are fine, it's fine. In addition, some Leviathans destroyed the galaxies they attacked at the beginning, or changed their attack direction halfway through the attack, and gathered to invade his 2 core galaxies. They almost broke through the sky curtain set up by Qinming on the outside of the planet. However, their coming together saved Qinming a lot of time. Otherwise it might take longer. After confirming that all Leviathans were completely dead, Qinming simply lifted the blockade. By the way, he opened the terminal that he had just closed. There were people from all over the place in Qinming's territory. As soon as he blocked the galaxy, the news had spread throughout the empire. Many people were thinking, the last time Qinming was forced to do this was the Scarlet Invasion. What would it be this time? So when Qinming opened the terminal, he immediately saw the questions and concerns all over the terminal. Qinming packed up all the records of the 116 Leviathan corpses, and sent them to everyone who could send them. Then he returned to the city planet. The psychic minister was still here at this time. He was wandering around the planet, planning the areas that would be allocated to different departments for development. Hearing the movement of the super body in the sky, and seeing the metal liquid appear in his hand, his mind relaxed a little. The next moment, he appeared on the external cabin of the spacecraft. He turned his head and looked at Qinming. "Hey!" he suddenly asked as if he was startled. "Are you okay?" Qinming's face was extremely pale, and sweat was constantly falling from his head. Qinming's body was made later, which obviously meant that the loss of his consciousness's mental power was so serious that it could be manifested in this body. But Qinming just nodded calmly. "It's okay." Chapter 419 Monsters Created by My Own Hands. Seeing Qinming half dead, the Minister of Psychic Power quickly reached out to help Qinming to the chair next to him. However, Qinming waved his hand to refuse the help and moved to the chair by himself. "I'm really fine." Although he looked like this, in fact, his mental power was recovering rapidly. As long as he was connected to the 2 hive mind networks, the recovery of mental power would never stop. Not to mention compared to the last time he was dragged into Scarlet, even the times when Qianming exhausted his mental power in order to do something big in the past were nothing compared to this time. Now he has his own set of logic and rules in the use of psychic energy, which can help him save a lot of mental energy. It's just that the existence of objective conditions forced him to consume a huge amount of mental energy in a short period of time, which made him look a little weak. But overall, the impact is not too big. I just want to take a short break. There are other things to do later. The Minister of Psychic Energy looked outside after hearing this. In the atmosphere of the urban planet, he could vaguely see the bodies of several leviathans that came to attack from the orbit of the neighboring Gaia planet. Since Qianming brought this super body back with him, then the leviathan must have been dealt with completely, not even one will be left. So he asked in confusion, "Is there anything else?" "Not sure yet, we have to wait a little longer." "Do you think the survivors will have any follow-up actions?" Qianming nodded slightly. "The survivors have been keeping an eye on me and all my territories. They know that my mental state is very poor now because of Lian Zhan." "What would you do if you were a survivor at this time?" The psychic minister immediately followed up, "Of course. I will continue to look for opportunities to attack you. The sooner the better, lest your mental strength recovers. Then why are you saying it directly now?" "What if I say it? What if I don't say it? If the survivors really want to attack, they won't give up just because of a word from me." As Qianming spoke, he took out the communicator that he had used to contact the survivors before. Of course, there was no response from the survivors on the communicator. He pressed twice, but did not get any response from the survivor. So he simply clenched his fist and crushed the communicator in his hand. Various parts fell to the ground, and then turned into liquid metal and disappeared on the ground. The psychic minister next to him did not think there was any problem, but said, "It seems that I have to notify people not to continue making up history. It can be notified when Leviathan comes." "Yes." The psychic minister picked up his terminal, notified the relevant departments, and then continued his previous work, arranging different areas on the urban planet for people from different departments to develop. Qianming himself couldn't do the development of historical relics. Only the Empire had professionals in this field. After a while, the Minister of Psychic Power looked up and asked, "So what's the backup plan for the survivors? If you keep going like this, I feel your mental strength will almost recover." As soon as he finished speaking, Qianming stood up from his chair and said, "Here we go." Qianming looked out the porthole. A shuttle just entered the urban planet from outside the atmosphere, approached the super body, and hovered near the super body's external cabin. Qianming opened the door of the cabin, and let the violent airflow from the high altitude rush directly into the cabin. However, this airflow was nothing to Qianming and the Minister of Psychic Power. Then, a metal plank road extended from the door of the cabin all the way to the shuttle hovering near the super body. The Minister of Psychic Power was still full of questions at this time. But when the cabin of the shuttle opened, revealing the figure inside, the Minister of Psychic Power was instantly entangled with psychic fluctuations, and was about to take action. The brainwashed psychic who had just walked out of the shuttle said with a smile, Luo Yi, we have known each other for more than a day or two. There is no need to be so anxious when you see me. Look how calm Qianming is." Qianming reached out and pressed the shoulder of the psychic minister, who was even more eager to move. Then he stepped back a few steps and motioned the brainwashed psychic to come over. Although the psychic minister was a little puzzled, he still suppressed the anger of seeing this Wujing leader, and also stepped back a few steps. The brainwashed psychic smiled, and walked onto the metal plank road with confidence, like an old friend of Qianming, and walked into the external cabin of the super body. The hatch closed, and the metal on the plank road outside just clung to the shuttle, penetrated into the shuttle, and formed a robot that drove the shuttle away directly. The brainwashed psychic looked back and said nothing. He leaned against the hatch of the cabin and looked at Qianming again. Seeing this, Qianming took the initiative to ask, "Are you the backer of the survivors?" "I think so. They did something and asked me to come and trouble you." "So?" The brainwashed psychic spread his hands and said, "I'm not stupid." Qianming pointed to his head and said, "Even if my mental power is close to exhaustion, I won't do it." "I said I'm not stupid. I have helped you do research here for a while. Right? I know how powerful those leviathans are. I want you to trouble you who have killed more than 100 leviathans in a row. I really want to die. I couldn't beat you even when I was in my prime before. And you were dragged into the Scarlet. Now even if you only have a head left, I don't think I can beat you." The brainwashed psychic said. looking around the entire external cabin, and found that there was no place to hide here. He asked, by the way, "Where is the person who solved Scarlet? Do you think I will tell you?" "Of course not, I just want to see it for myself. I really didn't expect that there would be a psychic in the world who could control the Scarlet Dimension. Humanity may not be doomed, but I still won't give up my idea." Chenming frowned and said, "I still can't understand what made you choose to do this." The brainwashed psychic didn't want to talk to Chenming about this. "You don't have to understand me, you just need to know what I want to do. During the time I left the Empire, I also understood some things. Simple methods are no longer effective against the Empire. So I plan to transform myself into a pure consciousness and devote myself to the Scarlet Dimension. Only by completely transforming into Scarlet can I better use Scarlet's power." Seeing Chenming's expression change slightly, the brainwashed psychic added, "Yes, I learned it from you. I don't remember that I did it before. You have done many things that you don't remember. I just learned it from you." Chenming stared at the brainwashed psychic seriously for a while, and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Tell you my plan, and complete what the survivors asked me to do. Anyway, they only asked me to cause trouble to you, and I will also cause trouble to you in the future. Right?" The brainwashed psychic did not seem to take his promise to the survivor seriously. Of course, it may be that this is just a deal between them, and the brainwashed psychic chose to break the deal. "I'll be back in a while, let's talk about it then." After saying that, he turned around and put his hand on the door of the cabin, looking like he wanted to jump down from the sky. Chenming immediately followed. But at this moment, some fine iron sand-like objects suddenly appeared on the brainwashed psychic's body. He didn't seem to have expected this situation, and his expression was slightly surprised. Before he had time to turn around, the iron sand that oozed from every inch of his skin gathered together, forming a mechanical body close to a humanoid. A sharp spike emerged from the arm of the mechanical body, with sharp psychic fluctuations, piercing Chenming's head. All this happened almost in an instant. But Chenming still reacted, and instinctively wanted to reach out to control these nanomachines. It was simply courting death to use a mechanical face to do something to him. But at the moment before Chenming took action, he forcibly restrained his thoughts. All along, Chenming had been actively restraining his way of doing things when doing things in this universe behind the wormhole. At least, he would not use the most powerful part of his psychic power here, because he knew that the survivors had been hiding in the dark and observing everything, and he had no ability to counter this technical suppression. Since he could not counter, the only thing he could do was to avoid it. He had never used any of the powerful powers that were the source of his ability. The survivors definitely knew that he had the ability to control machines, but he definitely did not know how powerful his ability to control machines was. Even just now, Chenming could have used the afterglow core he carried with him, and the data cable hidden in the metal liquid to directly control the shuttle that the brainwashed psychic had driven over. But he didn't do that. Instead, he built a robot to drive the shuttle away. He didn't directly use coercive means to control these mechanical devices. After all, forcibly controlling the mechanical equipment in someone else's hands, especially the psychic mechanical equipment, is a very terrifying ability in today's era. The more advanced, the higher the mechanical coverage, the easier it is for Chenming to find opportunities. The survivors are still hiding in the dark, so Chenming has to hide some things appropriately. He was wondering whether the brainwashed psychic would tell all the information about him. But now it seems that the brainwashed psychic and the survivors are not very happy. Chenming turned his head to avoid the attack of the nanorobots, and punched the nanorobots with full power, purely relying on the psychic power of the queen insect, and blew them all away. At the same time, metal liquid also appeared beside him, gathering all the nanorobots around him, to prevent these nanorobots from escaping. The most threatening thing about these nanorobots to humans is not the means of attack after gathering, but the damage they cause to the human body after passing through the pores on human skin. There is also the Minister of Psychic by his side, and he does not want to see something bad happen. However, although a large number of nanorobots have seeped out of the brainwashed psychic's body, he does not seem to be hurt. He just stood aside calmly, and did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he advised the Minister of Psychic Energy to calm down. He said that it would not be too late to take action after Chenming had dealt with these nanorobots. The Minister of Psychic Energy had no doubts about whether these nanorobots could harm Chenming. In front of Chenming, any machine was his own son. But Chenming did not use psychic energy at this time, but was fighting with these nanomachines, which was completely unexpected for him. But he was not sure whether Chenming had any ideas. so he did not dare to take any action. Qin-Ming was also thinking about whether he should check his core galaxy again later, while he had a serious fight with these nanorobots. Although he had been keeping a tight protection on his two core galaxies since the incident with the brainwashed psychic more than half a year ago, he had also conducted extremely strict investigations on every inch of land in the two galaxies. But he really couldn't be sure whether there would be such nanorobots infiltrating. He felt that he still had to take the trouble to check it later. After thinking it over, Qin-Ming didn't waste any more time. He easily gathered the surrounding metal liquid and trapped all the nanorobots in the metal liquid. He also eliminated some core nanorobots that were responsible for controlling other nanorobots. He also controlled other nanorobots that had lost their command. As before, there was no clue to guide him to track down the survivors. Qin-Ming shook his head with some regret, and took another look at the small space formed by the metal liquid around him. Then, Qin-Ming's figure suddenly jumped out of the ball of metal liquid, grabbed the neck of the brainwashed psychic next to him, and pressed him against the wall. But the brainwashed psychic's body suddenly went limp. A consciousness that looked nothing like a normal human, with its brain exposed, broke away from the body and appeared outside the cabin. A scarlet force spread, directly helping the brainwashed psychic's consciousness to penetrate the barrier of the space barrier and enter the scarlet. The brainwashed psychic only left one sentence before disappearing. "Don't worry, we will have a chance to see each other again in the future." Qin-Ming did not indulge the brainwashed psychic's idea. He directly mobilized the phase power that belonged to him, and then used this phase power to send himself into the phase space. Then Qin-Ming directly tore open the space rift leading to the scarlet dimension, just like he did when he faced the pure psychic corpse Leviathan before. This is the method of tearing open the space rift with the least impact on the normal universe. He entered the scarlet dimension, wanting to track the location of the brainwashed psychic. The scarlet dimension had not yet had time to undergo drastic changes in space. As soon as he entered the scarlet dimension, Qin-Ming directly locked the location of the brainwashed psychic's consciousness. This was a good opportunity to deal with the brainwashed psychic just like before, and he couldn't miss it. However, when Qin-Ming came directly to the vicinity of the brainwashed psychic, the brainwashed psychic did not flee, but said to Qin-Ming on the spot, "You really chased me." Qin-Ming responded, "Isn't this what you want to see? You said clearly that you have thought of a way to become more disgusting, and you will come back to disgust me in the future. How can I let you go?" "Indeed, because I found that almost every corner of the universe behind the wormhole is under the surveillance of the survivors. The only place they can't get involved is Scarlet. They are afraid of Scarlet. So I want to talk to you here." "What to talk about?" "About the survivors." The brainwashed psychic stretched out his hand and used the psychic fluctuations in front of him to pull the scarlet matter to construct a scarlet star map. "When I first encountered the survivors, I found that their neural signal fluctuations were very special, very periodic, and were restricted to a certain area by some kind of spatial power." He stretched out his hand and drew a ball on the star map in front of him. Obviously, this was the area where the survivors were restricted. The brainwashed psychic said to Qin-Ming, "Don't look at me. Look at the star map. I know it's hard for you to believe me, but you can believe it or not. I just want to discuss the survivors." Qin-Ming memorized the appearance of the star map, although it may not be true. A false clue is better than no clue. "What did they do to you?" "They threatened me." Qin-Ming waited for a while, but the brainwashed psychic didn't continue to speak. He couldn't help asking, "That's it?" The brainwashed psychic asked back as a matter of course, "That's it, what else can there be? I threatened you too. That's why I deliberately guided Scarlet to your planet before." "Right, it's fair." "Fair? You have to say this to the peoples what Jing killed in the Empire. Then I have nothing to say. If you have nothing to say, you'd better die here today." A few words completely destroyed the atmosphere of peaceful communication. Qin-Ming also jumped up before he finished speaking. The phase power in his hand slashed at the brainwashed psychic like a sharp blade. The brainwashed psychic immediately dispatched the scarlet power he controlled, blocked Qin-Ming's attack, and quickly distanced himself from Qin-Ming. "That won't work either, and you definitely can't kill me today." Qin-Ming burst out again. His arms were wrapped in the blue psychic fluctuations that were extremely conspicuous in the scarlet, and he punched the brainwashed psychic. "Are you so confident in yourself?" "It's not that I am confident in myself, I am confident in you." "Did you hear that?" Qin-Ming did not respond to his inexplicable question, and continued to punch the brainwashed psychic one after another. The psychic power of the brainwashed psychic tends to fight at a long distance, so using the phase power to fight in close combat is obviously the best choice. But just after Chen Ming threw a punch, he heard a slow and dull sound suddenly. Boom. Chen Ming was stunned for a moment, ignoring the sound, and continued to chase the brainwashed psychic, who was desperately dodging. However, at the moment when he threw another punch, boom, another muffled sound reached his ears. The sound was clearer, and the source was closer. Chen Ming had to focus part of his attention on the source of this figure. But in the Scarlet Dimension, his mental power could hardly expand to a very far place. The brainwashed psychic took the opportunity to distance himself again and said, "Did you finally hear it?" He had no intention of attacking Chen Ming, but instead helped Chen Ming to tell the source of the sound. That's the beating of the heart. When a person who has obtained the Scarlet power uses this power, a new Scarlet creature will naturally be created in the Scarlet Dimension, or it will be connected and resonate with the original Scarlet creature. The more Scarlet power is used, the stronger the resonance will be, and the Scarlet creature will become stronger and stronger. I've heard of your past story. After you were taken away by Yue cloned your genes and triggered a dimensional infection. The object of that dimensional infection happened to be the heart. Boom. The sound of the beating heart deep in the Scarlet was getting closer and closer. The brainwashed psychic continued, "As far as I know, there has never been a heart-type Scarlet creature in the Scarlet Dimension before. This is the monster you created. Normally, there is no problem for you to enter the Scarlet Dimension. The Scarlet creature you created may be in any corner of the Scarlet Dimension. But if someone deliberately guides it, you may encounter it. When you encounter it," the corner of the brainwashed psychic's mouth rose. "Why don't you try it? See if you can leave the Scarlet Dimension now?" Chen Ming stopped chasing the brainwashed psychic and really tried to leave the Scarlet Dimension. The rift from the phase to the Scarlet that he had just torn open had not yet closed. But when he turned around and tried to touch the rift, a suction force that seemed to come from the deep abyss held him firmly in place. And the sound of the beating heart was already close at hand. Chen Ming turned his head and looked. A wall of flesh and blood that could almost cover the sky, and the sun had appeared very close to him. But that was not a real wall of flesh and blood, it was just a part of the Scarlet Heart that Chen Ming could accommodate in his field of vision after the Scarlet Heart approached. Using mental power, he looked at the entire flesh and blood heart. This was a replica of the giant heart that Chen Ming had seen in Yue's underground laboratory. But its appearance was even more special, because the several thick main blood vessels that should have been on the top of the heart were intertwined, forming an extremely dense network of blood vessels behind the heart. These networks seemed to be woven into several pairs of wings formed by blood vessels, which were constantly flapping. Every time these wings flapped, the heart would beat once, and countless blood would gush out from the end of these wings. It formed a cloak with a very strong bloody smell. In the center of this Scarlet Heart, there was a vertical deep crack growing on it, exuding an attraction that seemed to be able to swallow everything. The brainwashed psychic on the side was looking at the scene in front of him excitedly. "Weren't you very curious before why I had a brain following me in the Scarlet? This is the reason. Either you control it, or it controls you." Chapter 420, Throwing Yourself into the Abyss. Just as Chen Ming entered the Scarlet Dimension, on the Survivor Space Station, the survivors who usually don't communicate much with each other gathered together again, but this time it wasn't Nano who spoke first. Instead, the survivor named Zhou Bo, who had refuted Nano many times during the last communication, spoke first. Chen Ming first destroyed the control core of the nanorobots, and then controlled these nanorobots. As long as there is psychic protection, Chen Ming's psychic power will be hindered. He is not as scary as we think. Nano immediately refuted this. He killed more than 100 Leviathans in a row. You say he is not that scary? Zhou Bo still has his own opinion. He used all tricks. If it weren't for the fact that Scarlet just restrained our biological Leviathan, plus the new super body, he couldn't have done this. For us now, Scarlet's power is indeed a bit troublesome, but it is definitely not a problem that cannot be solved. As for the super body, we also have ways to avoid it. Chen Ming, a human, is not such a big threat at all. Nano still said with the idea of communication at this time. Then why is our research on Scarlet still on the surface? And taking advantage of others is also a way. All our Leviathans died in his hands. What can you base such a judgment on, only based on what you saw? We saw what we saw. Isn't that enough? Zhou Bo asked back and continued. And if it weren't for your wrong decision that caused all the Leviathans to disperse, we wouldn't have lost all the Leviathans in such a short time. In the end, there was only such a small achievement. The impact on Chen Ming himself was almost zero. Nana's tone of speech gradually became faster. The last time he entered the Scarlet and came out, he uprooted the power of the psychic, who is extremely troublesome for us to deal with from the entire human empire. This proves that his control of the power of the Scarlet is definitely not much worse than that of the psychic. All the Leviathans gathered together? We can't use Leviathans to target that psychic. How can we target Qinming? That will only result in these Leviathans being controlled by the Scarlet power and killing each other. Zhou Bo directly denied the legitimacy of Nano's words. This is just the one-sided statement of the psychic and your own imagination. What we see with our own eyes is the reality. I doubt that you have the ability to continue to lead us while the queen is asleep. We should not continue to follow your plan. What you did was not to successfully use Leviathan to consume Qinming's state, and then prepare for the assassination and success, but to prepare for failure. Tell me, why are you so sure that we will fail? The space station was silent for a long time. This sentence almost questioned whether Nano deliberately allowed or even deliberately led Leviathan to a failed outcome. Nano did not refute. Zhou Bo continued, we can't just retreat to the queen's side after losing all the Leviathans. We should make achievements that will impress the queen before she wakes up. The silent Nano felt a sense of anger that had not appeared in a long time. Why can't they let go of their former glory? Why don't they have a clear understanding of the psychics of the human empire? Why do they think that humans who can kill Leviathan are not that powerful? Why do they think that Qinming's power is not a sufficient threat to the survivors? Why are they unwilling to make a safe decision, the least likely to have unexpected events? Nano has already noticed Qinming's strength in his exchanges with Qinming and several attempts, unprecedented strength. He knew the threat Qinming posed to the survivors. Even the queen might be defeated. But he had no concrete evidence to prove it. Moreover, the queen had been asleep tens of thousands of years ago. When she woke up again, if she did not have a clear understanding of Qinming, the future of the survivors would probably be completely plunged into darkness. He had to let all the survivors, and the queen who had not yet awakened, have a clear understanding of Qinming's fighting power. He wanted to test Qinming's spiritual power more, and use the painful results to exchange for the awakening of other survivors. But no survivor could understand his idea. He had made Qinming expose as much of his special power as possible, under the premise of creating as many results as possible, but the result. He could not express his disrespectful thoughts towards the queen. He could only remain silent, and end this communication with his remaining prestige. Give it a little more time, time will give all the survivors the answer. But, will there be time? Through the invisible nanorobots suspended in the vast universe, the nanorobots are monitoring what is happening on the urban planet at this moment. When Qinming returns from the Scarlet Dimension again, who will be Qinming's next target? Nano had nothing to say. The survivor space station also returned to silence. At this time, Qinming was still in the Scarlet Dimension, and face to face with the Scarlet Heart. While feeling the huge pressure of the heart, he asked the brainwashed psychic, so you have experienced this before? Yes. The brainwashed psychic was still as honest as ever. What about the result? The brainwashed psychic responded calmly, didn't you see it all? But I see things in your consciousness space more clearly. Hearing this, the expression of the brainwashed psychic changed drastically in an instant. He was silent for a while, and said, you are really smart. That's right, I couldn't defeat it, and it couldn't defeat me either. You should be able to guess what I would do when I just awakened such a psychic power. The more things I do, the lower my bottom line will be. So without any restraint and bottom line, I should be one of the first people to come into contact with the Scarlet Infection and the Scarlet Dimension. This also led to me being very weak when I entered the Scarlet Dimension and came into contact with the Scarlet Brain, at least not as strong as you are now. Although the Scarlet Brain is not as strong as your heart, but, although it is difficult to admit, I am indeed too weak. It was the Scarlet that turned me into this. Qinming thought about it, and felt that the words of the brainwashed psychic should be believable. When a person awakens such a psychic power, there are many cases that once existed only in imagination. And what he will do, when a person breaks through the bottom line, his desire will be infinitely magnified. So he becomes a brainwashed psychic. The following words can basically be believed, because Qinming really investigated and experienced many things about brainwashed psychics in person. He knows that the psychic power of brainwashed psychics is very unstable, which just fits the situation, he said. But talking about this matter at this time, it means something is wrong. So you are here? Do you want me to be unable to defeat this thing? That's not the case. The brainwashed psychic immediately denied Qinming's guess. Its current target is you, but once I intervene, the target will become me. I don't want to have a fight with this thing. And what I just said is that you can't kill me today, not that I will kill you today. I just want to see what will happen when you encounter this monster. Don't worry about me, no matter who wins. I won't do it. I can't even run away. Chen Ning took a close look at the brainwashed psychic, although he couldn't see any valuable information from him, but he felt that he should trust him temporarily. So Chen Ning temporarily ignored the brainwashed psychic beside him, and faced the trembling Scarlet Heart. The Scarlet Heart seemed to be excited after approaching Chen Ning. The heavy beating sound became more frequent and louder. Every heartbeat made Chen Ning feel that his heart was being impacted. It was as if he had returned to the underground laboratory where Yue once lived, and personally felt the pain of the heartbeat that almost tore his chest apart. In the past, Chen Ning could only force himself to hold back and find a way to solve the distorted heart in the shortest time. But now Chen Ning has other options. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness left his body directly. He abandoned his body, and threw it out of the space crack behind him. The attraction of the abyss crack on the Scarlet Heart is aimed at the consciousness, not the body. Unfortunately, after throwing his body out of the crack, Chen Ning tried to use the ability of consciousness division to transfer the main consciousness to the body he just threw out. But the idea failed to come true. The suction force firmly pulled him into the Scarlet Dimension. Today, one of them must fall. Chen Ning looked up at Scarlet, took a deep breath, and looked at the crack behind him. He immediately used his mental power to contact the Queen of Zerg. The space crack was not closed at this time, so the Queen of Zerg responded very quickly. And the moment it received Chen Ning's order, he followed Chen Ning's request and instantly killed a large number of Zerg individual consciousnesses. He crushed the mental power emitted by their sub-individual consciousnesses when they died into pure mental power and handed it over to Chen Ning. By exhausting the consciousness of individual Zergs, they forcibly seized their mental power, in exchange for Chen Ming's own mental power to recover in a short time. Cruel, but efficient. And the remnants of individual Zerg consciousness mixed in the mental power will have a slight impact on Chen Ming's consciousness. However, these impacts are nothing in front of the Scarlet that Chen Ning has to face. Chen Ming's mental power, which was originally in a semi-exhausted state, was instantly restored to its original state in just a few seconds, and even a large amount of mental power was dissipated. A circle of light visible to the naked eye in the Scarlet Dimension was formed around Chen Ning. Sure enough, the brainwashed psychic hiding on the side suddenly made a sound, and he was also glad that he didn't commit suicide. If he really went to trouble Chen Ning with the idea that Chen Ning was extremely weak, then Chen Ning would use this method on him. And the situation might be even worse. He had reason to believe that Chen Ning had more methods that he hadn't used yet. If he was really careless, he would die without knowing how he died. Chen Ning ignored the words of the brainwashed psychic and sealed the space crack he had torn open. The brainwashed psychic next to him said at this time, "A last-ditch fight? So decisive? I just don't want to see such a monster involved in the normal universe. Actually, it won't. Its current target is only you. It won't have other targets before controlling you." Okay. Chen Ning tore open the crack again and reconnected his mental power with the normal universe. Although Chen Ning still has a few pieces of underwear, at least they have not been completely stripped. But if you can use less trump cards in front of the enemy, it is better to use less. As long as the mental power can remain normal, Chen Ning, as a psychic, will always have the possibility of counterattacking without relying on trump cards. At this time, the Scarlet Heart was almost in front of Chen Ning, but for some reason, it did not use any offensive means. Only the crack in the center of the heart was emitting a strong attraction, trying to suck Chen Ning into the crack. Chen Ning had been trying to distance himself from the enemy in the process just now. However, the result was not ideal. Even though he was left with only his consciousness, he still could not get rid of this power. Moreover, Chen Ning did not know how to deal with such a huge Scarlet Heart for a while. He could only use the methods he had used to deal with the Scarlet Heart. The power of the phase was once again gathered in his hands. At the same time, the rest of the phase power was wrapped around Chen Ning's body, trying to block the influence of the attraction. However, just as Chen Ning gathered the phase power, the power he gathered was instantly torn apart by a spiritual power from the heart. Chen Ning himself was not affected at all. But looking at the broken blue light spots around him, his expression became more and more serious. He gave up using the phase power. He chose to use his pure mental power to form a shield to hinder the attraction. However, just as Chen Ning's mental shield was generated, a surge of mental power surged from the Scarlet Heart, like a giant hand holding Chen Ning tightly, and constantly exerting a huge grip. The mental power that Chen Ning used to form a shield was being violently offset at a terrifying speed. This consumption rate was dozens of times higher than the speed at which Chen Ming recovered his mental power. Almost instantly, Chen Ming's mental power, which had just been restored by the death of a large number of Zerg individuals, had been consumed by more than half. The iron jungle in his consciousness space once again appeared rusty iron red. Chen Ming was forced to give up the mental shield to block this influence, and could only let the attraction grow stronger and stronger. If this continued, he would fall into the abyss sooner or later. Chen Ming felt more and more stressed, while the expression of the brainwashed psychic watching the show became more and more excited. He looked at this scene very familiarly. When he encountered the Scarlet Brain, all the power he had was replicated on the Scarlet Brain, and was suppressed by the more powerful Scarlet Power. At that time, he was more embarrassed than Chen Ming, because the Scarlet Brain was more aggressive than the heart. But looking at the current situation, the heart would bring Chen Ming a more tragic ending than him. The brainwashed psychic really wanted to help Scarlet Heart at this time, but he really didn't dare to do it, because what he said just now was true. Once he intervened in the battle between Chen Ming and Scarlet Heart, then Scarlet Heart would definitely kill him first. And if either side won, the surviving side would also gain the power of the other side. It would be even more impossible for him to do anything now. So now, he hoped that Scarlet Heart could kill Chen Ming quickly. If the opposite happened, he really had to continue to lurk in Scarlet for who knows how many years before he could regain the power to attack the normal universe. Chen Ming had no time to care about the brainwashed psychic at this time, when the means of obstruction were completely ineffective. His only choice at this time was to kill the Scarlet Heart before the attraction of the rift became so strong that he could not resist it at all. Chen Ming abandoned all defenses, just to create a more powerful means of attack. A large amount of metal liquid appeared around him, forming a giant mechanical arm in the Scarlet Dimension, wrapped with his spiritual power, and punched the Scarlet Heart suspended in the Scarlet. The mental power on the giant mechanical arm was instantly wiped out by the same mental shock. However, the impact of this punch successfully hit the side of the heart. The entire heart was hit and dented. Then countless metal liquids appeared in the Scarlet. These metal liquids are no longer just a means of pure physical attack such as mechanical arms. Instead, they constitute a variety of different types of ship weapons, from large weapons to main weapons to Titan-level weapons that are still being tested. Chen Ming has created them all, and attacked the Scarlet Heart from different angles at the same time. The Scarlet Dimension, which was originally pure blood red, had a colorful picture for a moment. It was just the next one. This colorful scene was completely swallowed up by the abyss crack on the heart. Among all the attacks launched by the weapons that Chen Ming spent a lot of resources to create in a short period of time, only the first punch of the giant mechanical arm caused effective damage to the Scarlet Heart. But this damage was also repaired in an instant. The blunt injuries and abrasions caused by the punch of the mechanical arm have all disappeared. The Scarlet Heart just stood there silently enduring all this. It seemed as if it could not feel any pain at all. Its only reaction was to continue to speed up its own beating. Chen Ming suddenly covered his chest. He felt that there was a heart in his chest beating along with the Scarlet Heart. But now, he was just a consciousness. Moreover, his consciousness was originally an extremely chaotic and unsightly existence. It was just that Chen Ming forcibly stuffed all kinds of strange things into this human body. He didn't have a heart at all, but he could feel his chest beating. At this point, it could be said that the Scarlet Heart did almost nothing from beginning to end. It just wiped out the power that he and Chen Ming both had, and kept a fair environment between it and Chen Ming. But just this brought terrible psychological pressure to Chen Ming. Chen Ming was still using metal liquid to continuously form new mechanical arms around him, trying to kill the heart with physical means. However, the situation never changed. Whether it was a blunt attack, penetration, or cutting damage, none of them could cause critical damage to the Scarlet Heart. The heart was still beating slowly and firmly. It sounded like a slow death knell. Chen Ming suddenly abandoned all the mechanical structures and took them all away. Then, a spherical object that could be held in one hand appeared in his hand. When Chen Ming injected his mental power into it, a destructive spiritual energy wave appeared in his hand. But when Chen Ming locked this wave of destruction on the heart, the Scarlet Heart also emitted a psychic wave with a destructive aura. Chen Ming subconsciously widened his eyes. The hand holding the core of destruction was trembling slightly. Just a layer of destruction barrier for self-protection, it has already made the surrounding space unstable. The brainwashed psychic next to him evacuated a considerable distance in a very short time, only ensuring that he could observe what happened next, and definitely not getting involved. He really didn't expect that Chen Ming would have this thing in his hand. And Qinming definitely not only has this thing in his hand, he also definitely has the power of destruction. Because this is the price that people who master the Scarlet Power must pay when using the Scarlet Power. The Scarlet Heart has this power, and Qinming must have it too. However, the brainwashed psychic was a little relaxed at this time. It was the existence of this destructive power that made him no longer see the possibility of Qinming winning this battle. Qinming was forced to give up using the destruction core at this time. The destructive power of the heart was far more powerful than the core in his hand. He could only call upon the basic spatial power. He had once again trying to distort the space to cause damage to the Scarlet Heart. But it had no effect. Qinming tried to use his psychic power on the space around the Scarlet Heart, but he could not distort the space at all. The Scarlet Space had long been fixed by the heart's own spatial ability, and any idea of distorting the space could not proceed. Unless it involves other dimensions. Qinming once again closed the rift he had torn between the Scarlet and Phase space. This time, he really intended to fight to the death. Qinming closed his eyes, and abandoned all unnecessary thoughts. Finally, he called upon the Scarlet Power he had mastered and formed a layer of blood-red material shield around him. This time, Qinming's power finally worked and successfully delayed the time he was dragged into the rift by the attraction. The Scarlet Heart also failed to break through this layer of shield. But this is meaningless. It just delays time, and cannot change what is about to happen. Moreover, it seems that it is precisely because Qinming called upon the Scarlet Power this time, that it seems to have made the Scarlet Heart break through a certain power node. The surface of the heart is no longer just a few fine blood vessels, and that crack. Countless black and red lines that look like coagulated blood appeared on the heart. The shape of these lines looks very similar to the lines on the Phase Beast. Qinming quickly stopped using the Scarlet Power. These lines are just lines for Kale at present. But if he continues to use the Scarlet Power, something will definitely happen. Qinming seems to have no other means to use. The brainwashed psychic seemed to have seen Qinming's death. But Qinming still didn't panic and lose his composure. His danger perception psychic power was still alerting him, telling him that there was great danger in the rift. But this danger was not a direct danger of death. Qinming turned his head and glanced at the brainwashed psychic in the distance. He gave up resisting the attractive force. He threw himself into the abyss. Chapter 421 Lost Memories. At the moment of falling into the abyss, instantly, there was only darkness in front of Qinming's eyes. He felt that his consciousness became extremely blurred, as if everything in the world was far away from him. This was a situation that had never happened since his psychic strength level reached level 5, and his mental strength was enough to support him to exist in the Scarlet for a long time. In fact, he was completely unable to resist this situation, because he took the initiative to enter the abyss. He must bear such consequences. And he had to do this. Only in this way, he could find a chance to fight back. But when he thought that this was the ability of the Scarlet Heart that grew up with his ability as a template, he found it a little difficult to understand. After all, he didn't have such power. There was no time to think about anything else. Qinming found that his state of consciousness was getting worse. He was gradually unable to feel his consciousness. It was as if everything that belonged to him was sinking into this abyss. If this state and situation continued, it would not take long for him to lose consciousness. If he completely lost consciousness, there was no need to think about what the result would be. Qinming, knowing that he did not have much time, immediately struggled to wake up. But the action of waking up was extremely difficult. When he mobilized his mental power, it was like mobilizing from glue. And a sticky feeling that was about to solidify was always around him. This made Qinming feel not only difficult, but also painful. He tried his best to use his mental power, but he could only crawl out of the glue a little bit. His mental power was being consumed faster than when he formed the mental shield before. This seemed to be effective. Qinming continued to consume his mental power in the darkness. The dawn of crawling out of the abyss was already in sight. But as Qinming opened his eyes, he found himself suddenly sitting in the cockpit of a dilapidated spaceship. Qinming would never forget this familiar structure in his life. This is his first spaceship. Iron ore. Qinming turned to look out the porthole of the iron ore, and the scene outside was different from what he thought it should be. At this time, it was not pitch black outside the iron ore, but the green and purple vegetation environment of Reimu. Qinming felt that he had woken up, but everything in front of him was telling him the opposite. Either he was dreaming, or his memory was turned out by the Scarlet Heart. Qinming had a clear understanding of his state. Of course, he knew that what he experienced was definitely not a dream he had when he fell asleep on Reimu. That situation was basically certain, especially at this time. Some special clouds appeared in the sky outside the spacecraft. Ning used to not know what the appearance of such clouds on Reimu meant. But now he knows that these clouds indicate that a rainstorm is coming. Ning has a deep impression of this memory, because he has only experienced a rainstorm once on Reimu. He tried to get up and look around, but a feeling of extreme stiffness in his body prevented him from doing so. He had no control over the body sitting on the iron ore, and could only watch himself sitting on the chair, unable to move. Only his eyes could move slightly. Even if he used his mental power, he could not affect anything. At this time, he could not even use his psychic power to control the iron or any metal objects at any level. He seemed not to belong here, but he could clearly feel that he was here. All he could do was watch. After a while, the body in Ming's view suddenly moved. Took a look at yesterday's log. Feed the little stone on the ship. Took care of the crops outside. Took the pistol and the little stone and left the spaceship, going out hunting. This was no different from what happened in Ming's memory, as if he really went back to the past, experiencing the memories of the past in person. This identical scene made Ming somewhat immersed in it. But he also kept reminding himself that all this was fake. The body went out to look for possible traces of prey according to past memories. It squatted on a tree near where the traces were found. Everything was very calm. The body squatted until it began to drizzle. Ming, who was almost drowsy because of the boring hunting process, suddenly woke up. Here it comes. Scarlet Heart must have had some purpose in bringing him to this place. There was no change from what he remembered. The change was probably after this. The rain gradually got heavier. A group of cattle foraging in the river appeared in Ming's perspective. He raised his gun and aimed at the cattle. But at this moment, an unprecedented tingling sensation broke out in Ming's mind. His mind instantly fell into a painful confusion. But then Ming recovered from the confusion. Although this made him feel the pain more clearly, it also allowed him to stay awake. Ming remembered that at this time in the past, the mechanical mind pulse generator left on Reimu did work. But at that time, the mind pulse only affected some animals, and the impact on humans was not that great. This is the change. This is what Scarlet Heart is doing. Ming endured the pain and more clearly perceived the difference between his memory and what was happening at the moment. His body covered his head in pain at this time. The Shaosher in the memory screamed and rolled off Ming's body to the ground, and soon there was no sound. Ming knew that it was just a memory now. He just watched everything that happened indifferently, suppressing the pain in his mind. At this moment, the sound of the river surging and the sound of heavy rain came to his ears. The cattle in the river were in a state of frenzy and rushed towards him. Ming turned around and ran, but was immediately knocked to the ground by the crazy cattle. While rolling on the ground, he clearly saw the scene of the small stone on the ground being crushed by the cattle. Ming's heart tightened. Even if it was just a fake, he definitely didn't want to see this happen. Then, the thick hoof stained with blood and flesh trampled on Ming's body. The pain of being crushed by the bull beast was unreserved, and even more intensely transmitted to Ming's consciousness. This pain was more severe than any physical pain Ming had ever experienced. But Ming had experienced more than just ruamuxing. The real pain he experienced was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than the pain at this moment. Ming became firm almost instantly. But at the moment, when the head of his body was crushed by the bull beast, his eyes blurred. The bull beast, the rainstorm, and the Reimu star were all gone. In front of him was a more familiar place. The Yue underground laboratory. Blood and flesh covered every inch of the passage leading to the laboratory. Ming stood at the end of the passage, in front of the door of the laboratory. This was where he first encountered the distorted heart. When he came here, Ming suddenly forgot what he was doing just now, and he was immediately attracted by the thing in front of him. Several thick flesh tentacles stretched out from the gap of the laboratory door and whipped him. He didn't have time to think about what was going on. His body was whipped to the flesh wall next to him by the tentacles, and he spit out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, Ming also found that he could finally move. Although he was a little confused at this time why he had the feeling of finally. But the most urgent task at the moment was to find a way to avoid these tentacles that seemed to be in his memory. He rolled to avoid the subsequent tentacles that were slapping at him, and habitually called on his spiritual energy while the wall hit by the tentacles was covered with blood. He wanted to use the metal liquid to crush the tentacles that seemed so weak to him, but he failed to do so. There was only a flamethrower in his hand. Ming was stunned, but he still used the flamethrower to deal with several tentacles, as well as the flesh and blood blocking the laboratory. He was just about to stay where he was, and think about what kind of state he was in. But the door of the laboratory suddenly opened completely, and a terrifying suction came from the door, sucking him in. After passing through most of the laboratory's structures, Qin came to the deepest part of the laboratory, and saw the deformed heart in the darkness. The heart began to beat. Qin felt immense pain in his chest again. This pain caused his body to have an uncontrollable instinctive reaction. He curled up on the ground, unable to move. Several blood vessel-like tentacles grew out from his flesh and blood, wrapped around Qin body, and confined him to the spot. Before the body, that had just recovered from the beating of the distorted heart, had time to move, the heart started beating again. Qin felt something crack in his chest, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of turbid blood. The distorted heart beat again. This time, his body spit out a large pool of blood mixed with organ fragments. The body fell completely, but Qin consciousness was still clear. He could clearly feel that his heart was shattered. His body was torn into pieces by the tentacles of the Scarlet Heart, and even the spiritual nerves were pulled out. This pain was more painful than being crushed by the bull beast before. But Qin didn't care about the physical pain at this moment. Again, he had experienced more painful situations than this. He just felt something was wrong. He felt that. He seemed to have forgotten something. Some things that were painful, but after the pain, there was also the joy of surviving a disaster. These things were obviously very recent, but he couldn't remember them. Before he had time to think deeply, Qin eyes blurred again, and he suddenly appeared in Yu Hui's territory. The laboratory that Yu Hui had specially set up for him to conduct research and to restrict him. Qin once again felt a sense of emptiness, as if he had lost something. At the same time, he once again felt the familiar feeling that he was in his memory. This is his memory. This is also his memory. And at this time, the 14th Legion was preparing to rescue him. Yu Hui had his chilling nerve extracted, and then he was suddenly stabbed in the back by his own people, even though he had clearly discussed it with Bai Quan. Now he has to go through it again, and the result will definitely not be good. But to be honest, if Qin did not clearly realize that this was his memory, he might still feel pain because of this situation. But he knew that this was a spiritual space created by the Scarlet Heart. Even though his mind was affected by the dual suffering from the physical and spiritual levels at the same time, he was still repeatedly experiencing the torture brought by death. But this could not completely defeat him. He persisted. What if his mental power was tortured? Although he was in the abyss, he could not clearly perceive what he had lost because of the Scarlet Heart. But he could clearly sense that his consciousness and mental state were weakening. He did not need to consider what he had lost. All he had to do was to be firm in his thoughts. As long as he could find a way to kill the Scarlet Heart, everything would be in the past. Although Qin himself did not have a clear feeling, he was constantly experiencing everything in the past. Experiencing his memories, and losing them again. Starting from the memories, before entering the Scarlet this time, Qin memories are gradually being erased. This is the suppression of the psychic level. This is the ability given to the Scarlet Heart by the Scarlet Power. The Scarlet Heart is worthy of being the most powerful creature in the entire Scarlet Dimension. The closer Qin memories are to the real time, the faster they disappear under the influence of its power. Because these memories have not yet left the deepest impression on Qin. Until the memories related to Scarlet Heart. Scarlet Heart did not touch these memories immediately, because at this moment, Qin has already regarded this memory as a vein for the lost memories in the urban area. Once Scarlet Heart tries to erase this memory, then Qin will inevitably be stimulated to take back everything he has lost from it. So Scarlet Heart did not continue to do so, but began to slowly clear the memories of the past. Although those memories are forgotten in the superficial memory, they actually constitute a person's basic worldview and cognition. Qin had a very clear understanding of himself. The disappearance of these memories would cause some changes in his personality. It was these changes that made Qin realize what happened for a moment. Qin finally realized what happened. His mental power immediately protected himself, but he could not stop this from happening. The power of the Scarlet Heart was almost the same as his. When facing the Scarlet Heart with stronger psychic power, the power of the same origin almost became the last straw that broke his back. Qin felt unwilling and painful. He wanted to ask a question. Why? Why did he struggle all the way to get the power he has today? And Scarlet Heart could rely on him to build from nothing, and even be stronger than him? Qin's memory was becoming more and more blurred. But his obsession became clearer. At this moment, Qin felt that his body seemed to have changed. He turned into Scarlet Heart. But not the one he was facing. It was a scarlet heart that was only the size of a normal human heart. Weak and helpless. Just like what the brainwashed psychic said, when someone masters the scarlet power. A scarlet life that resonates with the human who masters the scarlet power will be born in the scarlet. And because of this situation, there are more than one scarlet life. At this time, Qinming became the scarlet heart, and became a small one among the countless scarlet hearts floating in the scarlet. The countless scarlet hearts are not friendly. When a certain time point arrives, all the scarlet hearts begin to fight each other. Countless scarlet hearts grew countless twisted organs, constantly biting and devouring other hearts. Of course, including Qinming's. Qinming's scarlet heart was devoured after only 3 minutes in Qinming's body. But it was not completely dead. Even though it was devoured, only a trace of consciousness remained, but it relied on this trace of consciousness to regain the body of the scarlet heart, and continue to devour everything with its new and more powerful body. When Qinming used the scarlet power, the scarlet was also using Qinming's power. Divide Qinming's power equally to every existing scarlet heart. Let the scarlet hearts devour each other and evolve until the most powerful one. Once the number of scarlet hearts devouring each other is insufficient, then the scarlet dimension will continue to use Qinming's power to create more and more powerful scarlet hearts, and continue the fight. Scarlet hearts do not have a very obvious consciousness similar to that of humans, and they do not feel pain because of such slaughter. It is just that Qinming's unwillingness, which seems to have given the scarlet hearts the possibility of breaking through Qinming's defenses. That's why it stuffed this memory into Qinming's brain. Qinming's consciousness was following the scarlet heart to experience everything in the scarlet. He was suffering everything that the scarlet heart had suffered. These extremely cruel scenes were nothing to the creatures in the scarlet. But for the creatures in the scarlet, such pain was absolutely unbearable. This was truly more painful than what Qinming had experienced. And in this process, Qinming's memory was no longer simply disappearing. The scarlet heart's memory was replacing Qinming's memory. The scarlet heart was assimilating him. And he seemed to be unable to do anything, and could only watch it all happen. His memory was being replaced again, and his personality was being erased. Qinming could feel that he was close to death. The sense of danger in his mind was still insisting on stinging his consciousness. Qinming was aware of his situation, and he was thinking whether he had really fallen into a situation where he was completely powerless to resist. Just before he really made this judgment. In his consciousness, all memories after March 12, 5601 AD were completely erased. Only the memory related to the scarlet heart was left, and the instinct for survival that Qinming had forced himself to engrave. Qinming's instinct was not triggered here. Because when those memories disappeared, Qinming's cognition was completely split. This split gave his mental power almost infinite stimulation. Because he lost all his memories after he came to this world. March 12, 5601 AD was the day when he really came to this world. He was a time traveler. Qinming's consciousness was stimulated to the extreme by these 5 words at this moment, and his consciousness was instantly clear. All memories were restored at this moment. He wanted to open his eyes, but found that his consciousness was rooted in this abyss. He immediately separated a small piece of self-consciousness, and directly abandoned it, as bait. Just like what the brainwashed psychic did before. He used this small piece of consciousness as bait to guide the scarlet heart to devour and assimilate. In this way, the most important part of his consciousness escaped from this abyss. Qinming opened his eyes instantly. He found that he was floating in the abyss of the heart crack. The abyss on the heart was not completely dark. Countless blood-colored crystals were distributed on the edge to illuminate this abyss. At this moment, the flesh and blood tissue extending from the heart was wrapping him inside. It made him look like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, or like prey trapped in a spider's web. Some of the flesh and blood of the scarlet heart had already assimilated into his consciousness. But it was still in time. Qinming's mental power became active again. His consciousness tore through the flesh and blood that wrapped around him. Some of the flesh and blood connected to the consciousness entered Qinming's consciousness. But Qinming did not stop it. Instead, the power of Scarlet Heart surged even more fiercely from his body. The Scarlet Dimension is said to be the home of the Scarlet creatures. But doesn't he also control the Scarlet power? This should also be his home, and it must be his home. Qinming suddenly felt something in his heart, as if he was saying to the Scarlet Heart, or to himself, "You are just a copy of my power. I am the real Qinming. I am the real Scarlet." Chapter 422 Scarlet Mechanical Heart. Qinming put aside his worries about using the Scarlet power, making the Scarlet Heart stronger. His Scarlet power was constantly flowing out of his consciousness, forming circles of blood-red blood rings around him, completely blocking the scarlet power of the Scarlet Heart. And as he did so, the surface of the Scarlet Heart was also showing more obvious patterns similar to those on the skin of the phase behemoth. A special spatial force was emerging on the Scarlet Heart. As a scarlet creature, it really has some power belonging to the phase. This is very terrifying, because once it really has this power, it can tear the space dimension like Qinming did before, enter the phase space, and completely erode the phase. Humanity will lose the refuge of the phase space, and the Scarlet will rely on the phase to enter the normal universe. Even if it is a weak scarlet creature, the impact and consequences of invading the normal universe are immeasurable. Because this not only means a living creature, it also means that the channel has been opened, and an endless stream of scarlet will invade the normal universe. Humanity can only gamble on the tiny possibility that a powerful psychic will not be killed by the scarlet matter after entering the scarlet dimension, and the possibility that he will master the scarlet power after surviving. We also have to gamble on the possibility that the psychic who enters the scarlet dimension will successfully master the scarlet power, and that his brain has not been filled with scarlet matter and driven crazy. Finally, we have to bet on the possibility that the scarlet power possessed by this psychic is enough to deal with the scarlet invasion crisis. Is this really possible? No one knows, but when necessary, even if the probability of this happening is very small, this is always a path that humans can choose when facing the scarlet. But when the Scarlet Heart, the most powerful creature in the scarlet dimension, enters the normal universe, this probability will be completely wiped out. No one has the power to kill the Scarlet Heart, to stop it from leading the scarlet creatures to invade, except Qinming himself. So he would never let Scarlet Heart truly realize the ability to master the phase space. Scarlet Heart must die here. Qinming floated in the crack of Scarlet Heart, completely got rid of the control of Scarlet Heart. Scarlet power was gathering in his hands, at the moment when it gathered to its peak. A mechanical arm with flesh and blood and mechanical properties appeared on Qinming's arm, which was formed by the fusion of metal liquid and scarlet power. And beside him, a larger half-flesh and half-mechanical arm also emerged from the void. With scarlet bloodlight, he swung at the inner wall of the Scarlet Heart, and punched the blood-colored crystals that illuminated the abyss. Two similar, but fundamentally different scarlet powers collided in the cracks of the Scarlet Heart. A sticky and heavy scarlet breath exploded at the location where the scarlet powers collided, and the cracks that were originally illuminated by the blood-colored crystals were completely hidden in the blood mist. This blood mist affected Qinming and the Scarlet Heart at the same time. It made the surface of Qinming's consciousness grow various thick and thin cardiac muscle tissues in a disorderly manner. On the inner wall of the Scarlet Heart, countless strange mechanical structures grew out of thin air between those blood-colored crystals. They were inserted into the muscle tissue of the Scarlet Heart, and moved in a completely incomprehensible but functional way. They kept tearing up the nearby flesh and blood tissues, and replaced them with the flesh and blood squeezed out of these machines. Qinming's scarlet was different from the scarlet dimension and the Scarlet Heart. His scarlet was mechanical scarlet, which was the external manifestation of his scarlet power, and it was exerted on the Scarlet Heart. That's it. Qinming tore off a few muscle tissues growing on his body, his eyes fixed on the mechanical structures. So far, among all the abilities he has mastered, only one ability, Scarlet Heart, has not been replicated. That is his mechanical ability. Pure machinery can hurt Scarlet, but cannot defeat Scarlet. But when this machinery is not pure machinery, but Scarlet machinery, it has the power to destroy Scarlet Heart. Just as more and more mechanical structures appeared in the blood mist inside Scarlet Heart, constantly assimilating those myocardial tissues, a destructive spiritual energy wave suddenly appeared on the surface of the Scarlet Heart, to remove the scarlet mechanical flesh and blood belonging to Qinming. How could Qinming give him such an opportunity? The genuine destruction core appeared in his other hand. His mental power continued to enter the destruction core, continuously releasing the power of destruction, offsetting the destructive power belonging to the Scarlet Heart. Qinming had already closed the rift leading to the phase space of the scarlet dimension at this time. Normally his mental power consumption should be very serious. But at this moment, he could feel that the scarlet dimension was helping him transform the power of the scarlet dimension itself into new power that could supply him with power, maintaining and even raising his state to the point where he could fight the Scarlet Heart head-on. This is really. When Qinming was affected by the Scarlet Heart, he also acquired the Scarlet Heart's memory. He immediately realized what was going on. It was obvious that the scarlet dimension also regarded him as a Scarlet Heart. What is happening now is that two of the most common scarlet creatures of the same kind in the scarlet dimension are fighting each other. The scarlet creatures that survive are the creatures that the scarlet dimension needs. Of course, it is also possible that this is just a property of the scarlet dimension itself. But in short, the scarlet dimension believes that the scarlet heart needs to go through another life and death battle. So he chose to raise Qinming, who was weaker in terms of intuitive strength, to the same level as the scarlet heart. Qinming has lost all the disadvantages before using the scarlet power, when the scarlet heart had not yet completely mastered the power of the phase, and was completely powerless to resist the machines growing between its flesh and blood. The scarlet heart's fate was already doomed. Countless machines were operating between its flesh and blood. They tore the scarlet heart apart, devouring its flesh and blood. The flesh and blood produced by these mechanical structures filled the gaps torn on the scarlet heart. The scarlet heart was struggling, resisting desperately. But Qinming had all the power that the scarlet heart possessed. When it was at the same level as Qinming, Qinming's proficiency in controlling power was completely incomparable to the scarlet heart. Gradually, the scarlet heart was completely assimilated. Its beating gradually subsided, and the wing-like blood vessels extending from the back of the heart no longer sprayed blood. It became a scarlet mechanical heart that was half mechanized and half flesh and blood. It was no longer a scarlet creature. It had become a derivative of the power controlled by Qinming. At the moment when the scarlet heart completely lost its own life, the power given to Qinming by the scarlet dimension dissipated. At the same time, he also felt a spiritual connection between him and this huge half-flesh and half-machine heart. It was similar to the connection with the Queen of Insects, but the object of the connection had no self-awareness at all. It was just a symbol of Qinming's power in the scarlet dimension. It allowed Qinming to master a stronger scarlet power, and his mastery of power reached a new level. At the same time, it will not affect the purity of his own power at all. Qinming did not stop there. Under the influence of his psychic power, the chaotic mechanical structures on the scarlet heart gradually connected with each other, began to replace the scarlet heart, and put the body of the scarlet heart back into operation. And when the mechanized structure almost spread throughout the scarlet heart, the previous scarlet heart became a thing of the past. At this time, Qinming had completely adapted to the environment of the scarlet dimension after possessing this heart. Not only did all the effects of the scarlet dimension no longer work on him, he could even suppress the characteristics of the scarlet dimension itself. He could now completely seal the spatial rift between the scarlet dimension and the phase, and even the normal universe, leaving no hole that could be torn open. The dimensional invasion of the scarlet dimension could already be stopped by him alone. The dimensional infection was just a minor sequelae. Qinming was ready to deal with these things, but before that, he left the crack of the scarlet mechanical heart, came to the outside of the heart, and began to look for the figure of the brainwashed psychic. However, he was nowhere to be seen. He had already run away after noticing the changes in the scarlet heart. What a bastard. Qinming also realized something about the brainwashed psychic at this time. That is, the brainwashed psychic was lying to him again. Actually, it can't be considered a lie, because the brainwashed psychic was telling the truth. That is, using the scarlet power will indeed make the corresponding monsters in the scarlet dimension become more powerful. But the person who controls the scarlet power he controls is also the best way to kill scarlet creatures. Because the rules of the scarlet dimension are there. As long as he can withstand the power of the scarlet dimension, then after accepting this power, relying on his familiarity with his own power, killing the corresponding scarlet creature is definitely not a problem. The brainwashed psychic probably used the scarlet power when facing his scarlet brain, but gave up using this power after noticing that the scarlet brain became stronger. Eventually, he became half human and half ghost. But later, he merged with the scarlet brain and was in a half-dead state. He would definitely know what kind of power would be best to deal with the scarlet creatures. He specifically mentioned this, but he didn't say the more important sentence. This made Qinming subconsciously ignore the use of the scarlet power as a targeted attack method. Only after most of his abilities were ineffective did he try to use the scarlet power to protect himself. As a result, he was forced to actively throw himself into the rift, learn about the memories of the scarlet heart, and the real means to deal with the scarlet creatures. It is really fatal to tell half the truth. Qinming took a look at the last location of the brainwashed psychic, and temporarily gave up looking for him. It is more difficult to find someone in the scarlet dimension than to find a needle in a haystack. Anyway, he is not in a hurry, because he has something more important to do. A scarlet star map suddenly appeared in front of Qinming. This is the information that the brainwashed psychic gave him before. Although the brainwashed psychic deliberately said half a sentence to trick him, He did tell the truth all the time. There is a great possibility that the survivors are in the area he circled. He wants to see where the survivors can hide. Qin tore open the space crack, and the scarlet matter seemed to stay in the scarlet dimension very obediently at this moment, and did not offend the phase space at all. But in fact, these scarlet matter were struggling frantically, trying to break away from Qin restrictions and invade the phase space. Once Qin relaxes his supervision, these scarlet substances will still do what they like best. But it doesn't matter. As long as Qin is still there, this situation will not happen. No matter what the process is. As long as the result is good, it is enough. Qin stepped out of the scarlet rift, picked up the body he had just lost, and returned to the normal universe again. However, the scarlet aura on his body still did not dissipate, and the visible blood-red color was entangled around him. The psychic minister who was waiting anxiously on the spot saw the space rift suddenly open, and the scarlet light came out from it, and his heart almost jumped out. Seeing that it was Qin who came out, he was relieved. "You're back. Are you okay?" Qin waved his hand to signal the psychic minister not to get too close to him. At the same time, he released a circle of scarlet to wrap the cabin they were in. The brainwashed psychic had said before that the survivors were afraid of scarlet. Then it should be no problem to use the scarlet substance to isolate the surrounding environment. However, Qin always felt that the brainwashed psychic had hidden another half-sentence, so he did not completely believe him. Regardless of the distance, he would not say anything that he shouldn't. "It's okay. I just used some other abilities to restrain my power. It will recover in a while." "That's good." Seeing that Qin was fine, the minister was relieved and asked, "What are your plans next?" Plan? Qin had already thought of a plan. This was not only because the brainwashed psychic was telling the truth. It was also because he could not restrain his power. The colors of the blood rings around him were becoming increasingly darker, and their number was also growing uncontrollably. After he destroyed the Scarlet Heart and seized its power, this power was restricted in the Scarlet Heart and would not be released at will. But after leaving the Scarlet Heart, the huge spiritual power that the Scarlet Heart brought to Qin when it died still lingered around Qin, becoming part of Qin's power. Qin's current psychic power foundation has always been stuck at the level of a level 5 psychic, and there is an upper limit to the power he can control. This has caused him to be in a state of being full. These scarlet powers outside cannot be restrained at all. If not dealt with in time, this power will soon explode completely. He needs a place to consume these excess powers. The survivors are the best targets. Minister Luo, why don't you go back first? Or I can send you to the urban planet? My super body here is a little useful. Chapter 423 Desperate Situation. Qin's highly suggestive words made the Minister of Psychic Energy guess what Qin was going to do. He also realized that the survivors might also guess what Qin meant. However, he took another look at the scarlet power around him that reflected the cabin red, and asked, how many times will the time acceleration of the super body be accelerated? Qin thought for a while, and said, at least 1,200 times or more. 3 seconds equals 1 hour. The Minister of Psychic Energy calculated, this 1 minute on board is equivalent to almost a day. Qin looked like he was going to do something. It would take at least 2 or 3 hours to finish the trip. Although time acceleration was normal for his body, it was better to avoid doing things that would shorten his life by 2 months. Let me go! Okay. Qin decisively made a shuttle and handed it to the minister, leaving him above the city planet. After that, whether he continued to look around on the ruined city planet or went to other places, it was all up to him. Qin himself did not waste any more time, and immediately made the super body move. A white and red track with a dangerous atmosphere was left above the city planet, leading to other star systems. Qin opened the star map program on the spacecraft halfway, and at the same time, he also had a scarlet star map at hand. One was recorded by himself, and the other was the star map given by the brainwashed psychic. Because there were certain errors in the details of the star map given by the brainwashed psychic, it was necessary to compare it with the normal star map for reference. After all, he was not a professional in star mapping, and it was normal to have some small mistakes. The important thing was the range he gave. As long as there was no problem with this range, everything would be fine. Qin quickly redrew a circle on the star map where the survivors might exist. However, he still could not see what influenced this range. At most, he could see that the center of this range was the galaxy where he discovered the city planet. If this was true, it would mean that something in this galaxy might be affecting the survivors. That's why they stayed here and couldn't leave. This galaxy was marked in the basement of the Shining Civilization Memorial. So the survivors should be related to the survivors of the Shining Civilization that built the cultural memorial. But no. With doubts and questions, Qinming decided to look for the survivors first. After all, the galaxies are there and won't run away. But once the survivors react, they can use the previous escape method to escape freely between the many galaxies within this range. It is even possible that they don't even need to travel between galaxies. They can just find a corner where there are no stars, and no one will notice them. Speed is what he must pursue now. So Qinming quickly planned a trajectory on the star map that can cover all the galaxies within the range of the star map. The rest is to set up the automatic driving system and slow down slightly when passing each galaxy, so that he has time to cover the entire galaxy with his mental power. To search for traces of the survivor space station. Under the psychic effect of the super body to accelerate time, time is the thing that Qinming lacks the least now. However, Qinming still remembers the situation when he found the survivor space station before. He had already driven the super body fast enough at that time, but still failed to catch the space station that suddenly disappeared. This time Qinming will learn from the previous lessons and use a faster speed. To achieve a faster speed, Qinming does not need any key breakthrough in the core technology of time flow. What he had to do was very simple, which was to use the most basic ability of his psychic power to overload the operating time core and achieve the effect of overclocking, so as to obtain a faster speed. The faster the time flow rate, the more time consumption will be intensified. But Qinming has no shortage of time. At the same time, overclocking will make the time core unstable, and it may be damaged. Then this is even less of a problem. Qinming's psychic power is least afraid of equipment damage, especially this kind of damage without missing materials. As long as there is no shortage of materials, he only consumes pure mental power to repair things, and there is no need for any materials. He now has so much mental power that he is about to dye the super body red, and mental power is also not a problem at all. So much so that Qinming even plans to actively leave some mental power on every planet he passes by in the future, to maintain his monitoring of the situation in the galaxy. There is no need to monitor the galaxy very accurately, just to roughly understand whether there are any extra space stations in the galaxy. The space station of the survivors looked special. If he ran away again this time, the mental power left behind could help him avoid going back. On the way to the galaxy, that was the starting point of the investigation. Qinming had already gradually increased the original acceleration of about 1,200 times to 3,000 times. And this number was still rising wildly, finally set at 6,367 times. This was not Qinming's limit. This was the limit of the core of the time flow. When the time core is overloaded to this extent, its own structure is almost on the verge of collapse at any time. It is supported purely by Qinming's spiritual energy. If the overload level is higher, the structure of the time core will be completely unsustainable. Even if Qinming's spiritual energy is there to repair it all the time, it cannot guarantee stability. It will just break directly, and it cannot maintain its operating state at all. Even if spiritual energy is used to repair it, it will only repair it from a completely damaged state, not from a state close to damage, and it needs to be restarted. If it is restarted, the effect will not be good. Therefore, the acceleration of the time core can basically only be maintained at this rate, which is at least 5 times lower than the basic time acceleration effect. This speed should be enough to catch up with the speed at which the survivor space station disappears. However, this speed also has disadvantages. That is, Qinming needs to keep his full attention on the surrounding cosmic environment where the superbody passes, to confirm what kind of things exist in the cosmic environment. Although Qinming's own consciousness was also accelerated, his mental power released outside the spacecraft was not. At most, there would be a certain amount of acceleration effect left when leaving the hull, but this effect was not lasting and unstable. Therefore, he needed to control the scope of his mental power as much as possible to ensure monitoring of the surrounding cosmic environment. Moreover, Qinming also felt a stronger sense of consciousness separation than before, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, this sense of separation could not cause any actual impact on him now. After all, if we have to talk about the sense of separation, then the sense of separation between him and the scarlet mechanical heart is the strongest. Didn't he also bear it and support it, and completely control it? The super body accelerated to the extreme under the extreme overload of the time flow core. It can almost be said that Qinming had arrived at the target galaxy just after he set off from the urban planet. Then, Ming unexpectedly discovered that there was a space station in an empty area outside the galaxy where he took as the starting point. Its style is exactly the same as the one Ming saw before. Ming really didn't expect his luck to be so good. The first target was successfully locked on the survivors. The information given by the brainwashed psychic was correct, otherwise the survivors would not have to be restricted to this area. Although he likes to say half of the story, the words said by the brainwashed psychic are indeed true. Now this situation is the benefit that Ming has gained by actively listening to the garbage talk of the brainwashed psychic. This can be regarded as the result of Ming making a decision that slightly changed his thinking. Because the starting point he chose was not the galaxy near the galaxy of the city planet where he started, but the galaxy farthest from the city planet galaxy. That is, the galaxy at the edge of the range drawn by the brainwashed psychic. Because he felt that any intelligent creature would have a habit when avoiding danger, that is, the more hidden the better, the farther the better. The hidden places in the cosmic environment are of course those empty areas without stars shining, and without various stars as the surface. The actual distance is also very easy to achieve. Most people probably wouldn't think that Ming would ignore the nearby galaxies, or even not even look at them, and just go straight to the galaxy farthest from the city planet galaxy. So Ming used reverse thinking to consider where the survivors might be hiding, and tried it. The result is now. Ming just happened to choose the right direction on the entire sphere of the three-dimensional space station in the universe, and found the survivors' space station very smoothly. And the survivors might not even have time to react. Ming rushed towards the space station under the thousands of times time acceleration. Ming considered crashing into it directly. His psychic power could completely repair the damaged super body. But he couldn't do that. Because the actual speed of the super body in the normal universe is 99% of the speed of light. This is the degree to which Ming accelerated the super body to ensure that the super body can exert its maximum speed. It is not that the super body previously maintained a speed that would not affect its own mass too much in order to ensure its combat effectiveness. At this speed, the mass void effect has already taken effect, and the actual impact effect will not be very good. So Ming had to choose another less direct, but equally violent method. At this time, the super body had been dyed blood red by Ming's overflowing scarlet power, and it pounced on the space station like a real scarlet creature invading the normal universe. This time Ming no longer needed to hold back, and all he had to do was to completely destroy the survivors. Just before Ming launched an attack on the survivors' space station, the survivors' space station, which had not been quiet for long, became lively again. The survivors gathered together again, but this time it was not Nano who did it. It was Zhou Bo who did it. Ever since Ming picked up the survivor communicator and Nano took the initiative to contact Ming, the survivors have basically been losing something, rather than gaining something. As a leader, Nano knew that the times had changed. The Shining Civilization had been destroyed for many years, and it was no longer possible to do things according to the previous ideas. So all he did was to test the outside world while ensuring safety. Even if the target of the test was the human empire, whose own technological level was far behind theirs, he did not dare to take the initiative to infiltrate the empire. Because there was still Ming guarding the entrance and exit of the wormhole, and there were more unknown powerful psychics in the empire. Many survivors had already expressed their opinions on his style of doing things. They thought Nano was weak. But Nano did not explain too much. He just did what he should do, and continued to lead the survivors with his past prestige. He tested the empire little by little, tested Ming. Until later, Ming, who was already extremely powerful, continued to show more powerful strength. He knew that Ming was the real danger before them. So his decision was to actively abandon everything, give up unnecessary fantasies, just to make his own people alert and hide, waiting for the opportunity to come. However, it was precisely because of his decision that all the Leviathans controlled by the survivors died. They lost all the cutting-edge combat power they currently had, and also lost their initiative. Nano even planned to let the survivors hide directly beside the queen, which was extremely weak in the eyes of other survivors. The previous actions had already made the survivors dissatisfied. Now the anger brought by what just happened broke out again under the leadership of Zhou Bo. They must let Nano give an explanation. Nano did not respond directly. He chose to remain silent, although he was angry and puzzled in his heart. In the end, all that was left was a sigh. If the other survivors don't trust him, and he can't do it, then let others try. In the dark space station, the hand with a gleaming metallic luster was raised from the control center of the space station, which symbolized the power of the survivors. Just when he was about to speak his mind, A red shadow appeared near the space station. A threatening force, with a terrifying aura, has enveloped the space station. Before the survivors could react, the space stations around their space station collapsed completely. The rift from the normal universe to the scarlet dimension opened here, forming a ring of space that completely enveloped the space station and isolated everything. A huge half-mechanical, half-flesh figure was reflected in the entire rift, even without the existence of a medium. The survivors on the space station seemed to hear a heavy heartbeat across the vacuum of the universe at this moment. At this time, Nano's hand had just been raised, and Joe Bo's hand had already pressed it impatiently. But Joe Bo's hand had not yet fully pressed on the main control center. The originally pitch-black interior of the space station was now lit up by the cosmic environment and the scarlet dimension. The entire space station was torn apart from 1/3 of the space station by Qinming's scarlet power, exposing the core of the space station. The scarlet matter that tore the space station directly swallowed up that 1/3 of the space station. The scarlet and the machinery instantly swallowed and assimilated these structures, leaving no trace. The only thing Joe Bo had left on the space station was the hand that had just pressed on the main control center. Chapter 424 Escape. 1/3 of the space station was torn apart and assimilated. The interwoven structure of flesh and blood and machinery was still frantically corroding the remaining half of the space station. The light outside the space station reflected the appearance of the nanos inside the space station. As the main species of the shining civilization, the nanos have almost the same biological structure as humans, except that the facial structure is slightly different. But at the level of individual differences in species, there is no obvious difference between them and humans. But this is just the rough appearance that Qinming saw. Their specific appearance is still different from that of humans. The whole body of the nanobody is shining with pure metallic luster. There is no hair or clothes covering it, nor any organs indicating gender. There are only muscle lines that show the beauty of the human body, like ancient Greek sculptures. This is certainly not a natural body, and those muscle lines are not real muscle lines. As for what it is specifically, Qinming has already guessed, and there should be an answer soon. Nano immediately pulled Joe Bo's hand off the control center, threw it aside, and regained control of the space station. Joe Bo's hand fell on the space station, and a clear metal collision sound was emitted along the internal structure of the space station. Other than that, the space station was silent, even though the outside was a scarlet color that could drive people crazy at a glance. The survivors did not seem to communicate too much, at least not in Qinming's eyes. Of course, this was just an appearance. Nano's ears were still filled with the panicked cries of the survivors, and they called his name as if they had grasped the only lifeline. For a moment, Nano's mind flashed the idea of giving up and letting Scarlet completely devour the space station. But he didn't do it in the end, even though the other survivors were still doubting him and didn't trust him just a few seconds ago. But his identity, his responsibilities, made it impossible for him to make such a decision. He wanted to activate the escape function of the space station, let the space station escape like the last time Qinming found it. But Qinming, who was on the super body, could clearly see any changes on the space station by relying on the acceleration of the time flow core. Before Nano made any move, he had quietly entered the space station and relied on the residual acceleration effect when the time flow core effect was removed, and punched through his chest with a scarlet punch. He did not feel the feeling of piercing through the body of a living being. Along with Qinming's hand, some fine iron sand came out. Qinming's voice passed through his arm and into Nano's body. Nano. As expected, Nano looked down at the ground of the space station. The iron sand that had just been blown out by a punch had all turned into a structure interwoven with flesh and machinery. And his body was also undergoing such changes. He reluctantly turned his head and looked at the tall figure wrapped in biological armor behind him and asked, "Qinming? Are you surprised? When you contacted me, you should have thought of today. I thought about it, and I tried to change it. But the result was not ideal." Nano, who was strung on Qinming's arm like a string of candied haws, suddenly turned into a pool of iron sand and escaped from Qinming's restraint. He discarded the part of the nano machine that was affected by Qinming's scarlet, and recondensed into the original human form. Psychic fluctuations emerged, and lines like nerves appeared on the surface of his metallic skin. The speed of the nano machine suddenly increased. It almost disappeared completely from Qinming's vision. Only mental perception could catch up with his speed. Accelerate psychic energy? As soon as Qinming finished speaking, he felt that the temperature around him was rising rapidly. Although he was in a vacuum, There was almost no medium to absorb heat. But the temperature rose a lot abruptly. Obviously, this is the effect of Nano's psychic energy. His psychic energy accelerated the examples around Qinming, causing entropy increase. However, Qinming has seen many means of entropy increase. The best way to deal with the entropy increase caused by simply accelerating particles is to take 2 steps to the side. When the accelerated particles change their positions drastically, they will lose a lot of speed. Even if you don't move, this level of heat can't cause effective damage to Qinming. So Qinming didn't care about Nano's attack at all. What he was doing was trying to lock Nano's position. No matter how fast Nano was, it would still be limited by the surrounding terrain and environmental conditions. When Qinming locked Nano, and predicted the next time Nano approached the surrounding terrain wall, Qinming moved. A simple and unpretentious punch with a scarlet breath hit Nano's face. The metal head exploded instantly, and exploded into debris on the ground. These debris were quickly incubated by the scarlet, and even Nano's body showed signs of scarlet corruption. However, Nano was not fatally affected by this. He cleared the scarlet corruption on his body, and made a slightly dull sound. You didn't use the time flow core technology. Why not? The sound spread along the floor under his feet. Qinming, as a psychic, easily heard the sound. The reason why he didn't use the time flow core was, of course, because the time flow core was too large. The diameter of the time flow core is 3 meters. Although it is not big compared to the super body, it is not something that Qinming can easily bring out. However, Qinming did not reply. If he was talking to the brainwashed psychic, he might be in the mood to argue with him. But he was too lazy to talk nonsense with the survivor's Nano. He continued to follow up at the moment when Nano tried to distance himself from him, and hit Nano's body with another punch. This punch directly shattered Nano's body, and a large piece of scarlet matter exploded from Nano's body. But Nano was still not completely dead. His 4 remaining broken limbs suddenly broke into nanorobots like iron sand, and escaped through the gap in the space station that had just been torn. Qinming immediately followed, and saw that the nanorobots that made up Nano had completely dispersed at this time, no longer forming a human form, and just floating in the space environment. It looked like he had really given up on escaping. But at this time, the situation outside the space station had obviously become worse than before. The scarlet was expanding crazily, and the crack leading to the normal universe was constantly widening. Although the scarlet matter in the direction of the outer side of the spherical crack that surrounded the space station was all controlled by the scarlet mechanical heart, but Qinming did not make any restrictions on the inside of the spherical crack. The scarlet would soon completely engulf the space station. Even if Nano wanted to escape, there was no way to escape. Nano suddenly seemed to realize this, and suddenly gathered together again. He looked at Qinming. His expression was neither sad nor happy. Just when Qinming thought that Nano had some tricks up his sleeve, he suddenly raised his hands, as if he had given up resistance. Qinming was about to punch Nano again to see what he was going to do. He found that the space station behind him suddenly began to change like the last time he came here. The entire space station was disappearing like dust, and was about to leave the area that had been sealed by the Scarlet Rift. Nano was just luring Qinming to leave the space station, so that the other survivors could control the space station and escape. For example, the remaining hand that Qinming just saw should still have self-awareness. As long as the nanorobots on the survivors are not all dead, there is a possibility of recovery. It should be that hand that controlled the space station to activate the escape device and performed a space transfer. Qinming did not go back to stop it, because he knew that he could not stop this process once it started. But this time, the inability to stop was different from the last time. Last time, Qinming didn't have time to stop them. This time, Qinming took the initiative to not restrict the space station and let them escape. In this way, he could feel the whole process more clearly. Then, he discovered the secret of the survivors' escape. They did use space-type technology, but the space they escaped from was not any known space dimension, but an independent, small dimension. An artificial dimension used by the Shining Civilization itself, isolating any people and spacecraft that were not allowed by the dimension. No wonder Qinming couldn't track any traces before. His psychic fluctuations were not recorded by this dimension. The power of the Scarlet Dimension is best at invading other dimensions. But Qinming was not in a hurry to do so, because there was still a Nano left in front of him. When Qinming looked at him, he released some harmless-looking nanorobots in the direction of Qinming, signaling Qinming to receive them. Nano definitely couldn't escape, but the remaining hand that Qinming saw before could survive. so it was entirely possible that Nano left a backup of his body on the space station, and it could be restored to its original state with those backups. So Qinming did not take action directly, and accepted these nanorobots. This pile of nanorobots immediately formed a mechanical sound organ, which conveyed Nano's words, "You failed." At this time, Qinming did not mind chatting with Nano, and asked back, "How do you know I failed? Our space station escaped from here, and everyone realized your strength, and will no longer have any contact or conflict with you. As long as we can survive, you have failed." "Maybe?" Qinming did not comment. "So your role is to act as bait? You should be the leader of the survivors, right?" "Once." "How long ago?" "If you use your human time?" 3 minutes ago." Qinming was silent. But Nano obviously had something to say. Obviously, he couldn't say what he wanted to say to his own kind, so he could only say it to Qinming, his enemy. Their vision is bound by the past. It's too narrow. They can't see your strength. I saw it, so I made a lot of preparations. But no one else can understand these preparations, and I have to bear the consequences of the direct losses myself. Qinming thought about it and asked, "It seems that most of you survivors don't take me seriously. So you want to use Leviathan to test me. No matter what the result is, it will be good for you, right?" "Yes. If you are killed by those guardians, it will be the best outcome for us survivors as a whole. If you kill those guardians, it will be the best outcome for me. On the contrary, it will be more troublesome for you and the guardians to be deadlocked there, because I can't be sure whether you are acting or you are really that strong. The backlash of my decision may be more serious. The other survivors will definitely want to attack you when the guardian attacks you. If you pretend to be evenly matched, then our ending will definitely not be good. Fortunately, you acted decisively, you do have great power. But I feel like I have seen some deviations. You are very strong, but not as strong as I imagined." Qinming asked back, "How strong do you think I am?" "It means that as long as you are given the opportunity to get close to us, we will never have the possibility of turning over." Qinming smiled subconsciously when he heard this. Nano is really a smart shining civilization person. He really deduced the effect of Qinming's psychic power when he restricted his power in all aspects, and kept testing it. Unfortunately, he still couldn't stick to his idea in the end. "If you ask me, your vision is just a little higher than your peers, and you are also limited by the glory of the past. What gave you the illusion that I can't do what you said? What gave you the confidence that you, the survivors, could escape from my hands as a mechanical life?" Nano didn't believe Qinming's words at this time and said, "Then why didn't you control the space station just now?" Qinming did not answer this question. The reason why he didn't directly control the space station was very simple. That is, his means of control were still limited. As long as the space station was divided into several different modular structures, there was no direct connection between them, and his psychic power could not fully control the space station. Without being able to ensure 100% control of the space station, he would not gamble on whether the survivors would have any means of self-destruction. And when our space station enters the independent dimension, all unmarked things will be left behind. Even microorganisms are the same. Your psychic control of things will also be left behind. You can no longer keep up with the space station. They will hide until the day they can fight back." Qinming smiled. The scarlet rift around him had gradually closed after escaping from the space station. But the scarlet power on his body continued to grow stronger. No dimension could escape the invasion of scarlet. Suddenly, a faint psychic wave appeared on his hand, almost imperceptible. Then, the small group of nanorobots used for sound that Nano personally controlled with stable mental power lost control at this moment. Just a little contact of psychic wave completely took away the control of this part of the nanorobot belonging to Nano. A visible change of expression appeared on Nano's metal face. He turned around and wanted to escape, and wanted to use the antimatter technology in his own nanomechanical structure to annihilate himself. But Qinming's hand had already touched his body. Chapter 425 Queen's Hand. 1 minute later. The galaxy where the city planet was previously located. Near the star in the galaxy, there is an asteroid that is not even a planet, and sits on the same table as Pluto. Next to this asteroid, a large amount of sand-like objects suddenly emerged from the void, and quickly gathered together, forming a space station that has lost more than half of its structure, but seems to have barely repaired the gap. And inside the space station, Jobo and Nano, 2 nanorobots, are standing together in the main control room of the space station that was torn apart by Qinming's scarlet power. The Nano here is just as Qinming guessed before, It is a part of the nano left before leaving the space station, or even earlier, and it has recovered after self-repair. Although it seems that there are only 2 of them, all the survivors throughout the space station are watching this scene in the main control room. When the space station completely left the dimension built by the shining civilization, Nano was the first to speak, confirm that part of my body has completely lost contact. The last news is that Qinming used the psychic effect of the Scarlet Dimension to destroy his consciousness, and he failed to self-destruct. Qinming's psychic effect is indeed limited, but there will definitely be a lot of information leaked out, and there should be monitors left by Qinming in the galaxy. We must hurry. We have already lost a lot of companions, and we can't continue to lose. Yes. Zhou Bo no longer has the confidence to question Nano before, and he has returned the authority to Nano. The reason why he stayed here, rather than watching like the other survivors, was just to prove that Nano was right. Of course, the survivors still put business first. As soon as they finished speaking, the space station sent a special communication signal to the planet, and this signal was responded to almost instantly. The surface layer at the 2 magnetic poles of the asteroid suddenly seemed to be affected by the sudden gravity at the core of the asteroid, and began to collapse. No, it is not a collapse, but a collapse. The soil layer on the surface, and the rock layer under the ground are all being collapsed towards the interior of the asteroid by the sudden gravity. When the soil and rocks are swallowed by the collapse force, a giant structure with an overall appearance of an oil lamp is exposed inside the asteroid. The umbrella rib structure on the top is slightly drooped, which half protects the open structure in the middle. At the same time, such a structure can also make it completely covered by the structure of the asteroid itself. When the rocks and soil were almost cleared, the interior of the structure revealed something that Qinming was very familiar with. A singularity. It was releasing a huge attraction, completely erasing everything left on the asteroid. Soon, the umbrella structure on the top of the giant structure opened, and light pollution with energy concentration appeared on the surface. The attraction of the singularity gradually stabilized, and it seemed that it would be possible to pass through it soon. Arrived at the unknown location behind. So this is the special Stargate you mentioned? Qinming's voice sounded on the super body. At this time, the super body was hovering at a position not far from the Stargate in the asteroid. The surface of the super body was covered with a layer of nanorobots, which played a dual stealth effect at the physical and psychic levels. And the nanorobots that helped to construct this layer of nanorobots were the part of the nano controlled by Qinming's psychic power. After Qinming asked this question, Nano said immediately, yes. By connecting the coordinates of the Stargate here with the destination, we can reach a new dimension we built ourselves. This new dimension is different from the dimension we used when escaping from the space station. It is more private. Hide there, and don't come out until the Queen revives. This is the only way out I judged before when facing you. The other one, I must have regained control of the space station now, and am promoting this plan. Qinming nodded slightly and said, because of your words, I changed my mind about taking action directly from your space station through the dimension. I hope the situation later is worth it. I can't say whether it is worth it, but this is definitely an opportunity. It depends on you whether you can grasp it. Qinming did not comment on this. He glanced at the space station outside, which was extremely slow due to the time acceleration of the super body, and took the opportunity to ask, so how strong is the Queen? I don't know. I only know that she is the most powerful psychic in our shining civilization, and no one knows how strong she is. I suggest you really prepare before you take action. Here it comes. Nanami was interrupted by Qinming before he finished speaking, because at this time, the singularity in the special Stargate has been completely stable. The space station also began to move, and the speed was quite fast. It was obvious that it would soon enter the Stargate. Qinming wanted to try to follow him, but he didn't. He just relied on the effect of the super body's time flow core to accelerate the psychic energy again, and distributed his mental power between the space station and the Stargate with the acceleration effect of the time flow core. He tore the space again, bringing Scarlet back to the normal universe, and covering the space station. This time, the target of the survivors was in sight, and they could no longer use the method of escaping to that dimension to avoid Qinming's pursuit. But at the moment when the crack was completely opened, at the top of the special Stargate frame, outside the singularity that had just stabilized, there appeared a presence that made Qinming feel extremely dangerous. In his spiritual perception, what gave him such a sense of danger was a clearly feminine nanomechanical broken arm. It was not even a complete person. Qinming's face was serious, but he was not surprised. He knew what it was. This was what Nano said, a countermeasure left by their queen before she fell asleep, to protect the survivors when necessary. This is what was left behind by the most powerful psychic who ruled a powerful civilization. This is the Queen's hand. This is the reason why Qinming did this. Qinming wants to bet on a bigger wave. Although the value of the survivors has been squeezed out through Nano, as long as the remaining survivors are placed in this galaxy, more value can be squeezed out. The Queen's hand is a counter-weapon left by the Shining Queen. Only the master of the Survivor Space Station has the authority to awaken it. And Qinming's psychic power has the possibility of controlling it. The moment the Queen's hand appeared, it extended its index finger in the direction of the space station. It seemed to be locking onto the hostile people of the survivors. The moment it locked onto the scarlet cracks, the Queen's hand opened its slender fingers that shone with metallic luster, and grasped them in the air in the direction of the space station. At this moment, a giant phantom hand made of psychic energy completely grasped the area torn by the scarlet cracks in its hand. Like grasping a piece of paper, it crumpled the scarlet into a mess. The space station separated by scarlet was not affected by this power at all. It even moved towards the special star gate at a faster speed while the Queen's hand took effect. The scarlet rift held in the palm of the phantom created by the Queen's hand was not directly crushed. The power of scarlet was being continuously released from another dimension into the normal universe. A heartbeat sounded in the palm of the Queen's hand. The hand that was held in the air could not help but loosen. But the next moment, the Queen's hand clenched again as if it was offended, and completely crushed the power of scarlet back to the scarlet dimension. Qinming's scarlet mechanical heart was cracked by the backlash of this power. However, Qinming's attention was not on the scarlet heart at this time. His attention was all on the main body of the Queen's hand. The super body he controlled was also lurking in the shadows, and constantly approaching the Stargate. When the scarlet mechanical heart was repelled by the Queen's power acted on the phantom giant hand at the strongest moment. Qinming broke away from the super body, relying on the aftermath of the time acceleration psychic effect brought by the time flow core, rushed to the Queen's hand, and just touched it. But just when Qinming wanted to rely on his own psychic power to control the Queen's hand. What? Qinming's psychic power penetrated into the Queen's hand, but failed to exert its power on it. The Queen's hand was still able to move freely, and also noticed Qinming's existence. The shadow of the giant hand that was originally tightly grasping the scarlet rift disappeared, and the power returned to the Queen's hand. The Queen's hand just made a light flap, and directly shattered the biological armor on Qinming's body. Even the psychic shield he maintained around his body was penetrated by this powerful force. It directly shattered most of his internal organs and bones. Qinming spat out a mouthful of blood full of internal organs. He quickly used psychic energy to repair his injured body. During this process, his eyes were fixed on the direction of the Queen's hand, thinking constantly. In the past, Qinming also had situations where psychic energy could not control certain mechanical equipment. For example, when facing the mechanical race. When he was still very weak, he couldn't use psychic energy to directly control the mechanical race in the psychic hive mind network of the mechanical race, because psychic energy would hinder his power, and the psychic strength of the psychic hive mind network far exceeded his former self. In fact, the survivor's previous speculation was correct. Psychic energy would indeed affect Qinming's psychic energy use. But it must be psychic energy that far exceeds Qinming's strength. So now Qinming has always believed that there is nothing in the world that can stop his psychic energy. But the Queen's hand appeared in front of him when he was extremely proud. He had no way to control this mechanical existence, whose psychic power was far stronger than his. However, his power still left scars of scarlet infection on the arm of the Queen's hand. This hand seemed to look at its scarlet-infected wound for a moment. But it did nothing about it. It just pointed its finger again at the scarlet crack that had just been released, but began to expand again. This time, what appeared at the edge of the scarlet rift was no longer a giant hand, but a humanoid phantom that contained all the spiritual power left by the Queen's hand. The phantom's eyes were lifeless, but it stayed near the space station for a moment with a purpose, and then rushed into the scarlet rift the next moment, completely sealing it. The surrounding space was also forcibly smoothed and stabilized, and there was no possibility of tearing the rift open again in a short time. Before Qinming could see what would happen in the scarlet, he saw that the Queen's hand, which was originally suspended near the Stargate, had lost the spiritual power stored in it, and turned into an ordinary nanomechanical arm, and it was still being corroded by the scarlet that had just been stained. Qinming quickly controlled the nanomechanical arm that had lost its power, erasing the influence of the scarlet power on it. Then he looked elsewhere, only to see that the space station had also disappeared from its previous position, leaving only some space fluctuations remaining on the special Stargate. The Stargate was still there, but the singularity had gone out at this time, and it seemed that it could no longer open the passage to another dimension. Qinming reached out to touch the Stargate with some disbelief, and controlled the Stargate. However, he found that the activation method of this Stargate was extremely special. He could not activate it by itself. Even if Qinming's psychic power was there, it could not change the design problem. If you want to use it, you must open another special Stargate corresponding to it. And the location of the other special Stargate is only in the new dimension that Nano said. The nano-robot left by Nano on Qinming suddenly said, without the information of that closed dimension. The Stargate cannot be oriented. Even if you want to determine the coordinates of the other side of the Stargate by studying the Stargate, it will be useless. My goal has been achieved. You have also seen the power of the Queen. Do you still have the confidence to win? Qinming's heart sank when he heard this. He really didn't expect that the Queen of the Survivors would have such power. Just one arm left could block his power. But she was the Queen of the Shining Civilization, which was a civilization that was extremely prosperous compared to the Empire. She should have such power. So Qinming had nothing to say. His power was also not at its peak. His battleship was still parked in the giant dock. It's just the Queen. He glanced at the Stargate, and then at the nano-mechanical arm in his hand, and he was not too discouraged. After all, he had thought it through before doing this. The value he could get from the survivors had already been completely obtained from Nano. What he was doing now was just gambling. If he won, everyone would be happy. If he lost, he would just let go some survivors who were not very powerful, so that they could report his power to the Queen. But their understanding of his power was one-sided. And even if they were all left behind, when the Queen of the Survivors woke up, she would be alert to the situation outside because no one would greet her. It may even make them more vigilant than those who have learned the wrong cognition. So no matter what the result is, it will not make much difference to future development. The survivors? They are just stray dogs. As long as the Stargate is still here, I will have people research the way to that dimension sooner or later. And this Stargate will be activated sooner or later. The survivors must either surrender or perish. Chapter 426 Historical Records. New Crisis. Qinming returned to the Gaia Galaxy not long after. The matter of the survivors seems to be over for now. They hid in their independent dimension, and will not make any moves until their queen wakes up. But others don't know this. The survivors can't disappear without reason. So Qinming had to explain what happened to the Minister of Psychic Power. After returning to the Gaia Galaxy, Qinming went directly to the urban planet and found the Minister of Psychic Power. The Minister of Psychic Power was in the governor's office at the governor's mansion at this time, flipping through various documents here. Seeing Qinming walk into the office, he immediately put down the documents and asked, "Is it solved?" "Solved. What's the result?" "Not all the people died. They hid them. But the things that should be taken have been taken. From today on, all the technology of the Shining Civilization belongs to us humans. And I will organize it and share it all later." The Minister of Psychic Power restrained some of the slightly intimate attitude that he had been familiar with Qinming, and bowed slightly to Qinming solemnly. However, Qinming just stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Promoted to the Empire as soon as possible. The mechanical tribe will not give us too much time. The super body is here, and the fleet behind it must be coming soon." "I know." "Well, and? Didn't you ask me to take care of the cultural center before? Now there is a result." "So fast?" "Yes. The reason is very simple. You will know it after listening to me." Qinming took out the historical document he found in the history office of the governor's mansion and took it to decipher. Put the deciphered content on the terminal and displayed it. Before, including this file, all the files that Qinming obtained by using psychic repair, he did not show to the Minister of Psychic, because those files can let the survivors see the special effects of his psychic. But now the survivors have all run away. The file has been deciphered, in addition to the communication with Nano and the situation in those ruins. Qinming can completely explain the history of the survivors to the Minister of Psychic through this file. Have you read it? Yes. What does it say specifically? It's quite interesting. You better take a look yourself. Seeing that Qinming was keeping it a secret, the Minister of Psychic simply lowered his head to look at the file on the terminal that Qinming placed in front of him. The content of this document is not a very written historical record, but a diary-like log written by someone personally. June 57, 7178 Shining Year. 3 years have passed since the war began. I was assigned to compile and revise the historical log to ensure that even if we perish, our history will still be passed down. What I said is that I am just a small border clerk. I was asked to do this kind of thing. Do we have no one left? There is a lot of information hidden in the first paragraph alone. The unit cycle of the Shining Civilization's year is about 1.15 times longer than that of human years, because their mother star's orbital period is 1.15 times longer than that of the Earth. The mother star has a satellite, and its orbital period is 60 days, so their year is 420 days. A month is 60 days, and a year is 7 months. The rotation period is similar. This makes the Shining Civilization and human civilization have relatively similar calendars. 3 years of the Shining Civilization is about 1,260 days. It is obviously abnormal that a clerk came to record history after such a long time since the war began. Either no one in the entire Shining Civilization did this before, or the people who did this have all died, and all the records have been lost, and we need to start over again. The Minister of Psychic Power immediately said, after hearing Chenming's words, "It's obvious that this is the latter situation." Right? I think so too, and the historical records recorded by this clerk should also be lost, otherwise there is no reason to use his record, which can be regarded as a diary, as a historical document. And this also shows how serious the crisis of Shining Civilization is. He said he was a clerk in the Border Star region. Right? Without waiting for Chenming to respond, the minister continued, "It was his turn to do this because there were problems in the core areas. But I have never seen a war in history where a foreign invasion started from the core areas. The Shining Civilization should not be facing a foreign enemy, it should be an internal rebellion." "Yes," Chenming responded simply, signaling the minister to continue reading. July 23rd. 7178 in the Shining Chronicle. I still don't have much information, but from what the team leader and the department head talked about, the situation on the front line is really terrible. More than 50% of the entire Shining Star field has been occupied by the enemy. They are still discussing the enemy-occupied areas, but I was discovered and driven away before I finished listening. The higher-ups seem to be hiding a lot of things from people like us at the bottom. I still can't even determine how many enemies there are on the front line. It's definitely not less. This log is more than 30 days away from the previous one. In fact, there are some records during this period, but they are all daily nonsense. All complaints. Complaining about God. Complaining about superiors. Complaining about the mechanical race. And complaining about why he took on this job. However, there seems to be no complaints about his own life between the lines. These complaining logs are semi-hidden records in the files of the Shining Civilization. So Chenming also skipped them directly, and turned directly to the record of the clerk talking about things related to the war. In 3 years, half of the Shining Civilization was occupied. The scale of this rebellion is quite large, the Minister of Psychic said, and continued to read. On February 2nd, 7179 of the Shining Era, we were attacked. I originally thought that the war was still far away from me, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. The team leader died, and it was ugly. He dragged half of his body and asked us to take shelter underground. The minister was disabled and was dragged underground by me and another clerk, and barely saved half of his life. The others, it seems, are all dead. After all, this building collapsed, and only the 4 of us were lucky enough to be outside, and were not buried directly. I can still take the opportunity to run away. At this time, I only have one question in my mind: where is the Queen? The clerk must have been in the safe rear at the beginning. Although he may have moved to a new place, it must be near the border. It has only been more than 4 months, and it has affected him. The enemies of the Shining Civilization are progressing a bit fast. By the way, where is the Queen of the Shining Civilization? Chenming still did not answer the question, but said, "You will know when you read on." April 44. 7179 in the Shining Year. After my wounds healed, I realized how troublesome this job was only when I really started. I was only doing minor work before, but the team leader died, and I became the team leader, and I was exposed to a lot of information that I had never been exposed to before, and I had to bear a lot of responsibilities that I didn't have to bear before. In the first few days when I became the team leader, I saw all the information that I had never seen before, and it really made my nightmare come to an end. It's really tiring, but there's nothing I can do. The enemy has penetrated into every aspect of our lives, making this war difficult to handle from the root. And their methods of action are extremely cruel. I really can't understand why they are like this. Who can I ask? I can only forget these things by immersing myself in the work. The Minister of Psychic Powers already had some doubts at this time, but he couldn't be sure. On June 33, 7179 of the Shining Year, the minister died. As a result of the last incident, a new minister came, and I became the deputy minister. Promotions during wartime are so fast. But I am not happy at all. Not only because of death, but also because of the news about the Queen. The Queen said she was going to sleep, and would no longer be able to take care of the Empire. At this time, the Queen. I really wanted to say something, but I dared not. Hibernation? The strongest psychic of the Shining Civilization can be the ruler. Right, how could she? The strongest psychic. Hibernate at this time? Was she disabled in the battle with their enemies? Qin spread his hands and said, as far as I know, the Queen of the Shining Civilization seems to have never appeared on the battlefield, and no one knows the reason for her hibernation. What? January 1st. 7180 of the Shining Era, the new year, the Queen was confirmed to be missing, but a successor of the Queen appeared, and the remaining resistance forces were all under his leadership. He said he found a powerful means to deal with this war. I am not a psychic. I don't know if what he said is true or not. I hope it is true. At least in this way. Our historical records are not simply one-sided beatings, but at least there will be some resistance. The minister quickly skipped this record and looked at the next one. January 3rd. 7180 of the Shining Era, the Queen's successor is really capable. He really succeeded in curbing the enemy's attack. A large amount of flesh and blood appeared out of thin air on the body of each enemy. Although it is disgusting, it is effective. That is why the main weapons we are currently using are not very suitable for use on the battlefield. I don't know if the successor can handle it alone. Others seem to have known about this power for a long time. They are not surprised. But they are worried. Is this the Scarlet Power? Yes, only the Scarlet Power can achieve such an effect. But I heard that the Shining Civilization is very resistant to the Scarlet Power. Who told you that? Brainwashing psychics. The minister seemed to have expected something when he heard this. On February 12th, 7180 in the Shining Year, the situation is improving. On April 9th, 7180 in the Shining Year, the successor never returned in the process of gaining stronger power, and the base that had been recaptured was once again occupied by the Mechanical Tribe. Soon after, the Mechanical Tribe abandoned that place, but none of the troops we sent to reoccupy that place came back alive. There was no response from the teams that went there, and later I heard that the situation there was only blood red when scanned from a distance. No one paid attention to it after that, and no one wanted to know what happened there. The psychic minister's expression became more serious, and he said, dimensional infection. Yeah. Qin knew more than the minister, and he could probably guess what happened in the past. As the successor of the Queen, he should be the strongest psychic in the Shining Civilization at that time except for the Queen. Of course, he could not watch the Shining Civilization fall. He could only choose to use the most extreme means to save Shining. Rely on Scarlet. And Master Scarlet. But the power of Scarlet is extremely dangerous. Even Qin almost died in it several times. This psychic was either killed by Scarlet, or encountered the Scarlet creature that belonged to him. In short, he died in the Scarlet dimension. The remaining Scarlet was naturally unmanaged. And of course, it would expand naturally. Who knows what the final outcome will be? At least the normal universe has not been destroyed yet, which means that the Scarlets have been dealt with after all. June 11th. 7180 of the Shining Year, I am no longer just the minister of the Ministry of History and Culture. The entire Ministry of Culture should now be called the Ministry of Civilization. The people in the Ministry of Civilization have been replaced in batches. They have fled with a large army again, and countless people have died, and now I am the one with the longest seniority here. But it doesn't matter, the product we designed has sent us into the abyss with our own hands. The Queen and the imperial system have become a thing of the past. Civilization has completely collapsed, and we must find another way out. Sure enough, it's the mechanical race. Qin confirmed. The mechanical race of the Shining Civilization is very developed. Almost all the territories of the Shining Civilization have mechanical races, spreading in different places. The rebellion will happen suddenly, and of course the final scale will be large. The mechanical race sent their creator to hell with their own hands. If Yue had not rebelled, but endured, we might have had the same ending. Remember what I said just now? The Scarlet Power prevented Shining from using weapons? Their biological weapons are actually the Thorn Zerg. Is there such a thing? There is such a thing. On June 13th, 7180 of the Shining Era, The entire team was semi-paralyzed for a few days. I finally had 2 days of free time, and went to check historical documents. A wormhole leading to a distant star field. The war started halfway through the development and preparation. There might be a chance there. I have reported this news to those responsible for the war, and there should be a reply tomorrow. June 14th. 7180. Shining Year, the report I submitted has given many people renewed their fighting spirit, and they all checked the history of their respective departments. Although our military strength is almost the same, we have also discovered a guardian plan for the early stages of the war. Although it has not been implemented, perhaps we can try it. Leviathan? Yes. July 29th. 7180. Shining Year, many people were sacrificed, but it was worth it. We have the power to temporarily compete with the enemy. We summoned the fleet to evacuate the last piece of homeland, passed through the wormhole, and came to a new world. The population counted is only a few billion. From trillions to more than a billion. February 45. 7181. Shining Year, the enemy has also discovered the wormhole, as expected, but we no longer have the power to fight them. The Guardian has suffered heavy losses during our evacuation. Someone proposed an idea, and we might give it a try. On June 6. 7181 in the Shining Year. The experiment of converting stars into black holes, and inducing the appearance of black hole creatures was successful. This is good news. We no longer have to risk our lives to protect the wormhole. But there is also bad news. There is a problem with our reproductive ability. It is not a sequelae of war, but a special genetic virus. None of the remaining billions of people has not been infected with this virus. The Queen's successor warned us before that we must not use cloning technology to expand the population. We have worked so hard for so long. Is it going to end here? After the end of this log, there was no new log for quite a long time. Until 5 years later. January 1st. 7186 Shining Year, we made a great decision. We decided to record all people's consciousness and upload it to the internet, and provide all citizens with a nanomechanized body. We went through a long discussion and technical research before finally deciding to do this. This is the most efficient way for us to continue to exist. The minister's expression suddenly changed, asked, "Did you tell me before that the city planet was originally full of broken nanorobots that looked like sand?" "Yes." "Then, just as you think. Some of those yellow sand-like nanorobots are nanorobots that make up the city planet. But there may also be countless bodies of people from the Shining Civilization. It was quite scary when I first knew about it, but it's nothing. I can't even repair my spiritual power. Those people from the Shining Civilization are completely dead. I just recycled some materials at most." Well, March 13th. 7187 Shining Year, after 553 days, everyone's consciousness has been successfully uploaded. We have completely entered the era of nanotechnology. Our ideal city has also begun construction. We want to build a planet that contains everything shining. Its official scientific name is Urban Planet, but we all like to call it Ideal City. It is the spark of hope for Shining Civilization to reappear, not the Shining Civilization of the Queen, but the Shining Civilization of us survivors. In between, there is another long blank. This time it was not because the clerk was being chased around by the mechanical tribe, but because he was one of the current top leaders of the Shining Civilization. And there was really no free space to record these things. May 23rd. 7196 Shining Chronicle. Merge the world into one city. And build a city for the world. In 9 years, the construction of the ideal city was completed. But just after this record of the completion of the construction of the ideal city, the log suddenly stopped. Only the last sentence was recorded on it. The betrayer. The log ends here, but the history of the Shining Civilization does not end here. It is obvious that the situation is clear. The survivors are the betrayers of the survivors of the Shining Civilization. The survivors are the means left by the Queen. The survivors are not all dead. Some of them still escaped from the ideal city, and went to the place where Qin Ming discovered the Shining Cultural Memorial Hall, and built that building. This is the past of the Shining Civilization. History is rediscovered today. The Shining Civilization can be said to have been destroyed by the double disasters of the Scarlet Invasion and the Mechanical Rebellion. Scarlet, Qin Ming can now suppress it, although he cannot completely deal with it, but as long as he is alive for one day, and exists in the Empire for one day, Scarlet will never invade the Empire. But the Mechanical Clan, that is indeed a huge trouble. Moreover, the Empire has to face another survivor who can now be called a natural disaster. Although Qin Ming said it quite arrogantly before, he knows that the power of the Queen is indeed extremely strong. He must be prepared to deal with it. In the entire empire, he is probably the only one who can fight against the queen. After letting the minister digest it for a while, Qin Ming suggested, let's go back first. Although the space station was taken away by them, but if he is here, it is equivalent to leaving the space station behind. We can find someone to record the necessary information later. The minister asked in confusion, who? Many nanorobots appeared around Qin Ming and gathered together, forming a human-shaped structure. Nano. The one the survivor talked to us about. But this Nano is only half. The other half of Nano is still with the survivor. But they don't know what I did yet, they will definitely keep hiding. The minister nodded. It seems that the matter of the survivor can come to an end. A few hours later. Gaia Planet, Gaia Orbital Space Station. A young man was sitting on the sofa in Tianzhan's office. Shivering anxiously, looking outside the office from time to time, with an extremely nervous expression. At this time, Lao Yao, who was arranged by Qin Ming to pay more attention to Tianzhan's physical condition some time ago, ran in and asked Tianzhan behind the desk, Old Tian, don't you want to go and take a look? He pointed outside, and saw a group of people gathered at the edge of the space station, observing the urban planet that appeared near the orbit of Gaia through the porthole of the space station. Tianzhan shook his head and said, I have seen it. It's quite shocking. Yeah. A ball appeared next to it inexplicably in a few hours. Who would not be confused? And there is more than just the ball. There are also the corpses of the Leviathans. Director Wang next door opened the bet, betting that the director killed a few Leviathans in a place we can't see, and when the space station for those Leviathans will be built. Are you interested? Tianzhan shook his head again. No. I have to pick up my daughter from school later. Oh. Just play in. Already, I saw that he had set up more than 100 of them, so I threw $5 in to play with them. The young man next to him suddenly asked with courage, that, Team Leader Tian, aren't you afraid? There's nothing to be afraid of. The skylight outside has been removed, which means that the matter is over. Old Yao patted his shoulder and said yes. Yes, young people are not very brave, you need to go out more and see more. Tianzhan suddenly raised his hand to signal Old Yao to count the sound, and then answered the phone. The call was from his men who were sent out to search for plants in other galaxies. Team Leader Tian, help, the spaceship we drove out was shot down, and the space station was also bombed, only the shelter is safe, but it should not be safe for long. What's going on? It's the mechanical tribe. Chapter 427 War restarts. Qin Ming had just returned to the Gaia galaxy from the Empire with the Minister of Psychic Energy and a group of people who were going to the city planet to confirm whether there was any technology left there. He received a communication from Tianzhan saying that an expatriate had an accident and the situation seemed a bit serious, and it was not clear over the phone. So he changed his original plan and directly drove the spacecraft and landed on the Gaia space station. The work of arranging accommodation was handed over to Yu Huikor. After all, it didn't matter where you lived, it would be more convenient to live in the space station in the orbit of Gaia planet next to the city planet. Then he took the minister to Tianzhan's office. As soon as he opened the door, Qin Ming asked Tianzhan, what's the specific situation? Tianzhan decisively projected a star map in front of him, marked a point on it and said, I sent a team to this place to find new plants before. Just now. They said they were attacked by the mechanical tribe. The Minister of Psychic Energy was very concerned about this matter and asked, Mechanical tribe? The border colony planet was attacked by the mechanical tribe? Yes. He said it was a large-scale mechanical tribe attack. The patrol fleet and the space station in orbit seemed to have been destroyed. But the specific situation could not be confirmed. Can you still contact? No. I kept asking him not to hang up. But the call was still disconnected. It may be that the superluminal communication base station was dismantled. Or, Qin Ming and the minister looked at each other, and they seemed to have guessed a possibility. That is, the first wave of invasion and attack by the mechanical race after the test has begun. And the things on the front line have not been reported so quickly through the government and military systems, so the people at the bottom may know what happened earlier than the top. The Minister of Psychic Energy looked a little depressed and said, the early warning system has no effect at all, so many resources were wasted in vain. Qin Ming was not very interested in this thing from the beginning, so he was not surprised by the emergence of this situation. These things are often ineffective at critical moments. Besides, they are mechanical races. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to avoid early warnings with their technology. Let's go and take a look. Gaia and Origin's military forces are directly under Qinming's jurisdiction. And he is also the strongest combat force. If his own people are in trouble, he can't sit in the office and hand over the task to others or Yu Hui. The Minister of Psychic Power immediately said, "I'll go too." If Qinming's men only encountered some scattered mechanical races, it would be fine. But if it was really the first round of invasion by the mechanical race, then he had to find out the situation thoroughly. Following Qinming, he would definitely know the truth earlier than the news was reported layer by layer. Qinming tacitly agreed with the words of the Minister of Psychic Energy and asked Tianzhan, did they bring special equipment when they went on the mission? Everyone brought it. Okay. Qinming stretched out his hand and pressed on the minister's shoulder. The two bodies were wrapped in metal liquid and disappeared in the space station in a blink of an eye. At the same time, in the only colonial city on a backward colonial planet in a marginal star field of the Empire, the impact and smoke of the explosion, the roar and fire of the weapons almost covered the entire city. A large number of mechanical units were dropped from orbit to the surface of the planet, and they continued to destroy the industrial facilities on the surface of the planet. After the industrial facilities were destroyed, they targeted the city and civilians. The ruins of the buildings and the broken limbs almost became the main theme of the city. Deep underground in the city, in a small air raid shelter that could accommodate thousands of people, there were cries, sighs, and painful wails. The people who came here to take refuge at the earliest time of the mechanical attack were listening to the noise outside with great concern. At this time, the planet's communication signal had been completely disconnected. Without knowing what was happening outside, panic was spreading among everyone. In the face of such a natural disaster, they could do nothing. Among them, there was a field team sent by Tianzhan. Compared with other locals, their panic was not that serious. But facing the danger above their heads, they could not be completely relieved. Just when they were at a loss, a device on the team leader's body suddenly seemed to receive some signal, and a voice came out, "Go to the corner." Although the device was still without signal, the team leader and the nearby team members still felt relieved at this moment. They immediately ran to the corner of the underground air raid shelter according to the instructions, and the team members gathered together to completely block the surrounding vision. Then a large amount of metal liquid overflowed from the device in the team leader's hand, forming two liquid balls the size of a person in the middle of the few people. Qinming and the psychic minister walked out of the metal ball. Director Chen. Qinming put his index finger in front of his lips, signaling several people to be quiet, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. He didn't want others to see him walking out of the metal liquid, letting others think that he was the only life-saving straw. Although he didn't mind saving people in times of crisis, he was not willing to do such things as putting pressure on his head. What's the situation? After Qinming asked the same question as he asked Tianzhan before, the team leader immediately took out his terminal and handed it to Qinming and said, "This is the video we just saved. Please take a look." The content of the video is very simple. The team leader led the team to conduct an investigation in the wilderness, collecting local plants as alternatives to Gaia plants. This kind of border starfield planet is not highly developed, even now. Some unrecorded plants can be found occasionally. Even if no suitable plants are found to replace Gaia plants, finding some new unrecorded plant species can also make some achievements. The previous content was skipped by Qinming at a faster speed. The time in the video soon came to night. The team members have been in the wild for several days, and are preparing to return to the only colony city on the entire planet to rest, replenish supplies, and prepare for the next outing. However, at this moment, a team member suddenly pointed to the sky. Then the team members raised their heads, and saw the fire blooming in the space in the dark night. The blazing flames were extremely obvious in the sky. The team from Qinming must have contact with the local government. So the team leader wanted to confirm the situation with the government as soon as possible. However, the team leader could not contact the local government, and the government's phone had been flooded with calls. Just as the team members were considering whether to return to the city, they saw a burning fireball suddenly appear in the orbit of the planet under their feet, falling from space to the ground. Judging from the internal structure illuminated by the fireball, that was the orbital space station that the team members often went to. The team leader immediately took the team members to hide in the nearest suburban underground shelter. Contacted Tianzhan. Then, it was as Qinming knew. Qinming roughly understood the process, and asked, "You should have only seen the patrol fleet and the enemy fighting, and then the space station was destroyed? How do you know it was the mechanical race?" At this time, a team member took the initiative to say, "Director Chen, I just happened to see the light effect of the mechanical race's ridge cannon in space, so I guessed it was the mechanical race. Qin Ming nodded slightly. The structure of the mechanical race's ridge cannon is indeed quite special and conspicuous. And the energy light pollution emitted when it is activated is also quite characteristic. People who have learned about it on the surface saw the traces of the ridge cannon being activated in space, and inferred that it was the mechanical race. He also noticed that many people in the shelter were talking about things outside. And it was obvious that many people had also seen traces of the mechanical race. It can basically be confirmed that it was the mechanical race. The psychic minister on the side was listening to what Qin Ming and the team members were talking about, and was also observing the situation in the shelter. He suddenly said, "It seems that there are only 3,000 or 4,000 people here. I don't know what the situation is in other places. Can the shelter defend against the mechanical tribe?" "No." Qin Ming gave a direct answer. While communicating with the team members, he had already released the metal liquid through the wall of the shelter. He saw the invasion of the mechanical tribe and the tragic situation in the city. But he could not see any survivors. There was no living person left on the surface of the entire colony. And the shelter in the city. Qin Ming used the metal liquid to find the city design drawings in the office of the urban planning center of the government building, and then dispersed the metal liquid and checked them one by one. Several shelters near the edge of the city have not had any problems so far, but the shelters inside the city have all been breached by the mechanical race. In the shelters, no matter men, women, young or old, or even babies in swaddling clothes, as long as they are human beings, all have been killed by the mechanical race. There is not even a single intact body in those shelters. Even if he just looked at it, Qin Ming felt a surge of anger. Any normal person, when seeing the miserable state of their fellow human beings, it is impossible for them not to have the slightest fluctuation in their hearts. The entire planet originally had a population of at least 8 million people. According to Qin Ming's rough statistics now, there are only 60,000 left in total, all scattered in the shelters on the edge of the city. The Minister of Psychic Energy frowned and confirmed, "Only 60,000 left? Yes, there may be some in the wilderness, but it will definitely not exceed 65,000. If we don't care, this number will continue to decrease." Well, Qin Ming suddenly paused. Speaking of this, another mechanical tribe found a shelter. There are about 9,000 people in that shelter. Can they be saved? They have been saved, but saving these few people will not cure the root cause. The Minister of Psychic Energy proposed an idea and said, "We need to confirm how many mechanical tribes there are, and the scale of this attack." What happened? It's definitely not small. Qin Ming said, "I just got a spaceship to repair the broken communication base station, and then contacted other nearby star systems. What's the result? In the entire star field, no place replied to my message. Maybe the communication systems of each party broke down." Well, sigh. Qin Ming's words made the psychic minister and team members silent. Although some wanted to make excuses, everyone knew what the most likely scenario was. The Minister of Psychic Power sighed and said, "The real war of the mechanical race is about to begin. It is coming so fast that we haven't even had time to completely digest and absorb the resources in the mechanical race star field. We haven't even had time to systematize the technology of the shining civilization that we just got." Qin Ming didn't hesitate for a moment. He simply said to the Minister of Psychic Power, "Go and recruit people." "Who?" "Everyone. I will give you a rough list of the technologies kept by the survivors. We will recruit people in every profession. Divide these technologies as quickly as possible. Technologies that can be used. All of them should be made as quickly as possible. And I will verify the effect and optimize the finished products. Hasn't the Empire been preparing? It's time to put it into action. Also, what about the nearby legions?" The Minister of Psychic Power thought for a while and replied, "The 19th Legion and the 20th Legion, the two newest legions of the Empire, their military strength may not be able to withstand the mechanical race." Qin Ming frowned slightly and said, "I remember that it was a long time ago that I shared the technology of the earliest shining civilization spaceship." Qin Ming remembered that although the types of ships in the Empire have not changed much so far, there have been improvements in ship design. After all, the update and iteration of stable ship technology that has been confirmed in kind is different from the expansion and application of new technologies, and the difficulty is not that great. In theory, the gap between the Empire's ship technology and the mechanical warships is not that big, at least not as big as the gap of the super body. The Minister of Psychic Power explained, "They have just been established not long ago, so they were assigned to this kind of place, and they have never fought a high-intensity war. This is all bullshit. Qin cursed. And then said, "You have to fight even if you can't win. And you have to bear even if you can't bear it. They are soldiers. I don't think I should say this kind of thing. Yes. I think too much. I have been with you for a long time, and always want to make people as safe as possible. I don't have the ability to protect people like you. I don't have the ability to protect the entire empire." Qin words made the Minister of Psychic Power sigh again. He asked, "What about us? Should we run away with the people, or should we find a way to kill the mechanical tribe here?" "You can't run away." Qin immediately gave his judgment. It seems that the mechanical tribe has smashed the entire star field, and all military forces have been completely destroyed. Although there are more than 100 star systems in this marginal star field with people, the total population is only about 1 billion. Most of them are on various types of mineral planets. It is too difficult to take them all away. They are too scattered. We must kill all the mechanical tribes to protect the people. Qin clenched his fist and tapped his chest lightly, saying, "I'll deal with him. But the mechanical tribe will be on guard against your abilities, and the top psychic should be used as trump cards. You can't just do it casually." Qin interrupted the minister and said, "I have my own ideas. And they should have been on guard when I killed that prototype super body." Chapter 428 Neutron. Qin used his psychic energy to come to the outside of the shelter. At this time, there were still a large number of mechanical tribes on the surface of the planet, searching for the remaining humans on the planet, or searching for technological products belonging to humans. There were still engineering machinery tribe units, using the building materials in the city, and the materials transported by orbital airdrops to build production buildings belonging to the mechanical tribe on the ruins of the city. Dismantle everything that belongs to humans, and create new power for the mechanical tribe. Outside the planet, the mechanical race's fleet was reorganizing after the battle. Just a glance showed that there were at least thousands of ships of different levels, including a mothership and hundreds of cruisers. This was the reason why the local patrol fleet was almost completely wiped out without any resistance. Under such firepower, even the orbital space station did not have much chance to struggle, and was destroyed by the mechanical race in an instant. At this time, the mechanical race still had a lot of transport ships constantly heading to the ground from the mothership above the planet's orbit. The mechanical units that were redundant for ground combat power were reloaded and taken away, seemingly to be used at their next destination. However, there were still enough mechanical ground units left on the planet to control the planet. The mechanicals were serious this time. Their goal was not just destruction and looting, but a real invasion war. Once they had a base at the border of the Empire, letting the remaining mechanical forces behind them continue to follow up, it would be very difficult for the Empire to counterattack. We must not let the mechanical race take root at the border of the Empire. Qin looked up at the sky, and the psychic energy wave swept out. Endless metal liquid poured out from the void under the psychic energy wave, directly wrapped the entire planet, and covered all places near the planet's orbit. It also swallowed up those mechanical race spaceships above the orbit. With Qin current ability, the mechanical race had no power to resist. However, Qin did not directly mix the afterglow core into the metal liquid of the sky to control the mechanical race's spaceships. He didn't intend to expose his method of controlling the enemy without personal contact so early. The metal sky curtain alone was the most efficient means he had to deal with the mechanical race, and no additional force was needed. But at this time, an unexpected situation still occurred. Just as Qin's metal sky curtain surrounded the planet, some mechanical spacecraft flying away from or approaching the planet touched the metal sky curtain and were restricted by the metal liquid. A large number of mechanical warships outside the planet chose to self-destruct directly, by destroying their own engines, ammunition depots and fuel depots. They turned themselves into balls of fire in the universe. The motherships in the orbit of the planet, which were also wrapped in metal liquid, chose to directly bombard the surface of the planet with rich cannons. Several red energy beams continuously swept through the ruins of the colony cities on the planet, regardless of the possibility that there might be their kind among them. The city was already only ruins, and under the bombardment, there was almost nothing of value left. What was even more surprising was that the mechanical units in the ruins on the surface that were not directly destroyed by the bombardment of the rich cannon also gave due cooperation. The engineering mechanical units that were originally manufacturing and installing various mechanical production equipment immediately dismantled or blew up the built facilities. The remaining mechanical units without production capacity all chose to self-destruct without any hesitation. All mechanical units had their own nanorobots, which use the antimatter energy supply of the nanorobots to create annihilation and self-destruction. and will not even leave too much debris. The mechanical units are all heading for complete destruction. Chen Ming could understand this situation. The mechanical race had indeed been on guard against him, and had also thought of the most appropriate way to deal with him. That was self-destruction. And before self-destruction, or before being controlled by Chen Ming, they would cause the most serious damage to humans, and try to destroy as much of the empire as possible. The nature of the mechanical race itself determined that they would have absolutely no power to resist when facing Chen Ming. Since they could not resist, then whoever was in this position knew what to do. Moreover, the target of the mechanical race should never be Chen Ming, but the empire. Destroy the foundation of the empire, bring a painful blow to the empire, this is what they want to do. Chen Ming's energy and ability are limited after all. He can protect a galaxy, protect a star field, but it is absolutely impossible to protect an empire. If Chen Ming comes, then they will self-destruct, and exchange war damage with the empire. If Chen Ming does not come, then they will exert their due strength. Doing so will really disgust Chen Ming. It makes Chen Ming have no place to use his strength, like a punch on cotton. But what they did at this time could not change Chen Ming's approach. After the metal sky curtain completely covered the planet, it fell to the surface of the planet like the sky was falling. There were some mechanical ships that were originally approaching the surface of the planet. When they confirmed that their speed could not reach the surface and destroy some human buildings before the sky curtain caught up, they all chose to self-destruct directly in space. The mothership that attacked the planet continued to land rapidly before the sky curtain fell, and the firepower of the entire ship was constantly outputting to the city on the ground. Just hoped to use up all the stocks before being caught up by Chen Ming's metal sky. Of course, this is impossible. But the mothership obviously did not expect it to use up all the energy stocks. Because it did not slow down at all when approaching the surface, it crashed into the center of the colony ruins on the planet at the highest speed it could reach in the atmosphere. Before the mothership crashed, it opened its engine power to the maximum, and also detonated its own ammunition depot and energy battery. The chain reaction caused by this series of explosions made the energy explosion of the main battleship reach its peak. Even in space, one could see the mushroom cloud that almost covered the entire city. And at the moment when the mothership exploded, in those shelters where there were still survivors on the edge of the city, a large amount of metal liquid appeared out of thin air and covered the edge of the shelter wall. Just when the survivors in the shelters were extremely panicked because of the sudden unknown situation. The next moment, the explosion of the mothership's self-destruction spread along the strata to the shelters. This violent impact was accompanied by violent shocks and crustal vibrations caused by the impact. The entire shelter was shaking like a small boat in a storm. The impact and earthquake also destroyed the shelter's power system. The arrival of darkness caused screams in the shelter. An accident was about to happen. Light returned to the shelter again, and the metal liquid disappeared after a short period of darkness, as if they had never appeared. Of course, this was done by Chen Ming. If he didn't do this, then all ordinary people would have died in the impact of the mothership's self-destruction. This impact that could destroy the entire city was simply not something the shelter structure could withstand. He had to go back to help, otherwise the survivors of the entire planet would be completely wiped out. The Minister of Psychic Energy, who was also in the shelter, of course saw the metal liquid protecting the shelter, and he also felt the terrifying impact. He could no longer sit still. While everyone was stunned by the impact of the metal liquid, he came to a door leading to the outside world of the shelter, and went directly outside the shelter. As soon as he walked out of the shelter and reached the passage leading to the outside world, he found that the outside was plunged into darkness. Thick smoke and dust had covered the entire city. He used psychic waves to disperse the smoke and dust. But the darkness did not ease at all. Before, he could see the starry sky full of stars. But now, he could only see some scattered light spots on it. And these light spots were rapidly decreasing, as if they were being extinguished by something. The minister took a closer look and seemed to see the sky falling. His heart tightened, but he immediately relaxed because he knew it was Chen Ming's power. The sky fell. This metal liquid, which should be heavier than the mothership and more destructive, just fell like rain and seeped into the ground. It did not cause damage to anything belonging to humans, but only completely engulfed everything belonging to the mechanical race on the planet. The mechanical race of the entire planet, in just a few minutes, completely disappeared. Chen Ming quickly returned to the minister, who was outside the shelter. The minister immediately stepped forward to ask Chen Ming, "What's going on?" "It's all been solved, but to be honest, I'm a little disgusted." "What's wrong? Can you see what they are doing?" The minister glanced at the surrounding buildings that seemed to have been hit by a nuclear bomb, and the deep pit in the center of the city that was lit up again under the shining of the stars. He thought about the possible reasons for this situation and asked, "Did the mechanical race self-destruct?" Yes. The only mechanical race that Chen-Ming could really restrain were those that he touched the moment the sky curtain opened. Almost all other mechanical races self-destructed, causing the entire colonial city to completely lose its value of existence. And after the mechanical races self-destructed, the materials Chen-Ming obtained from their corpses were even less. And almost all of them were annihilated by the antimatter in their nanorobots. Even if all the mechanical tribes were eliminated, what was supposed to happen had already happened. This feeling made Chen-Ming extremely uncomfortable. The psychic minister comforted Chen-Ming. Think positively. As long as you pass by the mechanical tribe, they will solve themselves. You don't need to spend much effort. Right? And the mechanical tribe is a group. The group has the highest command authority. They must have a command center or something like that. They can't self-destruct in this command center. Right? That's right. Chen-Ming nodded. He was just slightly disgusted by the mechanical tribe's use of this method that he had never used before, but he would get used to it. The next time he faced the mechanical tribe, he could use a more economical way to deal with it. Although the mechanical tribe's actions did prevent him from fully exerting his abilities, but for them, this way of doing things was also a double-edged sword. This galaxy should be safe for now. It is basically certain that the mechanical race is indeed invading. I will send you back first. It is definitely better to inform the mechanical race of the war as soon as possible. They destroyed the superluminal communication base station as soon as they attacked this time. They must want to occupy more star fields before the information is sent. As long as the information is released, their first step will be half ruined. And, no, you must know more about these than me. So I won't waste my words. The Minister of Psychic Energy was still nodding at this time. But he stopped when he heard Chen-Ming's words and said, "Don't worry. I will not miss anything that should be done. What are your plans?" "As you said, the mechanical race must have a control center. Find it and solve it. This is what I will do." Chen-Ming raised his head. Above his head, a half-red, half-white influence cut through the night sky and came here. That was the super body that had been infected by the scarlet power for a long time and could not be dispersed. After saying hello to the minister and sending the minister back to the capital of the empire, Chen-Ming boarded the super body, and under the effect of time acceleration psychic energy, he went to the capital of the Edge star field where he was at the fastest speed. That was the most likely location for the main fleet of the mechanical race, and it was also the location that the central core of the mechanical race was most likely to occupy later. The behavior of the mechanical race has already shown their purpose. Going here won't be wrong. The super body helped Chen-Ming reach the capital star system of the star region almost instantly. This is information with 6 planets. Although it is in the Edge star system, the natural resources in the star system are still rich. However, the problem is that Chen-Ming did not find any traces of mechanical race warships here. He only found a large amount of energy aggregation above the capital planet of the capital star system, and traces that had not yet dissipated. The superbody immediately approached. As soon as it approached, Chen-Ming discovered that there were a large number of extremely active neutrons in these traces of energy aggregation. Even if it was just close to Chen-Ming, he could feel that these neutrons were bombarding the cells in his body, constantly destroying the vitality of his body. And around this energy source, there is a place with a higher neutron density. It is the star region capital planet below Chen-Ming. An extremely bad picture suddenly appeared in Chen-Ming's mind. Without thinking too much, he directly controlled the super body to land on the surface of the planet. At the same time, biological armor appeared on the surface of his body to protect him, to prevent the extremely dense neutron environment from causing further damage to his body. The super body quickly approached the colony on the planet and stayed above the core colony. At this time, there was no trace of life in the entire colony, and only dead silence remained. Chen-Ming jumped from the super body to the ground. He landed in the middle of a commercial street that should have been extremely prosperous. There was not a single pedestrian on the entire street. Only corpses everywhere. The situation here was much worse than Chen-Ming had imagined. I'm afraid the entire planet's population had died. The cause of death was the activated neutrons that were scattered throughout the surrounding environment. Chen-Ming looked up at the sky. It seemed as if he saw a giant device belonging to the mechanical family releasing an extremely fierce neutron jet towards the ground in space. The shape of the giant device became more and more concrete in his mind. Finally, It formed a Colossus-level machine that the Imperial boys were currently imagining. Ming lowered his head and walked towards the corpse closest to him. The corpse's eyes were wide open, and his expression was extremely hideous. It was obvious that he had suffered inhuman pain before death. The neutron torrent could not kill organisms instantly. All people whose genes and body tissues were shattered by neutrons would struggle painfully for more than 10 seconds to 1 minute before death. Looking at these corpses whose bodies were in so much pain before death that they almost tore themselves apart, it was really hard for Ming not to be touched. The last time he saw a similar situation was Zhuijing. Chapter 429 Biofuel Generator. Ming felt anger building up in his heart. He knew this attack method using neutrons. As early as when he learned about the design concept of the Colossus, the concept of neutron weapons called Neutron Killer had been put on the table, and appeared together with the main design direction of the Colossus. The Earth-Shattering Star. The Earth-Shattering Star was designed to directly destroy the planet itself. And the purpose of the design of Neutron Killer was to clean up all living things on the planet in the most efficient way, including creatures and machines, and Scarlet. Creatures will have their genes shattered by neutrons. Machines will have their circuits pierced by neutrons. Scarlet will also be affected in a similar way. The original intention of the weapon design was good, because the purpose of the design of the Colossus-class weapon itself was to clean up the planet affected by the Scarlet. And the neutron weapon can not only eliminate the Scarlet and the creatures affected by the Scarlet, but also preserve the resources of the planet itself. It only takes about 10 years to wait for the activated neutrons on the planet to be deactivated, or it takes 2 or 3 years to actively clean up the activated neutrons. However, when the Scarlet infection is at its worst, everything will be transformed into Scarlet, and the probability of the planet being preserved intact is low. In addition, the Empire is not short of habitable planet resources. What it lacks is those resources that are concentrated and worth developing. It doesn't matter if it has a planet infected with Scarlet. The design difficulty of the Earth-Shattering Star is obviously simpler than the neutron extermination, and the intuitive effect is more obvious. When dealing with severely infected Scarlet planets, the Earth-Shattering Star is obviously more useful. When facing some enemies who are not afraid of neutrons, such as the Leviathan before, the overall performance is obviously better. Moreover, although the Scarlet creatures have biological characteristics, it cannot be guaranteed that the neutron jet will have a complete effect on them, especially when the Scarlet infects an entire planet. The entire planet has become the incarnation of the Scarlet, and the neutron torrent may not necessarily be able to solve it. Moreover, the scientific research resources of the Empire are limited. The Empire now has more than just the Colossus-class weapon, an important and huge project. The entire project team could only research one Colossus-class weapon technology before the Colossus was actually built. Therefore, the design of neutron annihilation was not put on the research. The Empire's research direction remained in the direction of the Earth-Shattering Star, which was specifically used to target the Scarlet. The Mechanical Clan also had Colossus-class weapons, and Ming was not surprised that the type of Colossus-class weapons they used was neutron annihilation, because the basic concept of the Colossus-class weapon itself was learned from the Shining Civilization, and it was redesigned after the Empire was unified. Understanding is understanding. Ming could not accept such weapons being used on his own people. He had always been clamoring to break away from the Empire and be self-sufficient, but he had never disagreed with his identity as a human being. And as he became more and more involved in the construction of colonies, he also knew that his original idea of breaking away from the Empire and being self-sufficient was difficult to achieve. And the Empire has been changing its attitude towards him, giving compensation in various ways. Almost all of Ming's needs have been actively paid by the Empire. Of course, the Empire could see that Ming had been stealing talents from the Empire when he built the colony. It was obvious that he could just send someone who could record data to take the data away for research. But they still sent top talents from all aspects to him. This was the tacit understanding between Ming and the Empire. It made the disgust in his heart decrease. It can be said that the Empire was afraid after knowing Ming's ability, and took the initiative to admit defeat. That was enough. Ming never looked at other people's ideas when doing things, but at other people's behavior. He identified himself as a human being, identified himself as a member of the Empire. So he couldn't just watch these things happen and remain indifferent. Ming instantly disappeared from the surface. He didn't have time to collect these corpses. The best way to appease the dead souls was to completely destroy the mechanical race. He returned to the super body, searching for traces of the Colossus and its fleet in space. The scale of the Colossus is no different from that of an ordinary space station. Such a huge thing, whether it relies on hyperspace channels or jumps, will inevitably leave enough traces. Chen-Ming didn't even need to look carefully. He had already found an area of almost continuous remnants of the jump fluctuations in the area with the highest neutron density above the planet. He read and analyzed the data of the jump fluctuations himself and determined the coordinates of the Colossus-class jump at the fastest speed. After a brief calculation of the time required to use the jump engine and the time flow core respectively, the time flow core of the super body was fully activated, and it was instantly overloaded under the effect of Chen-Ming's psychic power, accelerating the entire spacecraft to the extreme and heading in the direction of the jump. In just a moment, the super body reached the edge of the target galaxy. The sensor had already shown the images of the galaxy. With just a glance, Chen-Ming did not find any traces of the Colossus and large-scale fleets that had jumped here, nor any suspected mechanical cores. There was only a mechanical fleet here that was about the same size as the one he had dealt with in the previous galaxy. The fleet was divided into several smaller fleets, which were stationed in the orbits of several planets in this galaxy. Chen-Ming has the information about this galaxy on hand, because some time ago, people controlled by brainwashed psychics appeared in this galaxy, and there are several industrial colonies in the galaxy. The reason why the mechanical race did not choose to stay in the capital galaxy, but chose to stay here, is likely related to these industrial colonies. The Colossus will not disappear out of thin air. It must have jumped to other galaxies again. If you want to investigate the location of the Colossus, you must pass through the obstruction of these mechanical races. Chen-Ming chose to strike first. He did not do it himself, but relied on the super body's own time core and space ability to accelerate to the speed most suitable for exerting combat power, and instantly pass through the orbit of every planet in the galaxy. The warships close to the super body were cut apart, and the warships far away were exploded from the inside out. Even the mothership could not escape the fate of being split in two. The last time Chen-Ming's scarlet power overflowed, the super body now became half red and half white, and it also caused the super body to use the scarlet power at the same time as the space power. Almost all the cross-sections of the mechanical warships that were cut by the super body were covered with messy blood-colored machines, and they were completely infected by these blood-colored machines. Chen-Ming did not deliberately stop all this from happening. On the contrary, he continued to release more of his scarlet power. Doing so would cause the mechanical fleet to be more severely damaged, and make the super body more thoroughly infected by the scarlet power. At the same time, it would also allow the pent-up anger in his heart to be vented a little, regardless of their size and fighting style. The mechanical race in space was instantly cleared by Chen-Ming. Immediately afterwards, the sensors of the super body uploaded the scan results of the planets in the galaxy. Sure enough, some mechanical races had already landed on the planet. They chose to bear the activated neutrons and began to dismantle the industrial colonies of humans, transforming them into their own industrial buildings, just as Chen-Ming had guessed before. After the star field occupied by the only nearby mechanical race was demolished by the Empire, the mechanical races that came from afar must have needed a base to ensure their own production capacity. A tree without roots and duckweed without water is definitely not a long-term solution. The mechanical race obviously understands this truth. Chen-Ming also understands it, so he will not give the mechanical race such an opportunity. Chen-Ming directly controls the super body to land on the planet closest to him. As the super body enters the atmosphere, the metal sky curtain is pulled up immediately, and the entire planet is plunged into darkness. The mechanical race, which was originally building their own colony, suddenly seemed to be stimulated by something, and began to behave in the same way as on the planet Chen-Ming had visited before. Self-destruction. They destroyed the ruins of the colony, destroyed themselves, and destroyed the buildings they built, just to prevent Chen-Ming from easily obtaining these things. Chen-Ming didn't care about them at the moment, because his eyes were attracted by the piles of corpses among the ruins of the colony. The colony under his feet was an industrial colony, and the population distribution was usually scattered, not too concentrated. The place where he was now was not a concentrated residential area in the colony. There is only one reason why so many corpses appeared. That is, the mechanical race gathered the corpses together. The mechanical race certainly did not do this out of kindness, and they did not need to worry about the plague caused by the corpses. The reason why they did this was the furnace-like device next to the pile of corpses. Chen-Ming recognized this device. It would roll the corpses into it and crush them, and convert them into the most basic electrical energy. This is a biofuel generator. At this moment, Ming took a casual look and saw that these devices were evenly distributed in the core area of the entire colony. All human corpses killed by neutrons will be thrown into the generator by the mechanical race for bioelectricity generation. And at the opening of the generator closest to Ming, just at this moment, a corpse of a child, who was probably only in his early teens, was dragged by the conveyor belt and fell into the interior of the generator. Ming felt a surge of anger for a while. He suddenly disappeared from the spot and smashed the entire power generation equipment with one punch. The shattered flesh and blood inside fell to the ground, and the half-crushed body of the child just now fell between the flesh and blood. Looking at what happened in front of him, Ming did not feel the anger relieved at all. The surrounding mechanical units turned a blind eye to the situation, and even continued to destroy their own units, which told Ming from various aspects. They didn't even care about themselves. How could they care about humans? Not to mention human corpses? When the head of the child's corpse turned to his side because of the cut on the corpse, and pointed the pair of lifeless eyes full of physical pain at him, Ming found it even more difficult to suppress his emotions. The death of thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of people was just a number on paper. Only when you see with your own eyes that these numbers are also living people with emotions in reality will these numbers become the real number of deaths. Several humanoid figures made of metal liquid appeared beside Ming. These metal liquid humanoids boarded the super body together and were carried to several other planets by the super body. With the arrival of those humanoids, the metal sky curtain also completely covered all the planets in the galaxy, and once again smashed to the ground like the sky falling, destroying everything belonging to the mechanical race. This was the means he had to deal with the mechanical race with the fastest efficiency. While Ming was destroying the mechanical race, each mechanical race was also frantically destroying itself. They didn't care about their own losses at all. They only cared about causing more losses to the Empire, and letting Ming get less rewards when controlling them. The galaxy soon became quiet. There was no sound at all. After the colossus of the mechanical race came to this galaxy with neutron annihilation, all life in the galaxy had completely died. When Ming completely wiped out the mechanical race, everything became quiet. The silence of death filled the entire galaxy. Ming had been to many galaxies without any breath of life, but he felt a discomfort he had never felt before in this dead galaxy. He was used to death, but he would never get used to it. Ming suddenly sighed. He was suspended in the air of the planet and looked around. At a glance, the entire colony had been completely destroyed. Even if the mechanical equipment had been completely dismantled, the piles of corpses still could not be properly dealt with. He still wasted time doing unnecessary things. Even if he dealt with the mechanicals and prevented the corpses from being caught in the power generation equipment, it would not change the outcome that all the people in the entire galaxy died in the neutron annihilation. Even if he dealt with the mechanicals more efficiently, it would not change the process of wasting time. He knew how to achieve his goal as quickly and efficiently as possible. But when he saw the bodies of those people, he couldn't help it. His power alone was still too weak. He could stop it for a while, and he could stop a corner, but he could never stop it forever. And he could not stop the invasion of the entire mechanical race. Ming quickly calmed down his emotions and warned himself not to meddle in other people's business. Some things could not change the results even if he wanted to intervene. What he had to do was to speed up his pace and use all the means he had to completely eliminate the source that would lead to the results he didn't want to see. The scarlet color on the surface of the super body had become more and more obvious, gradually covering the original pure white. A blood-red shadow disappeared in this galaxy wiped out by the mechanical race. It went to the next one discovered by Ming, the galaxy where the colossus of the mechanical race might exist. Chapter 430 Colossus. Ming continued to track the traces of the jump to the next galaxy. From the star map, the destination of the mechanical race's colossus jump has approached the border of the edge star field. It seems that the next move of the mechanical race is likely to continue the invasion, relying on the delay of information caused by their destruction of the super-light communication base station, and taking over multiple star fields in one go. Relying on their colossus-level neutron killing, it can make human control over these star fields disappear in an instant. Fortunately, Ming had sent the minister back, and the problem of delayed information had been solved. Moreover, judging from the information he received later, the star field in the direction of the mechanical invasion had actually learned about the general situation when the mechanical invasion took place. After all, they were two adjacent star fields, and they had a cooperative relationship with each other, so it was common to learn about emergencies. They did report it as soon as possible. But it took time to confirm whether the actual situation was as reported. In order not to take responsibility, the Superior Management Department they reported to chose to confirm it in person, which resulted in the news not being delivered to the person who should have delivered it as soon as possible. Jinming estimated that someone would lose their hat or even their brain. But it was none of his business. He was more concerned about the local situation. At present, it seems that the local star field has begun to organize local armed forces. Although it was not able to reinforce before the mechanical race next door was completely wiped out. At least the military force has been concentrated, and at least a certain scale of resistance can be carried out. However, Jinming is not optimistic about their resistance, because the standard military combat power of the marginal star field is a battleship plus about 3,000 cruisers, tens of thousands of destroyers and more guards. The mechanical race has already sent out a battleship just to clear a galaxy. When the number of battleships is similar, the lower-level fleet has room to play. Therefore, the overall military strength of the mechanical race is absolutely overwhelming for the Edge star field. He has to be faster. The super body has already reached the next galaxy at the fastest speed. When Jinming arrived at the edge of the destination galaxy, he saw a large number of mechanical fleets staying here from a distance. The situation in this star system is quite special. There is an industrial colony and a material distribution colony for trade with the neighboring star field. It is the most developed colony in the Edge star field except for the star field capital. The mechanical race is temporarily stationed here. It seems that they are waiting for the fleets from other star systems in the Edge star field to arrive, and then invade the next star field. Or, they may plan to station troops here for a long time, and regard the Edge star field they just destroyed as their foothold for invading the Empire, waiting for the arrival of the follow-up fleet. Regardless of which one, this galaxy should contain almost all the manpower of the first wave of the mechanical race's attack, and the mechanical race's Colossus that Jinming had been thinking about. Jinming could see that the Colossus was now parked above the orbit of the industrial planet in the galaxy, emitting a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to shock everything. The mechanical race's Colossus was very different from the Empire's Colossus in design. Their Colossus had 3 giant ring structures of different sizes, interlaced and stacked. The inner ring structure seems to be able to restrain the energy emitted by the core of the ship, while the outer ring structure seems to be able to maintain the stability of the Colossus when using weapons. At one end of the central structure, there is a giant barrel-shaped structure that can accommodate several battleships. That is neutron annihilation. Having found the target, Jinming did not intend to delay time, and the super body immediately prepared to rush towards the Colossus. The most troublesome of the first wave of mechanical invasion was the Colossus, whether it was using space cutting or air mine explosion. Jinming even touched and controlled it personally. As long as it is dealt with, the remaining mechanical fleet will be destroyed by the fleet of the Empire sooner or later. However, Jinming's super body has just approached, and has not yet entered the sensor range of the mechanical spacecraft. And it may not even be the time for the mechanical electronic nerves to react. The mechanical fleet suddenly moved. Of course, it was not because of Jinming. The reason why the mechanical race moved was a fleet that had just jumped to the galaxy. It was not the Imperial fleet, but a Zerd fleet with an extremely obvious biomass. The superbody immediately drew an arc to bypass the galaxy, and maintained a good distance to check the situation in the galaxy. Jinming's mind was full of question marks at this time. Although he had indeed dispatched the Zerd fleet, prepared to give the mechanical clan a big blow, and to fight back their first wave of invasion in the most ferocious way, he did not give the Queen an order to come immediately. Moreover, he did not feel that the Zerd fleet had any spiritual connection with him. Besides, the scale of this Zerd fleet was not large, mainly consisting of only 22 biological warships that looked like capital ships and a large number of mid and low-level ships. It can't be that the Zerd used as weapons by the Shining Civilization in ancient times to fight against the mechanical race came with the mechanical race. Right, it is possible. The mechanical race somewhere in the universe may have fought with the Zerd that remained after the destruction of the Shining Civilization for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and these Zerg have survived the war until now. But the weapons carried by these biological ships also look very backward. Fighting with the mechanical race for tens of thousands of years, even decades, if the weapons have not been evolved, they should have died long ago. So it shouldn't be what Jinming thought. Wait. Jinming suddenly remembered something that was old but not that old. That was the story of the first-generation queen on the mining space station. The first-generation queen had the ability to transform mechanical warships into biological warships, and it was also the basis for Qin to master the ability of the Zerg. At the beginning, he found the traces left by the Queen several times, and wanted to go and look for it, but in the end, the first-generation Queen disappeared in the universe, leaving only a second-generation Queen to accompany him until now. Of course, Qin and the first-generation Queen did not have the same feelings as the second-generation Queen. He wanted to find the first-generation Queen purely to let his Queen eat the first-generation Queen, and maybe he could find some powerful creatures that had become extinct in the genes. However, as far as Qin saw at this moment, the first-generation Queen did not seem to have any powerful genes. Of course, there might be some, but it was not shown without Qin psychic assistance, no matter what the situation was. In short, the fleet of the first-generation Queen appeared here, and it seemed that they were going to fight with the mechanical race. Of course Qin would not interfere, and even wanted to see the quality of a queen. To be honest, even if the first-generation Queen was restored to a similar level as the one created by the Shining Civilization, it would be extremely difficult to continue the war with the current mechanical race. Although the fleets here may not be the entire fleet of the first-generation Queen, the result should not change much. Soon, just as Qin thought, the mechanical race had already reacted the moment the first-generation Queen Zerg fleet appeared, and turned back to attack the Zerg fleet. The Zerg fleet's biological carapace and Zerg muscles were easily shattered by the mechanic weapons, and the weapons they used could not even penetrate the mechanic fleet's shields. Even though the Zerg had an advantage in the number of battleships over the mechanic, their battleships were only weaker than the mass-produced battleships designed by the Conqueror, an imperial commercial company. The fleet of the first generation of Zerg Queen was crushed like a bug, without any room for struggle. The entire fleet became a pile of meat dregs in the universe. Qin wasted 10 minutes of his time. The first generation Zerg Queen, who was hiding somewhere, did not seem to send another fleet to die, and the galaxy immediately returned to peace. While the mechanical fleet was collecting the bodies of the Zerg fleet, it looked like they were going to take their bodies to the planet, where they were staying to generate electricity for biomass. Qin knew this should be an opportunity. The first generation Zerg Queen used its fleet to lead away part of the mechanical fleet next to the Colossus, which would obviously make it easier for Qin to act. As long as he is given the opportunity to approach the Colossus, there will be only one outcome for the Colossus. The super body turned into a stream of red and white light in the universe, and moved rapidly towards the Colossus. At the moment, when Qin was only less than 3 seconds away from the Colossus at the speed of the super body in normal time, a pure white shadow rose from the surface of the planet occupied by the mechanical race, and rushed towards Qin's super body. From a perspective without time acceleration, it was a blurry image. Qin, who was on the super body activated by the time core, saw it very clearly. It was another super body of the mechanical race. The ship structure was different from the super body he was riding. It was a real super body, not his prototype super body. Qin's heart sank. The current situation was still within expectations, since the first wave of attempts by the mechanical race used a prototype super body. Then the complete version of the super body would definitely come later. But Qin didn't expect it to come so quickly. He immediately changed the trajectory of his super body, wanting to bypass the mechanical race super body and go straight to the Colossus. In space, if you want to defend against a large target like the Colossus, it is not enough for just one super body, especially when the target it wants to intercept has the same speed as it. The route that Qin changed opened a winding red and white track near the super body, and the mechanical super body chasing Qin seemed to be completely unaffected by his action of changing the track. In just a blink of an eye, the mechanical super body caught up with his super body's action, and once again intercepted between him and the Colossus. And this mechanical super body was still rushing towards Qin, as if it was going to die together with Qin's super body. Qin couldn't help but frown, because he found that this super body seemed a little too scary. It was simply outrageous to the extreme. Although his prototype super body was a prototype, the time flow core installed inside it had a basic acceleration of only 1,200 times. But under the effect of his psychic power, this acceleration limit can reach more than 6,300 times. Although in order to ensure combat effectiveness, it is necessary to reduce the time flow core effect by about 1/3, so as to avoid overload damage in battle, and cause the acceleration effect to be less than 10. But even so, there is still more than 4,000 times acceleration. And this official version of the super body kept up with the speed of Qin's super body when he used psychic overload. This means that the acceleration effect of the official super body has completely crushed the prototype. And at the moment, when this official super body discovered Qinming's super body, all the mechanical races in the entire galaxy instantly entered a state of full alert. Just facing a whole Zerg fleet of the first generation of Zerg, a few mechanical race warships went over to deal with it. But when facing Qinming, all the mechanical warships in the entire galaxy noticed Qinming's existence under the warning of the new super body of the mechanical race. Qinming subconsciously looked around the situation in the galaxy, and finally locked on the new super body. Only it is the real enemy. Qinming ignored the fleets on the surrounding battlefields. They are not opponents for the super body, and they can't even cause any effective interference. But the new super body is completely different. Qinming didn't want to fight him. His target was always the Colossus. Only the Colossus had the most efficient way to destroy the natives on the planet. Even the super body couldn't be more efficient than the Colossus when doing this. So Qinming kept trying to bypass the Colossus, wanting to bypass the new super body and hit the Colossus directly. But the new super body seemed to be able to predict all his actions, and kept blocking his actions. Gradually, Qinming also realized that not only was the time core of the new super body stronger than that of his super body, but even the performance of the ship itself was stronger than that of his super body. Qinming tried to control the new super body several times, but the new super body dodged all of them, and almost gave Qinming's super body a fatal blow. Moreover, these fatal attacks of the new super body were carried out with the idea of mutual destruction, under the premise that the performance of the super body's ship was not as good as that of the new super body, and both could be split after being destroyed. Qinming could not accept the result of mutual destruction. Although he could accept the loss of a super body, as long as he could use the super body to replace the Colossus, it would not be a loss. At worst, he could repair it later. But he could not accept the death of the new super body, because after the split, the overall combat power remained unchanged. His super body would only be more difficult to find opportunities. And there was a mechanical fleet besieging nearby. Although they could not stop Qinming's super body, the left and right structures and 4 submachines after the super body split still had a certain ability to stop it. At worst, they can also use their ships to restrict the actions of the super bodies in disguise. At this time, there are new mechanical fleets in the galaxy, which are constantly blocking the area near the Colossus. The mechanical fleet seems to have prepared at least 20 battleships in total. One battleship in each galaxy is indeed an extremely luxurious ship configuration compared to the Empire. For the fleet under the cover of the new super bodies, this number is enough to create an advantage for the new super bodies in the overall battle situation. Qinming couldn't find a way to get close to the Colossus. Instead, he was constantly avoided by the new super body in the inner circle of the galaxy, and the distance between him and the Colossus was getting farther and farther. The chance was getting smaller and smaller. Qinming couldn't help it. It's okay that the super body can't beat the new super body, but can he beat the fleet of the mechanical race? Chapter 431: The Gap in Top Combat Power. The jump fluctuations of Qinming's Zerg fleet made the mechanical race react immediately. They dispersed from the location where the Zerg fleet jumped, avoiding the crossfire and accidentally hurting friendly forces, and poured out all their firepower at the moment when the Zerg fleet jumped. The Zerg fleet that jumped over this time was still Qinming's favorite pure main fleet. Hundreds of Zerg battleships jumped to the center of the mechanical race fleet, and they chose to directly withstand the concentrated fire attack of the entire mechanical race fleet. The Zerg fleet was almost instantly submerged in the energy and flames of the explosion. Whoever saw this scene would be worried about the fleet in the flames. The general main fleet would definitely not be able to withstand the fierce bombardment of firepower, especially when the jump was over. All fleets stayed in place like targets. But Qinming's Zerg fleet was not an ordinary fleet. The Queen of Zerg had long relied on the psychic shield that Qinming had thoroughly mastered some time ago, and installed biomass psychic shield generators on all Zerg warships. Based on its own psychic effect, it builds a psychic shield unique to the Zerg. This shield generator that relies on psychic fluctuations has a unique effect. When forming a shield, the characteristics of the interactive psychic energy will also be reflected on the shield. The effect of the Queen's psychic characteristics on the shield is that it has extremely high strength, adaptability, and evolution. It can quickly adjust the shield frequency when facing different types of attacks, and is used to defend against different types of attacks. Moreover, the psychic properties of the shield can be switched at any time. Just change the psychic fluctuations that make up the shield. The Queen of Insects can also fully display Qinming's psychic properties on the shield through the connection with Qinming's consciousness. The effect that Qinming's psychic properties can show is extremely high repairability. When Qinming's psychic properties are displayed on the shield, the large amount of biological radiation that has been accumulated will be quickly emptied, and the shield that has begun to be unstable will also stabilize in a very short time. Alternating between two shields of different natures, the Zerg fleet's defense strength can be raised to a higher level. When facing the concentrated fire of a fleet of the same level, and with fewer ships of the same level, such a shield is like a high wall that can never be broken and blocks the enemy. The firepower of the total of 22 main battleships, and more lower-level warships of the Mechanids is not even enough to break the shield of any Zerg warship. On the contrary, after the first wave of concentrated fire, the Zerg fleet's counterattack arrived. The main battleship of the Zerg is the Hercules class that Qinming first fed to the Queen of Zerg from a mechanic mothership. There are two types. Type A is responsible for combat, Type B is responsible for cargo transportation. The main weapons of the Zerg battleships were also stolen from the mechanic mothership. The mechanic spine cannon with Zerg characteristics. Simply stealing the weapons of the mechanic and using them as your own weapons will not last long. As the Hercules class was constantly upgraded by the Queen of Zerg, Qinming also helped the Queen of Zerg develop the main weapons of the Zerg Nessus class acid arc generator. This name is somewhat unlucky for the Hercules class, but it is extremely suitable for the effect. Bright green arcs penetrated from the smoke of the mechanical family's concentrated fire, and penetrated the shields and armor of all the surrounding mechanical family fleets. The arc with unique acid properties can directly hit the hull, causing extremely terrible damage to the hull, cruisers and all smaller ships. As long as they are touched by a little bit of acid arc, the entire ship will instantly melt into a mixture of molten iron and acid. When the battleship is hit by the acid arc, it can only survive for a while under these firepower. That's all. The design concept of the mechanical family ships is similar to that of the Sindar Company, both of which are the mass production ideas. Although the Zerg fleet is also designed in a mass production way, the Zerg's nature of devouring everything makes the resources at hand far beyond anyone's imagination. This ability to convert everything into energy makes Qinming's Zerg fleet more powerful than other mass-produced warships, even if it is mass-produced. The combat power of a single ship is enough to completely suppress the mechanical race. When the fleets are clustered, and there is no decisive difference in the command ability between the two sides, the gap in the combat power of the ships will be further magnified. Even this time when Qinming asked the Queen to take action, he did not command at all, and purely let the Zerg fleet play on its own. It is equivalent to relying only on the strength of the Zerg's own fleet to launch a surprise attack on the mechanical fleet. In this way, the Zerg fleet also won a great victory. The mechanical fleet can crush the military forces of the marginal star field, and Qinming's fleet can certainly crush the military forces of the mechanical race. It is visible to the naked eye that the new super body that is fighting with Qinming has become anxious. Its target is no longer just Qinming, but also the Zerg fleet. Although the Zerg fleet can crush the mechanical fleet, the super body can also crush Qinming's Zerg fleet. As long as the new super body is given a little time, he can destroy all the 200 Zerg battleships. The strength of the fleet cluster is still not enough when facing the real top combat power. Qinming would definitely not give it such an opportunity. Although he still regarded the Colossus as his target, he knew that he could only achieve this goal by continuing to fight with the super body of the mechanical race. What he wanted was to replace the Colossus of the mechanical race, not to kill the super body. Whether he went to replace it personally, or exchanged it with the Zerg fleet, as long as it could be replaced, it would definitely not be a loss. He was not afraid of the super body being destroyed, nor did he care about the loss of these 200 Zerg battleships. But the mechanical race definitely lacked their Colossus. The Colossus is equivalent to a level 5 psychic in terms of destructive power, and it is also a level 5 psychic that can be reproducible. Its cost is definitely not low. It is impossible for the mechanicals to build ships by hand like him, or directly pile up biomass like the Zerg. They need production lines. They need a lot of engineering equipment, and they also need a lot of time. So Qinming chose to exchange battle damage. When the new super body obviously wanted to leave the battle, Qinming bit it back this time. Keep forcing it, don't give it a chance to turn back to support the mechanical fleet. Just delay for 1 minute, the entire mechanical fleet will be completely wiped out, and then there will be the mechanical giant. This is a bit difficult. Whether it is Qinming's own super body, or the new super body of the mechanical race, the attack methods are still the same old ones: space cutting, air mine placement. When fighting, you can only see two shadows running around in an area, and the edges are all traces of space cutting and the pink aftermath of the air mine explosion. There was no valuable information that could be seen clearly. And in this process, the new super body used these two basic powers, relying on its superior performance and some additional powers that Qin could not understand, to crush his super body in the battle. If it were not for his psychic power, the super body would have been destroyed long ago, split into two pieces. It is even possible that even the most basic submachine would be destroyed. But when Qin super body used these two abilities, it was difficult to hit the new super body of the mechanical race. It was as if all his thoughts and control over the super body were predicted, and almost no one succeeded. It was not that he had not participated in ship battles, but this was the first time he had encountered a situation where he was unilaterally suppressed by a single ship. His thoughts were completely predicted, and his operations were restricted step by step. It was as disgusting as hitting a fly, and he couldn't use his strength. And this fly would bite from time to time with a deadly virus, causing considerable damage to the super body. Qin couldn't understand what caused the situation. However, he still chose to suppress his nausea and do what he should do. He believed that after destroying the fleet of the mechanical race, his Zerg fleet could also destroy the Colossus. The new super body seemed to be unable to wait any longer. It suddenly changed its fighting method and chose to self-destruct in the process of trying to distance itself from Qin super body. The core and the hull were shattered, and in the next moment, two split facets were formed. The left plane continued to block Qin. The right plane changed direction and rushed towards the position of Qin's Zerg fleet. The effect of the time core was not affected at all after the split. The plane rushed into the Zerg fleet and used the space force recklessly, destroying the Zerg fleet that was destroying the mechanical fleet instantly. The Zerg fleet that was originally crushing the mechanical fleet was crushed by the super body in an instant. But this is not the end. The right plane of the new super body did not stop after destroying the Zerg fleet, but continued to rush into the mechanical fleet that was defeated by the Zerg fleet, and attacked its own ships. Judging from its trajectory, its final target must be the Colossus. The mechanical clan has determined that they cannot win, so this is the only path they can choose. Qin certainly cannot watch the surface do this. God knows whether the mechanical clan will use any special means to destroy the Colossus, which they designed themselves, causing it to be destroyed to an extremely serious extent, making it extremely difficult to repair, or whether there will be any key and difficult to replicate structure inside that was taken away by the surface, such as some special psychic material, or a material that is relatively rare in the entire universe, making it impossible to repair. If the structure is self-destructed, Qin can still rely on the original things in the structure to repair it. If the things are taken away, it will be troublesome. Qin made a decision immediately. Zhu Ding risked the destruction of his super body and changed his usual course of action, forcing himself to move in the direction of the Colossus. This time, the left structure that was left to block him seemed to react a bit slower, and failed to keep up with his movements, allowing Qin to pass the protection of the structure and rush directly to the Colossus. He did not slow down at all this time, and the super body smashed through the hull of the Colossus without any normal combat power and embedded in it. The two facets of the new super body immediately realized the situation and stopped approaching the Colossus. They immediately destroyed the remaining mechanical fleet in a whirlwind, and fled in the direction outside the Empire at the fastest speed. This speed is only estimated by the naked eye. Qin knew that even if his super body was not embedded in the inside of the Colossus, it would definitely not be able to catch up with it even if the output power was fully overloaded to the limit. Qin stared at the place where the new super body disappeared for a while, and could only sigh with regret. Although this battle can be said to be a suppression of the mechanical race, but he can't be happy. The Zerg fleet can really do very little. Although Qin suppression of the mechanical race is still very obvious in terms of basic combat power, the Zerg strengthened by his psychic power is different from the Zerg originally created by the Shining Civilization to fight the mechanical race. They are stronger than the mechanical race. However, the super body can also suppress Qin's Zerg, and can slaughter Qin's Zerg fleet at will. The top combat power suppresses the ordinary combat power too much. When facing the top combat power of the mechanical race, it is necessary to use the same equal means to restrict it. But the super bodies of the mechanical race can be repeatedly manufactured. Even if the cost is high, the number of super bodies higher than the Colossus will definitely not be less. But there is only one Qin. Not all the top psychics in the Empire can restrict the super bodies of the mechanical race, or even destroy them. This is the biggest problem. No matter how many Zerg fleets he has, no matter how powerful the mechanical fleet is, They are just cannon fodder when facing the top individual forces. The victory of the war cannot be pinned on the weakness of the enemy. Even if the military force of the mechanical race this time only has one Colossus and a total of 22 battleships besides the super body, the Empire can take out other things besides the Colossus super body. But the mechanical race is definitely not limited to this. The starfield they occupy is larger than that of the mechanical race, and there are also multiple mechanical race clusters. How could the fleet that has been united be so small? This first wave of attacks is still just a test of the mechanical race. The initial test of the super body was to test the Empire's emergency defense capabilities against high-end combat power. The first wave of attack was to test the Empire's high-end combat power, while also testing the Empire's response to invasion and the combat capability of the border defense fleet. Qin accepted both tests of high-end combat power. However, the problem of the Empire's editorial combat power has obviously been completely exposed to the mechanical race. The real problem is that there will be problems later. Suddenly, Qin mind has a possible way to resist the invasion of the mechanical race. That is to use the Scarlet Dimension. The invasion of Scarlet also has an effect on the mechanical race, especially the Scarlet power that belongs to him. And his control over the Scarlet power is no less than any other Scarlet creature. He can even represent the Scarlet in the territory of the Empire. He can try to use the Scarlet to separate the Empire from the Scarlet. But the power required is extremely huge. There must be Scarlet Rift throughout the Empire, and it must be able to ensure that the Scarlet in the Scarlet Rifts is suppressed by the Scarlet mechanical heart. It is extremely difficult to do this. Qin can now suppress the Scarlet Rifts of several galaxies at the same time, but it will require more powerful forces. Let's think about it again. Although Qin has said several times that the mechanical race war needs to be dealt with by the Empire itself, but it is really difficult for him not to help think about how to deal with this matter. He really can't see any hope, but he can't just watch the Empire destroyed. Qin shook his head. Put the idea aside for the time being. Now, let's deal with this Colossus. Chapter 432, Long Lost Reunion. The trouble in the border star field was quickly resolved, but the damage that had been done would never be restored. In the superbody, he took a look at the tragic situation in the galaxy. Qin restrained his gaze, activated his psychic power, and disappeared in the galaxy. Soon, Qin returned to the capital of the Empire. In the capital government building, he found the psychic minister, who seemed to have just quarreled with someone. The content of the quarrel must be related to the mechanical race. Qin didn't care who the Minister of Psionics was arguing with. Anyway, there will be a result if you don't want to die. After being taken to a reception room by the Minister of Psionics, Qin spoke first. The entire fleet has been dealt with. I'll leave the scattered mechanical races to the Zerg fleet. I've got their colossi. You can just tow them to my place when the time comes. I've seen the design blueprint of the Colossus assembly plant before. Don't waste your time building them. I'll just mount them on my giant dock when the time comes. A lot of people will have to be sent to deal with the starfield behind. There may be only a few 100,000 people left alive on the planet where my men went. Those corpses can't just pile up there. Someone must collect them. In fact, there are some people who are lucky. They were on the spaceship when the mechanical tribe invaded. If they run fast, they can still survive. But, the minister shook his head as he spoke. The number of people who survived is definitely not as many as those who survived in the shelter. I see. Someone will take care of it when the time comes. Qin nodded slightly. Well, so what is the situation in the Empire? We have asked all the marginal star regions to conduct self-inspections. So far, we have only found this mechanical invasion force. Everything else is normal. Then this is just another test. Yes, but it will definitely not be the case next time. The Empire has already entered a complete state of combat readiness, preparing for a full-scale war. Don't just talk. Have you discussed any way to deal with the mechanical race? How to deal with that super body? The Minister of Psychic Energy did not respond directly, but said, I just talked to your president. He said that Scarlet doesn't seem to be a problem now? Yes. I can suppress Scarlet now. The Minister of Psychic Energy recalled that Qin was wrapped in Scarlet power and drove the super body around like nothing happened. Even the super body was stained with blood. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what Qin said. He nodded and continued what he had just said. The president can help us send the psychics to the vicinity of the invading super body. Then, the super body data model you left before has been made public in the database. And all kinds of data are written very clearly. Most of the psychics in the Empire have statistics. various physical qualities including nerve reaction speed, body muscle strength, and specific calculations of the specific intensity of psychic effects when using psychic power. By comparison, you can know how many people in the Empire can withstand the super body and pose a threat to the super body. Wait a minute. Chen Ming suddenly interrupted the minister, took out the terminal, and retrieved the data of the super body. What's wrong? Chen Ming did not reply, but silently adjusted the specific values of the data on the terminal in front of him. Soon, Chen Ming reflected the difference between the prototype super body and the official version of the super body on the data of the terminal, and handed the terminal to the minister. Let's see how many people can keep a close eye on the super body. The minister immediately lowered his head to study the data of the official version of the super body. His expression changed quickly and he asked, "This is? I said before that the super body I controlled was just a prototype. Right? Yes. If we look at this data, the Empire can deal with no more than 5 psychics of the super body. If we count the temporary enhancement of psychic power by taking various drugs, it may be about 10, which can be considered as manageable. I hope so. Data on paper is always just data on paper. Whether or not to fight the super body depends on the psychic's own strength. Maybe some psychics on the minister's list can't beat the super body. But there may be people who are not on the list who have the means to target the super body." Chen Ming didn't say more about the super body. What about the future? When the mechanical race comes, there will not only be super bodies. The Minister of Psychic Power responded to this in a prepared manner. The others are still good. As for the fleet, we can only let a few powerful legions stand by in various places. The army of the entire Empire needs to change to better equipment. The Empire has begun to shift the productivity of the directly affiliated industrial planets to the military. As long as the technology is in place, everything will be fine. Chen Ming heard the meaning of the minister's words and brought Nano over. He now represents all the technologies of the Shining Civilization. You know what this is? I will build you a device that can directly read the data of the nanorobot and extract all the data in its brain. The nanorobot controlled by Chen Ming did not lose its self-awareness, so when he heard this, he immediately said, "I can release the data myself, just give me a storage terminal." Chen Ming stretched out his hand and gestured in the direction of the minister. "Then I'll leave it to you. As long as all the technologies of the Shining Civilization can be developed, the entire Empire will soon usher in a wave of major technological updates. But will there be enough time? I don't know." Faced with Chen Ming's question, the minister did not give a definite answer. "It depends on when the next wave of mechanical invasion will come. If you can give me a month, then at least the troops on the front line can get the latest weapons and equipment. I can't guarantee anything else. Then let's do this. When the technical product is ready, give me a copy. I'll optimize it. When the time comes, you can directly draw the blueprint based on the product and use the things I have optimized." "Okay, thank you very much." "Yeah." Chen Ming said no more and got up to leave. But before he left the reception room, he suddenly turned around and asked, "How can we win this war?" Some time ago, Chen Ming got a cosmic star map. The star field occupied by countless mechanical races brought everyone an irresistible shock and fear. "It's still too early to say whether we can win. The Empire doesn't even have the ability to get out. The Empire must at least survive the formal attack of the mechanical race. Only by surviving can we discuss the following issues." Chen Ming was not satisfied with this result. But this is the reality. Although many strategies against the mechanical race have been discussed, it seems that with the technology of the Shining Civilization, the mechanical race can be defeated. But in fact, the Empire is now completely unqualified to challenge the mechanical race that has been in the universe for tens of thousands of years. Even to survive, they must do their best. Only Chen Ming can ignore the strength of the mechanical race and essentially crush the mechanical race. After leaving the capital of the Empire, Chen Ming thought for a long time on the super body. At present, the Empire has to face 3 troubles in total: the invasion of the mechanical race, the hidden queen of the survivors, and the brainwashed psychics who are not completely dead. They are all stumbling blocks on the Empire's road ahead. If the Empire falls, it will never recover, or even die directly, which will definitely not be good for him. But the matter of the mechanical race war is still the same. He can't help too much. The only top combat power he has is himself, and at most a super body that he controls remotely. There is absolutely no way to effectively restrict the mechanical race. The Empire can only rely on itself. As for the Queen of the Survivors, they have to wait until they come out by themselves, or the researchers on Chen Ming's side have a breakthrough in the research of that special stargate, and this is not something he can speed up just by worrying about it. So Chenming thought about it, and simply considered the idea that popped up in his mind before. That is to use Scarlet to restrict the invasion of the mechanical race in disguise. Create a Scarlet Cradle for the Empire. But the trouble of the brainwashed psychic will just block his thoughts at this time. If he is not dead, he may pop up again at any time. Whether it is for the sake of complete peace of mind in the future, or to really use this plan named Scarlet Cradle by Chenming, it is best to find a way to find the brainwashed psychic in Scarlet and kill him. But before that, Chenming still found the Queen of Zerd first. Let the Queen of Zerd follow the traces left by the Zerd fleets of the previous generation of Queen of Zerg in the galaxy, and track them back. Chenming simply left the rest of the matter to the Queen of Insects to deal with. And he did not pay much attention to it. He just spent a few days dragging all the bodies of the more than 100 Leviathans he killed to the orbit of the planet Gaia. They were evenly distributed outside. And next to each Leviathan's body, different types of space stations for studying Leviathan were built. Like a star ring trophy. It embellished the satellite-less planet Gaia. Although the war has begun, what needs to be done must be done. Even if the war starts, it won't affect him so quickly. After all, he is isolated outside the Empire, and no mechanical race knows the location of the wormhole. Time flies. More than 20 days later, Chenming has been trying to find the brainwashed psychic in the Scarlet Dimension. But he has never succeeded. The chaotic concept of space and time in the Scarlet Dimension makes the search for the brainwashed psychic even more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. But there is also good news. The mechanical race has not made any moves in the past period of time. So Chenming has plenty of time to help test and optimize those technologies that will soon produce results, and can be applied to future wars with the mechanical race. These technologies have begun to be deployed on the front line. From the perspective of Chenming's stay in various parts of the Empire, and the news sent back by the Afterglow cores that he controls, and still controls some industries in the Empire has indeed shifted the production of many consumer products to the production of military products. At least in the border star regions. The timed and quantitative rationing of materials has been implemented. And this situation has spread to the star regions within the Empire. It can be said that a lot of excess productivity has been used where it should be used. The Empire has indeed put its war preparations on the table. At the same time, the Empire's propaganda machines in all aspects are also being activated. The actions of the mechanical race in the invasion 20 days ago were fully announced. Of course, this also includes the massacres of the planets caused by the Colossus-class weapons. Chenming even saw the images of the mechanical family's biological generators that he had recorded before on the news. This has guided the public opinion well. The entire Empire is now in grief and anger. There is almost no objection to the Empire moving towards war. As the saying goes, the army of mourning will win. I don't know if this principle is still useful in the space age. The Empire has the time to expand its armaments through the Zerd's shining civilization technology and Chenming's optimized psychic energy, but this situation also makes many people extremely worried. Everyone knows that this is the last calm before the storm. Preparations are preparations. No one knows when the mechanical race will launch a second attack and start a real war. So Chenming continued to do what he should do day after day. Until the 27th day after the last fleet exploration of the mechanical race. Chenming was still running back and forth between the giant dock and the neighboring Gaia planet as usual. Now the size of the giant dock has expanded compared to before. And the expanded area is where the Colossus captured by Chenming is placed. Many of the people who were married to Fan Chao and were originally responsible for the research of the Colossus in the Empire have come to Chenming's side. Strive to produce the Empire's own Colossus-class weapons as soon as possible. But no one hopes that it can be used so soon. Chenming was talking with the director of the Ship Research Institute of the Legion in the observation room next to the test field about the design direction of the Empire's Colossus structure, and suddenly received a call from Tianjin. Chenming first went to the Gaia planet, and then the giant dock. Tianjin called at this time. It must be something important. Chenming greeted the director, and went outside to answer the phone. Director, there are signs of Scarlet invasion on an experimental planet I placed outside the Empire. All the Gaia plants over there died. There is no time to suppress the Scarlet. Chenming's brows frowned immediately. He knew that Tianjin was doing some extreme experiments on planets outside the Empire, trying to test the most efficient conversion efficiency of the Gaia seeding device to convert planets. By the way, test whether some planets with special climates can be transformed stably. Because the distance is too far, and the experiment is dangerous, so only means of remote control of the equipment are prepared. But unexpectedly, the experiment did not go wrong, but the planet of the experiment did. Qinming knew without thinking that it must have been done by the brainwashed psychic. Because no matter whether it is the Empire or Scarlet, except him and Qinming himself, there is no one who can influence Scarlet. Qinming has been looking for him in Scarlet, and he may have noticed it. And now he took the initiative to expose his position. What was his idea? No one knew. So Qinming had to go over and take a look. After Qinming and Tianzhan asked about the situation, he turned around and explained the situation to the ship director. The ship director should not have said anything about Qinming's decision. But he couldn't help but said, "Your battleship will be shipped in 1 day. Didn't you say that this ship is very important to you? Wait 1 more day." Qinming really wanted to wait. But Tianzhan also said on the phone that the Scarlet was spreading wildly. The brainwashed psychic is definitely up to something big, and must be dealt with immediately. And if he handles it quickly, maybe he can finish the job before the ship leaves the factory. If it really doesn't work. Qinming took out an empty shell of Alpha Core. This is the second Alpha class afterglow that Qinming has seen, the core of G3. Qinming has been studying the matter of reviving the afterglow core. After all, there are many Alpha class cores killed by the mechanical race on the afterglow side. If he can find a way to revive those grown afterglow cores, it will also be good for Qinming. So when he was researching, he started with the G3 core that was the first dead core he encountered. The G3 core died in a very special way. After it was infected by the Scarlet, only its consciousness died. The internal operating logic and data did not have any problems. Some basic functions were still there. For example, controlling the spacecraft. Qinming handed G3 to the director, and let the director handle the rest. He had to do what he had to do. Chapter 433 Reasons for the Destruction of the World. Qinming quickly drove the super body to the star system that Tianzhan mentioned, the planet. The planet that was originally full of vitality now looked like another. Full of vitality. The Scarlet had spread all over the planet. Looking from the outside of the planet, there was no land that was not infected by the Scarlet. The equipment that Tianzhan had previously placed on the planet had long been submerged in the endless Scarlet. Qinming drove the super body around the outside of the planet at high speed for several laps, and found the source of the Scarlet infection. It was a Scarlet fissure that seemed to be born on the surface of the planet. The super body approached the fissure and hovered above it. Qinming looked at the surface, and saw that the brainwashed psychic was waiting for him. The last time he left his body, the brainwashed psychic, who had completely transformed into a conscious body, had completely lost his human appearance. When he just left his body, only his brain was strange. But now all the muscle tissue on his body has been transformed into brain tissue. His body shape changed from the normal human to extremely fat and bloated. He looked like a disgusting brain monster. Not only did he become a monster, but his condition was even worse than before. His mental strength and the psychic fluctuations around him were obviously not as good as before. The only thing that became stronger was the Scarlet power that seemed to make his body drip blood. Qinming guessed casually that it was probably because the brainwashed psychic stayed in the Scarlet for a long time. And the chaotic time in the Scarlet dimension made him experience it much longer than Qinming. The brainwashed psychic probably didn't know how long he had been in there. He could barely maintain himself so that Qinming could tell that he was a brainwashed psychic. It was really not easy. After taking a look, Qinming put on the biological armor and directly jumped out of the super body's cabin and fell freely towards the position of the brainwashed psychic. With a strong impact, he hit the front of the brainwashed psychic, probably in front of him. The brainwashed psychic did not make any extra movements, but just blocked the Scarlet power in front of him to stop Qinming's further attack. He did not launch a direct counterattack because of Qinming's actions. Instead, he asked Qinming after he landed, "Let's talk? What do you want to do?" Although Qinming asked, his hands did not hesitate at all. He suddenly jumped up with a punch with phase power, tearing the Scarlet power that the brainwashed psychic had blocked in front of him, and directly hit his brain full of brains. The brainwashed psychic's consciousness suddenly became ethereal when Qinming's punch was about to hit him, and instantly appeared dozens of meters away. He shouted at Qinming, "Nothing. I just want to talk to you." Seeing that Qinming was ready to take action, but seemed to want to hear what he had to say, the brainwashed psychic said again, "Don't disbelieve me. You can see that I am really here anyway. And the time you threw those punches was enough to seal the entire planet. Right? I guess your heart has already been blocked in the gap. So there is no need to wait a little longer. Right? Of course. Qinming replied decisively, and jumped up again, leaving a deep footprint on the spot, and once again appeared next to the brainwashed psychic. And you took the initiative to lead me here. It's really hard for me not to believe that you have other ideas. Facing Qinming's attack, the brainwashed psychic once again dodged calmly, and said, "Of course I have other ideas, but chatting with you is also one of them. Since you replied, then I will assume that you are willing to take this risk to chat with me." "I'm not interested." Before, Qinming might have planned to chat, but now, he only has one idea about the brainwashed psychic. Qinming threw another punch forward, but the brainwashed psychic dodged it again. Seeing that several tentative moves were dodged, Qinming simply distanced himself from the brainwashed psychic and raised his left arm. Suddenly, a projection of phase power appeared in the air, forming a blue giant hand, which slammed down towards the ground. Space cracks appeared in the space where the phase hand passed, and even if you just looked at it, you could feel the terrifying power of this hand. The brain on the brainwashed psychic's body was trembling, and a strong mental power emanated from his body, which collided with Qinming's phase giant hand. In the blood mist caused by the explosion of psychic power and the scarlet substance on the ground, the brainwashed psychic once again asked Qinming, "Weren't you very curious about why I did these things before? Rather than being curious about this, it's better for you to die," Qinming said, and another blue giant hand rose from the scarlet substance under the ground, trying to grab the brainwashed psychic into it. The body of the brainwashed psychic suddenly exploded, and the shattered brain quickly got rid of the control of Qinming's hand, and reconstructed into his original appearance more than 10 meters away. He said calmly, "I will die today. Why don't you sit down and talk? Do you look like you can sit down? Besides, I think it's better to kill you myself than to watch you die. Since you said you will die, why don't you just let me kill you now?" Seeing that Qinming was still unmoved, the brainwashed psychic had no choice but to say what he wanted to say. "The birth of my psychic power came from my life being controlled by my family members, who believed in the left path, and my desire to control everything." It was a simple sentence, without any emotional fluctuations. The brainwashed psychic was like telling a stranger's story. But Qinming had heard Qianyan's past, and he knew Qianyan's life was very painful. And if the brainwashed psychic was really in a family environment, with a strong Zwijing atmosphere as he said, everything he encountered would be even more miserable than Qianyan. But Qinming didn't want to comment on this. Anyway, for him, a dead Zwijing is a good Zwijing. Even if he knew that Qianyan was actually a good person at first, but after he was controlled by the brainwashed psychic, death was his best destination. Although he said he didn't want to talk to the brainwashed psychic, Qinming was still interested in interrupting if the brainwashed psychic brought it up. "So, after you awakened your psychic power, you took control of the left path?" However, Qinming's hands did not lag when he interrupted. The phase power kept tearing the scarlet used by the brainwashed psychic to protect himself, and kept trying to kill the brainwashed psychic. The brainwashed psychic did not dare to have a direct conflict with Qinming, but kept using the scarlet power he controlled to keep a distance from Qinming. By the way, he said what he wanted to say, "I not only want to control Zwijing, I also want to control everything. But unfortunately I can't. Life will always find a way out on its own, and it cannot be completely controlled. My psychic power will never be able to control everyone in the entire empire in my lifetime. So I will contact the scarlet power." Then, my will was distorted by the scarlet. Qinming nodded and said, "That's good. Otherwise you will definitely lead humanity to a dead end." "Maybe. Anyway, this thing will not happen. I know my will is affected, but I can only accept this influence. Any living being, spirits, whether they are controlled by me or not, will constantly bring me extremely painful pressure from both my mental and physical aspects. The creatures controlled by me will put an extra burden on my mind, and the creatures not controlled by me will make me feel extremely uneasy. I have no way to choose between them, and I only feel pain when I live. So my thoughts have changed. As long as I can kill everyone, I don't have to think about this matter." What kind of perverse logic? Qinming's slowed down movements resumed again, and he directly used a more powerful force to target the brainwashed psychic. "No wonder you abandoned the people controlled by him so easily before. You don't care at all." "Yes, I want to destroy the world. Exterminate all living things in the world." Qinming suddenly realized something, paused his hand and said, "Scarlet should be different from what you thought before. Yes, you should understand what kind of existence Scarlet is better than me now. They are not dead things. They are just another form of life. But I don't want life. I want a universe without vitality. Not a universe with life. I really can't understand this kind of thing. Qinming's tone of voice was already full of contempt. Someone hurt you. Why don't you kill the person who hurt you? Why do you want to affect innocent people? You feel pain because other people live around you. Then you might as well run away and kill yourself. What nonsense. The brainwashed psychic immediately retorted. Are you saying that those who are watching are innocent? Do you know that Zhujiang was originally raised by the empire itself? How can they be considered innocent? Qinming certainly knew that Zhujiang was raised by some people in the empire. Actually, many people knew about this. The game of keeping the enemy alive has a history of thousands of years. So this also caused that when the brainwashed psychic awakened his psychic power to control everything, there was no one to deal with the brainwashed psychic, and it also provided him with considerable convenience in taking root in the empire later. The brainwashed psychic and Qinyan were actually both victims of Zhujiang. One chose to be in harmony with the light, and even intensified it, and the other chose to rely on his own ability to try to fight back. The result can only be said to be bad. But what Qinming wanted to say was what he just said. Whoever harms him, he will cause trouble to him, and take revenge on him. Even if there are extra accidental injuries during the revenge, there will be a reason to explain it. Even if the brainwashed psychic really only takes revenge on some of the masterminds of Zhujiang, as long as he can survive, there will be someone in the empire standing behind him. Whether he is being used or something else depends on his ability. Just like what Qinming experienced. But now this kind of indiscriminate revenge, like a large-scale terrorist attack, has no legitimacy at all. Can you only hear the first half of what I said? If you don't understand human language, it's time to get going. It's time to get going. You just said it. You know I took the initiative to expose myself to lure you here, so you should be mentally prepared. Right? Of course. Qinming once again mercilessly swung his iron fist in the direction of the brainwashed psychic. This time, he did not dodge, but went straight up, and the spiritual power in his body was completely released, and rushed towards Qinming. Well, before I die, I actually still want to achieve my goal. As he said that, the brainwashed psychic's mental power completely enveloped Qinming, dragging him into the consciousness space. Qinming once again stood on the top of the abandoned ship peak. From a distance, he saw the brain in the brainwashed psychic's consciousness space that seemed to be full of divinity. The brain in the brainwashed psychic's consciousness space has recovered a lot compared to before. But the brain above is not a human brain, but an animal brain. Qinming looked at this scene and thought about it, and suddenly pointed to the isolated island under his feet. A little bit of soil with a metallic luster suddenly separated from the corner of the isolated island and flew forward. The next moment, the brainwashed psychic's mental power was suddenly forced to entangle with this small piece of soil, and Qinming was able to leave the consciousness space and forcibly cut off the connection with his consciousness. After leaving the consciousness space, the brainwashed psychic asked in surprise, "Can you learn my ability?" "I will learn everything that is useful, and I will use it now." Of course, Qinming could not let the brainwashed psychic do what he wanted. He wanted to be dragged into the consciousness space, so he must find a way to get out quickly. "Oh, it doesn't matter." The brainwashed psychic laughed, and no one knew which organ he laughed with. But anyway, at the moment when Qinming was dragged into the scarlet, the environment outside changed drastically. In those few seconds, his scarlet power broke through the blockade of Qinming's scarlet power, and forcibly introduced the scarlet of the scarlet dimension. This scarlet power did not spread further, but completely transformed the planet that was originally occupied by the scarlet into the territory of the scarlet. The normal universe environment was also further affected. Qinming just left the consciousness space and found that although he was still in the normal universe, it was no different from being in the scarlet universe. The environment of this normal universe has been completely occupied, assimilated and swallowed. This is the final result when the scarlet infection reality is not suppressed. The scarlet will assimilate other dimensions into the scarlet dimension. Qinming immediately understood some of the situation. For example, why the space and time of the scarlet dimension are disordered. After the different dimensions were swallowed by the scarlet, it would be strange if they were not in chaos. The brainwashed psychic seemed to have a backup plan at this time. The fluctuations of the scarlet dimension behind him suddenly became chaotic, and a shadow emerged from behind him. It was a huge spherical creature, or a machine. This time, Qinming's face showed some surprise. Is this thing not dead? And dead, but not completely dead. The center of the giant sphere suddenly emitted a scorching beam of light that enveloped Qinming. It was the scarlet, eye that was revived under the frame of the scavenger robot. It was the Scarlet Mechanical Eye. Chapter 434 Madness. The last time Chen-Ming entered the Scarlet Dimension, for various reasons, he was forced to leave the damaged scavenger robot in the Scarlet Dimension. Later, he tried to find it, but he really couldn't find it. Originally, he thought that the scavenger had disappeared in it due to the characteristics of the dimension, but he didn't expect that it was taken away by the brainwashed psychic. The scavenger left in the Scarlet Dimension has now been washed away by the Scarlet Substance, and Chen-Ming's control effect has been washed away. If it weren't for those familiar mechanical structures, Chen-Ming couldn't even tell that this was his scavenger. This thing poses no threat to me, you should know that. The brainwashed psychic expected Chen-Ming to be indifferent after the accident. He said, "Of course I know it poses no threat to you. Its value is more to lock you. You must have lost control of this thing, but there is still a connection between you and it." Chen-Ming could guess why the brainwashed psychic knew that there was no connection between him and the scavenger. When the brainwashed psychic did not stop the process of fusing the remains of the scavenger robot and the Scarlet Eye, two similar-looking things, together, it was enough to prove that Chen-Ming really had no control over it. But Chen-Ming did not expect that the scavenger robot could actually locate his position in reverse. This should not be a problem of psychic power, but a problem of scarlet power. Chen-Ming's psychic power controls anything without psychic fluctuations. But the influence of scarlet power on these things is obviously different. Chen-Ming had driven a scavenger in the Scarlet Dimension before, and had also used scarlet power to influence the scavenger to a certain extent, which would of course cause this scarlet power to remain on it. Naturally, it would be tracked by the brainwashed psychic. This is a two-way situation. If Chen-Ming could find a way to find something that is related to the brainwashed psychic, he could also use it to track the past in reverse. Unfortunately, he didn't. When the brainwashed psychic left his body and transformed into a pure consciousness, his body was shattered by the aftermath of psychic power when Chen-Ming fought with the nano-robots of the survivors. Otherwise, Chen-Ming would have taken the opportunity to chase him. How could he have given the brainwashed psychic the opportunity to stand here and speak today? Chen-Ming did not comment on the brainwashed psychic's words, and asked, "Just lock me?" More than that, it has two functions. The brainwashed psychic stretched out 2 fingers full of brain patterns towards Chen-Ming, which made Chen-Ming feel sick. One is to lock you and force you to stay on the planet. Like this. As soon as the voice fell, the brainwashed psychic's consciousness suddenly formed an extremely close connection with the surrounding scarlet power. A large amount of scarlet power swept towards Chen-Ming. These scarlet powers did not bring any sense of danger to Chen-Ming, but when they completely filled Chen-Ming's surroundings, Chen-Ming found that his scarlet power was stuck to this scarlet power and was tied to the spot. It was impossible to leave here without being affected in a short time. This was the effect achieved by utilizing the characteristics that all scarlet powers originated from the Scarlet Dimension. The brainwashed psychic assimilated his own power with the power of the Scarlet Dimension, and actively tied this power to Chen-Ming's power, actively sacrificing his own scarlet power to Chen-Ming. In essence, it is equivalent to sharing the scarlet power with Chen-Ming, and using this shared power to confine Chen-Ming to the Scarlet Dimension. This is a more effective way to block Chen-Ming's whereabouts than closing the rift between the normal universe and the Scarlet Dimension. Interesting. The brainwashed psychic in the distance saw that Chen-Ming did not dodge at all, and was not surprised at all that he was left there. He did not use offensive means, and Chen-Ming came here for his death. Before he died, Chen-Ming would never leave. In fact, my power level is the same as yours. The strength of your scarlet power comes from your understanding of scarlet, and the strength of my scarlet power comes from my long experience with scarlet. You have mastered many more powerful powers besides scarlet. So in the development of scarlet power, you are not as good as me. In scarlet, as long as I am willing to pay the price. Even you can't escape easily. Chen-Ming really couldn't leave easily after being blocked by the brainwashed psychic. Not only because of the limitations of the Crimson Dimension, but also because this method almost costs one's life. Brainwashed psychics are always actively offering their own power, rather than converting it into their own use. Doing so can indeed control more power belonging to the Crimson Dimension in a short period of time, while the mark on the released power has not yet dissipated, causing trouble for the enemy. But once this method is used too much, the lost power will not come back on its own, and it will eventually endanger oneself. Chen-Ming could already see that the brainwashed psychic's consciousness was becoming weaker, and the reason for this was just to force him to stay where he was. No wonder the brainwashed psychic said he would die today. He was actively tearing himself apart, letting everything in his consciousness pave the way for this power. And what he just said was his last words. Even a madman like him, when facing death, it is difficult to die alone and silently. He must say something he wants to say before he dies. Then, find a way to pull someone to go to the Yellow Springs Road together. But if that's all, it's not enough. It's not enough to let Qin Ming go with him. Qin Ming raised his left hand, and another blue giant hand pressed down in the air. The brainwashed psychic dodged again, although he was obviously weaker, but his reaction had not disappeared. While the brainwashed psychic was dodging, Qin Ming asked, "Then what? Don't tell me it's just this." "Of course there are others." The voice of the brainwashed psychic's consciousness became a little unclear, and it seemed that there was a risk of dissipating at any time. But Qin Ming knew that he would not die before he finished what he was supposed to do. As the brainwashed psychic finished speaking, the scarlet power of the scarlet mechanical eye floating behind him was mobilized. The mechanical eye, which originally exuded the absolute aura of the scarlet eye, suddenly exuded a power similar to that of Qin Ming. Its violently fused half-mechanical and half-biological structure suddenly began to further merge deeply, as if Qin Ming's psychic power was really acting on it. At this moment, the consciousness of the brainwashed psychic was connected to the scarlet mechanical eye. Qin Ming immediately understood where the scarlet brain, which had been the mount of the brainwashed psychic in the scarlet dimension, had gone. At the same time, he also understood what the brainwashed psychic was trying to do. No wonder he wanted to use himself as bait, to infect this planet in the normal universe with scarlet, and even let the scarlet dimension completely invade here, to see this place being completely assimilated. He wanted to make this place a part of the scarlet dimension, to make this place have some of the characteristics of the scarlet dimension. He wanted to create a situation where two similar scarlet creatures were fighting. Just like the last time, the fight between Qin Ming and the Scarlet Heart. Too weak. Qin Ming thought the brainwashed psychic had a good idea, but the actual effect was not very good. Even so, you can't beat me in the scarlet power. You are just a half-human, half-scarlet monster after all, and I am the one who truly controls the scarlet power. Yes. The brainwashed psychic agreed with Qin Ming, but he said, "But I ask you a question, do you dare to let your scarlet mechanical heart come over? Can you let your scarlet mechanical heart come over?" Qin Ming turned his head and looked around. This is now a space that was originally part of the normal universe, and was completely infected by scarlet. This space is still separated from other places in the normal universe, because Qin Ming took the initiative to block this area when he first came here. After being completely infected by scarlet here, he maintained a fragile balance, so that scarlet would not escape his control. If the scarlet mechanical heart in the scarlet dimension wants to come here, it will definitely squeeze this small scarlet infected space area that is not very wide, and is confined to the periphery of the planet. The scarlet will spread completely. No wonder. The current situation, the scarlet mechanical heart controlled by Qin Ming cannot directly fight against the scarlet mechanical eye controlled by the brainwashed psychic. He can only mobilize the power of the heart to a certain extent, and cannot use all of it completely. But the brainwashed psychic is different. When two scarlet creatures of the same type with a large difference in power fight, the scarlet dimension will give extra care to the weaker. When Qin Ming fought with the scarlet heart before, the scarlet dimension gave Qin Ming extra power. And now, the scarlet power on the brainwashed psychic has become very obvious. The power that was just lost even showed signs of returning. The voice of the brainwashed psychic became much clearer. "I know that these are not enough to defeat you. Your growth and strength are truly unprecedented to me. So I have prepared something for you." The brainwashed psychic suddenly inserted the limbs of his consciousness, which were probably hands, into his torso and moved them a few times, pulling out a ball of dark matter. "You know best what this thing is. Fragments of the plain nightmare." "That's right. I have controlled many people before. Although I may not be able to remember all the memories of those controlled by me, I will always have some impressions. I will only remember the memories of some people I pay special attention to completely. For example, the memory of the leader of your negative matter research team. I know all of them. So I know how to use negative matter. And I also know what use this thing will have in the scarlet dimension." Qin Ming stared at the brainwashed psychic in silence, not knowing what to say. The ability of the brainwashed psychic is really powerful. Ignoring the effect of psychic power itself, even if it is just to extract the memory of others by controlling them, filtering out the memory related to other people and things, leaving only the memory related to knowledge, this effect. However, the brainwashed psychic used this power for this kind of thing. Qin Ming did not say what he wanted to say, he just said, "So you want to repeat what you did before?" The brainwashed psychic admitted Qinming's statement, saying, "Last time you used the phase space to escape, this time, can you escape again?" He directly stuffed the body fragments of the nightmare of the plane into the flesh and blood underground. He wanted to use negative matter to infect the entire planet, and let the properties of negative matter transform the entire planet into a black hole. The black hole that appeared in the scarlet dimension would be transformed into a special red hole. No one knew where the red hole would lead to. Scarlet can't help me. And those survivors can't help me. But the mechanical race can. This is the first time I found that the mechanical race has such a strong ability. You are the biggest threat to the mechanical race in the current empire. You should go with me, and let death be the only thing left in the world. Qinming suddenly asked. The mechanical race only has extreme hatred for humans. You don't know that? Do you? Of course I know. But they will also clean up the Scarlet. The Scarlet will kill all creatures except the mechanical race. And the mechanical race will kill the Scarlet. That's enough. The brainwashed psychic knew that if he wanted to make what he expected happen, he only needed to get rid of Qinming, who was the biggest threat to the mechanical race. He used himself as bait, used the scavengers left by Qinming as anchors, and used the fragments of the plain nightmare corpse obtained from Qinming as keys to open the red hole. He would never let Qinming escape the gravitational range of the red hole. He would realize his idea at the cost of his own life. The mechanical race has long evolved intelligence similar to Yue. They are also life, but they have a different life form from us humans. The plain nightmare that exists in the black hole dimension is also a special creature. Even the survivors have not died out to this day. You said that this would exterminate all life, but you didn't even look at those lives. You have been crazy for a long time. What you said from beginning to end is just the fantasy of a madman. You are nothing. The brainwashed psychic did not respond. Perhaps he himself knew that what he did was just to satisfy his crazy ideas. Or maybe, he has indeed completely indulged in madness. As for Qinming, although he successfully stopped the brainwashed psychic last time, he couldn't do it this time. The rift that blocked the overflow of the scarlet power has become a shackle for Qinming to restrict negative matter. He must make a choice, either tear the space apart, open the rift to the phase space, and push the planet in again. At the same time, let the scarlet be released. He will need to spend a lot of energy to wipe out all the scattered scarlet in different corners of the normal universe. Now it is not too far from the Empire. If the scarlet expands and he fails to deal with it in time, the impact will be extremely terrifying. Or he will choose to bear the gravity of the red hole until the brainwashed psychic dies. He will leave the space infected by the scarlet again, tear the space from a wider dimension, and divide a larger independent area to deal with the scarlet infection and the existence of the red hole. Qinming knew what he should choose. He chose to continue to strengthen the scarlet rift he controlled. Let the scarlet mechanical heart completely block the outside of the rift. He will personally face the brainwashed psychic's dying struggle.